is just fantastic.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another end of year review. Today we're going to be obviously looking into the 2024 for Chantel, aka Foodie Beauty, aka Big Beautiful Me, aka Visa Productions, aka Everyday Miriam, and any other name she likes to use and change on a regular basis. We're going to start by talking about the end of December 1st, and by that I mean December 2023. News came to light that Chantel's beloved, her life partner, the man that is her bedrock, the man that is her stability, her one true and only desire in life next to Nashi's, had been cheating on her in the form of sexting, offering to pop and defecate on somebody else. Many people in the comments of Chantel's own content when she had announced this told her to cut ties, don't go back to Kuwait, don't bother doing any of that, rebuild your life in Canada, in Cornwall. And initially, Chantel made it seem like she would, and we did cover this in a video on this channel called
Foodie Beauty Keeps Calm and Carries On.
Not long after that though, Chantel made a executive decision that was bestest for her. She went back to Kuwait. She hadn't been in Canada all that long, and many of us believed she would be staying there for a while to rebuild her finances so she could go back and basically blow it all again, undoubtedly with some kind of 1-year contract extension for Salah so he could be paid to be present in the couple's content. Via Chantel's community post, "Hi guys, I privated my previous video. I am confused and just need some time away to myself to figure things out in my life." She then followed this up with a decision video titled My Final Decision, which was on the final day of December 2023. Liked, disliked, disabled, comments turned off. In the video, she made the following decision.
I did a lot of talking with him and probably should have done that before I came to the internet freaking out, but I have the track record of when something goes wrong, I impulsively go live and just let it all out. So, which brings me to some reasons I've decided to make the decision I did. I decided to forgive him and move on and try to.
She followed this up with the community post. "Before I leave for a long while, I want to say that having a fetish, no matter how taboo, does not define a person or make them a criminal. A lot of people have secret fetishes. Salah has
Never ever
once treated me badly other than the infidelity in this
one
case. He was never ABUSIVE and is not a violent person. He has no criminal record of violence," said incorrectly on purpose, "and is very sweet and gentle with me. I'm not defending him talking to someone secretly. However, we need to try and heal. A marriage, if there is love and if the good outweighs the bad, may be worth saving. I should never have been impulsive and went live to even discuss it. To the desperate, ugly, that word, who started it, you are sad and no man will ever respect you. Your flex is that you got Salah's attention. Betch, he wanted to use you as a toilet. Desperate as hell. Anyway, I'm judging by how he has already treated me. He has never been anything except kind and loving. You weirdos let Kaya back, and she shacked up with a child pimp. Different ballpark altogether. We are human beings and mess up. Anyway, regardless, we need a long break to deal in private. Ta-ta for now." Comments turned off. After her very long break of 24 hours, on the 2nd of January 2024, Chantel put out her first video titled
Preparing to fly 13 hours straight.
Understandably, the comments are turned off, as are the like to dislike being visible. In this video, Chantel has clearly made her decision. To save face and her original intent to show how magical her marriage is, Chantel has decided to head back to Kuwait.
You know that situation where you brush your teeth, you use mouthwash, all that stuff? You do your oral care, okay? And then what happens is you forget to drink water after, and then you get that like toothpaste pasty mouth, and it's like minty but also bad breathy. Gross.
In an attempt to make it seem like her marriage is clearly not on the rocks and is total legitness, Chantel put out a community post simply, "This train never crashes," with a selfie. Many highlight the vast amount of filters she uses and the fact that that ring, yes, it's starting to show some wear that you would get from plastic when the metallic paint is starting to rub off or fracture. Because we have to, in every month, undoubtedly include those of World that Chantel cannot not respond to at every waking opportunity because she needs them. It was recently in January discovered that FFG frequented the same legalized weed store pharmacy place that Chantel goes to. Chantel found out and fired up a stream that was originally titled Yup, I Do and What, changing the title later to
Someone needs a 5150 from the CSLC.
This stream is now private, because as with any stream that has any controversy, she will put it up initially to get donations and attention, and then immediately tuck tail run and private later when she gets clarted for it. Here is a relevant clip from that stream now.
Like, you think these same people will sit there for hours, like, analyzing an 8-minute video on nothing? She'll get mad because there's not enough snow on the ground. You need psychological help, not me. You're the fucking psycho, not me. Like, I'm not stalking people going to dispensaries or asking, yeah, has this YouTuber been in your dispensary? Because she's Muslim. Like, who the fuck are you? You're nothing.
I did notice on Twitter a considerable amount of divide over FFG going to that particular dispensary. I don't care. What really riled Chantel was that apparently FFG had asked about Chantel frequenting that store, and Chantel believed that was some kind of doctor-patient confidentiality. Others pointing out on Twitter that this might fall under the PIPEDA Act, which again is divided as to whether or not it applies in this context. In that same stream, Chantel goes off on FFG quite a bit, which is again another reason why the stream is privated, because Chantel wants to be seen to be better than FFG. Here is a relevant clip of that now.
I'm not even going there because that's what they want. They're so irrelevant to my life. Get out of here. They're the most embarrassing people on the internet. They have the nerve. I wouldn't show my face. I'm not embarrassed. Whatever. I don't get embarrassed. You can't humiliate me. You can't cancel me. So move on. Or the one where you can see him smoking meth. Yeah.
Chantel also doxed the individual at the dispensary, which in that same stream is a bit dangerous. It is dangerous because it risks that person's position as an employee, all for the sake of one person that she cannot vanquish going to the same dispensary as she goes to. For the sake of this video, I'm not going to play that clip, because unlike Chantel, I have standards. Doxing is not acceptable. It was quite amusing though that upon Chantel doxing the person that served her, allegedly doxing that person as well, many of those within Chantel's community that do not like Chantel went to the retailer and left positive reviews. So it was a positive review bomb, which was quite heartwarming, I will admit. On the 5th of January 2024, Chantel put out a video titled,
I can't believe my husband did this.
Because Chantel is finally back where she belongs, in the land of the free, and the hope and the faith, the happiness, the love that she has always dreamt of. So yeah, she's back in Kuwait, and Chantel could not be any happier.
Had a shower and just got in the new bed with the nice new sheets, and it was so amazing. Just an amazing night, and yeah, an amazing night.
On the exact same day, Chantel also put out a video titled
Last Vlog in Canada.
Like to dislike turned off, and as is often the case with Chantel's videos, there isn't much in the way of engagement, so finding the best parts with her videos is a lot harder than it is with the likes of Amber Lynn. To be honest, that video is not worth going through. A brief clip from her return to Kuwait though, beyond the clearly her getting totally laid last night kind of thing. Yes, let's play some of that.
I thought I would talk a bit. I didn't film any of my journey home, really. I don't think so. I was so tired and out of it that I don't even remember what I filmed. But I'm finally here, and when I tell you that this journey is probably the worst one, it was just every single thing that I had fear about with traveling as a fat person happened to me.
Now, because the subject of the dispensary is not going to go anywhere just yet, Chantel put out a community post, since obviously deleted, where she engaged with a comment. The comment reads, "There is no expectation of privacy in public." She replies, "It's a private store, dum dum," where she liked it herself. That's interesting. This is how dumb the Chinyans are. The dispensary is not a public place, it's a private establishment. Anyway, for those saying I got the employee potentially fired, nah. The employee did this to themselves first for even doing what they did and giving their workplace a bad name, and second, FF Loser is the only one who exposed that an employee did the dirty deed. I just happen to know who it is, allegedly. Anyway, I'm sure all will be revealed in time. In the meantime, I don't really give two craps about it, just pointing out how psychotic Slimer is. I see Chantel's evolving her nicknames for Frenchie. Chantel followed this up with a video titled,
FFG could cost someone their job for some tea.
This video is now private. In February we'll discuss that more, by the way, because she does private a lot of videos up to a point. Here is a relevant clip from the now privated video.
I did complain to the dispensary and I got a reply pretty promptly that they were investigating the situation, and I hear that somebody's job is on the line because of this, so give yourself a round of applause, you loser, FFG, and don't try to turn it around on me because you're the one who involved that dispensary in particular. I did say the name, but if it's not her who did it, there's nothing to worry about, right?
To try and dispel some of the rumours that her marriage to Salah is clearly on the rocks, as if it was legit in the first place, screenshots of their WhatsApp messages came to light, showing Salah being thoughtful, caring, understanding, nurturing, and encouraging. For example, going to a doctor to deal with the diabetes and her mental health problems. The distraction that is the Scatman controversy, the faulty marriage, and the dispensary, to me, came across as something done to distract from one, because apparently the internet can't weaponize all three at the same time. Chantel really doesn't understand the internet. Hyper-focusing on all of it is a possibility. Away teams were sent to all three to analyze, investigate, and regurgitate. Now moving on, we're going to skip to the 8th of January 2024. Chantel put out a video titled,
Weighing in and other matters.
This is the first video in a while where the comments are turned back on. However, a lot of the comments are heavily siphoned, filtered, and regulated. Reviewed, yes? So only positive comments are seen. This is also one of the first videos in quite some time where the video is broken up into relevant chapters. Weighing in was the first and most important part, which is where we are now going to go.
I want to try to eat a lot cleaner foods, try to find healthier versions of the foods I love. Doing this video to come on here and let you know that I will not be addressing, I will try my best. I'm not going to be acknowledging those people anymore. They have issues. If you're trying to invade someone's life like that to that extent, that's really horrible for you and me. I'm just gonna focus on myself. Whoa. My cat just knocked everything over.
The delusion of being as light as she claims to be is astonishing. She looks bigger than last year, and she claimed at the start of 2023 she weighed the same. Unless she lost muscle mass and bone density, I do not believe this for a moment. I do not believe I am alone in this belief. It should also be added that Chantel's claims of keeping things private and ignoring the haters is another one of those empty promises, like turning her health around. Over the month of January 2024, many call into question the legitimacy of the relationship between Chantel and Salah. To prove this, they point at the fact that the very person who called Salah out for the sexting, the scat, and other such conversation also happened to be a mod in his own live streams mere months before this all came to light. It gets all the more amusing when you find that Nada himself had also been doing live streams covering this subject, taking full advantage of all the potential it could in fact contain. Much like with Amber Lynn, other users on Twitter have started to, instead of watching her content, an individual will simply go and watch it and review it in a thread on Twitter. In this we have Pete's of Poop, well not that, but DX, who at this point reviewed a number of Chantel's videos. The more recent one in this context being from the 10th of January titled,
How am I staying binge free? And a huge grocery haul.
In that particular video, while talking about how she's going to better herself and her blood sugar level, she does a food shop. In that, As pointed out by DX, there's a lot of fruit, bread, cheese, more cheese, butter, bread, cream, Nutella, oil, salad dressing, chicken strips, French fries, juice, soup, parmesan, flour, chocolates, mayo, noodles, frozen meat, and that both food hauls cost about $248. Chantal claims that this is a new positive era for her, and that her blood sugar level reading was 8.5 after fasting, and that while she intends to eat healthy, she'd also been eating pretty hefty. Nothing reeks of healthy more than heavy meals. Now naturally, if you're going to keep in with the concept of healthy living, of course, you also need to balance that out by being super healthy and doing a shrimp seafood mukbang in Kuwait, which she did on the 10th of January. Chantal is quite the uploader and streamer. She will stream and upload more than twice a day if she can, and she needs to because she is a slave for views. In January, the views she would have gotten for the video won't equate to much in the way of money. It certainly won't cover the cost of the meal if the video is monetized. Here is a clip from that mukbang now.
It's a stupid thing because they make the chairs that way. Good shrimp. You can just lift it up when it's time for meal service, you know?
On the 13th of January 2024, Chantal put out another video titled
Walking
something something.
seaside in Kuwait to lose 200 pounds.
Now this is her feeble attempt at trying to make it seem like she's going to actually turn her life around and lose some of that weight that she has been struggling to lose for quite some time. Invariably, as we saw in 2023 and many years before in fact, she would commit to this for 1 or 2 days and then she would quit. That is typically how she operates. But something that was highlighted by many on social media is how the filters haven't really been working on this one because of the profile picture. This picture does not do her any favours at all. On the 13th of January, Chantal also streamed in a stream titled
Good evening.
The most relevant quote within this video, pertinent to the discussion, would be the following.
I don't let things that have happened with me, like trust issues with people, I don't want it to like affect me making connections with people because, you know, people are gonna come and go, and if you get screwed over by somebody, usually what I do is just, okay, cut it off and that's it, goodbye, you know, whatever. And then you meet more people, and not everyone is gonna be bad, but some people just are, you know.
Scrolling through 2 hours worth of that crap was not worth it. But it does almost come across as someone implying that they are on par with that of a prophet and a messiah, which is amusing. Now, if we are to take Chantal seriously for a moment, she finally, in a separate stream titled
Dinner and Hangout Live,
apparently gave us a weigh-in of sorts, where she said the following.
Okay, I weighed myself, and I was the exact same weight, like 161. And my highest at the doctor's, I was 166 kilos, right? Not pounds, kilos. I wish pounds. So I'm 161 kilos, and I don't know why. I'm thinking, like, I know you're gonna laugh at me, but do you think maybe like my muscles are building a little bit from doing more exercise, and that could be weighing more? Because I'm not eating anything too bad, you know?
Nobody believes that for an iota of a moment. There is no version of any reality where your weight has not changed, yet your body has. This is not the face of somebody who tells the truth. This is the face of somebody who can't help but force feed you BS or believe their own lies over and over again. Now, it's not just on YouTube Chantal is active. She's also trying to grow the Foodie Beauty brand. As many of you will undoubtedly know, she tries to do cameos. We're not going to go through those here. We just know they exist and they're trash. Another platform though that she has started to use a little bit more often, no doubt to keep up with the likes of Amberlynn Reid, would be TikTok. Here is an example of some of that stellar content.
Hello there, so my name is Chantal and I'm a Canadian, currently living in Kuwait with my husband, and some of the things I love about Kuwait is just how beautiful the country is. I love going to the Kuwait Towers for a walk, and here I am at the Soup Shark seaside getting some exercise. I don't have the ocean around me where I'm from in Ontario, so I'm always amazed by the beautiful beachscapes here in Kuwait.
On the 15th of January 2024, Chantal put out a video titled
Walking Weight Loss Challenge. Huge mall in Kuwait.
Oh, she did something more exciting on my birthday at least. Chantal got out and about in Kuwait. While not the most interesting of videos, and her views reflect that, I guess it's something slightly more exciting than Amber, who says she does things and does nothing at the same time. And as is the case with all of Chantal's videos, there is no point that is considered the most replayed, again demonstrating just how trash her content is. So here's a random clip from it.
Hi guys, welcome back to another video. So today we are in an area of Kuwait called Hiran. It's a very more upscale, ritzy area, and families like to come here on the weekends if they own properties here. Some of them own the properties and rent out chalets for the weekend. So it's more busy on the weekend. So we're here on a Sunday where it's not as busy. So we can show you more without a lot of bustling noise. So here I am in front of some properties here, and these properties have access to this beautiful water right from the Gulf Sea.
Oh, and apparently this is 161 kilos. I have two questions. The first is, would you like to give us the rest of that number? And the second, where's the chair? Chantal, in an attempt to claw back viewers, to drum up additional attention, did actually do a weigh-in Monday in a separate video titled Did I Lose or Gain? Yes, I dropped the voice for a second. Here is the weigh-in.
So before I eat this, I want to show you my weigh-in here. And Bismillah.
Now obviously Chantal is not done with this day, and also uploaded a video titled
350-pound woman works out at Hamadi Park, Kuwait.
Because yes, much like Amy's life journey, we need to see someone do some rather amusing attempts at workouts. And you're right, I'm going to share that with you.
I find my stamina is already so much better. So far we walked 400 meters, I think. Yallah.
Oh, you go, girl. Get them gains, fam. Get swole. Which will also just be attributed to water weight when you put your back out. Now, with all attempts to lose weight, of course there are going to be fumbles. In Chantal's case, it's one titled
Taco Bell Cheat Meal,
which she has since deleted from her YouTube channel. But that's okay, we've got the video.
My husband met me and I was fat. Being on video before we met in person, the video apparently adds pounds.
Aren't we smart? Now, the reason Chantal deleted that cheap meal Taco Bell video wasn't because of the cheap meal aspect to it, because she always cheap meals anyway, mostly off camera. It was entirely because of the shade she was throwing at everyone else, and because she knew that she'd get a lot of blowback for it. You can add to that the fact that she was getting super defensive over Salah and his interest in her. Others had also started speculating, because of her outings being very Spartan with humanity, that she was timing her outings during the Islamic call to prayer. And to be honest, there's a fair point to that. Now, after going through one cheap meal and totally working out, naturally, Chantal wants to come back and bait you all out with a video titled
My Healthy Chicken Pot Pie.
You can call something healthy all you like. When you have something as large as that in front of you, you can argue that the contents of it are healthy for what they are nutritionally. When you eat so much of it, it is no longer healthy, is it? I could say the same for eating Jaffa cakes. If I eat one, it's totally fine. If I eat 50, it is not okay. I've mentioned Chantal's cameo. Well, her cameo got a cameo in a Mama Max video produced by Nick Diorio on the 17th of January 2024, when Mama Max's career was well and truly annihilated. Here is that cameo now.
Well, hello, Camden Gerard Davis. So I've been told to roast you because you wear werewolf teeth, and I guess you think that's cool. And I've been told to tell you to stop making friends in Texas. I'm sure you would like to be on this beach with your werewolf teeth.
Now, as we know, Chantal is doing her damnedest to get her weight on track. So naturally, a live stream titled
Eat Lunch With Me
needs to happen so Chantal can show you just how professional she is in this manner. Here is a relevant part of Chantal taking her health very seriously.
Bismillah. Thank you.
Bismillah indeed. Chantal really has been going off on one when it comes to content production in the month of January. While streaming on a regular basis, she is producing a lot of content. Whether it's good content is debatable, of course, but the frequency of the upload indicates that she is really trying to make a lot of content. Example, on the 18th of January 2024,
Canadian road trips to Iraq border.
And visiting some farm. In this video we get very couples channel-esque content, but still no Salah on camera, and that's important. He's there, he's holding the camera after all, but he's not featuring in the videos themselves. So what do we get instead? Really cringy audio and some very unflattering angles of Chantal. I am somewhat surprised we don't, in these videos, get much in the way of further abuse of the camera filters by having everything go a little concave. It's been a while since we did any community posts from Chantal, so I guess we're going to have to go here to some obvious commentary from her with regards to her favourite fan and favourite person, FFG. So this person repeatedly says my hands look like trotters. Seems a bit hypocritical, no? The only thing Goral World knows what to do best is project. And no, this is not photoshopped. It's a literal screenshot, lol. Haven't looked in a mirror in years, huh? Comments were turned on this, and as you can see, people made their opinions quite clear. Continuing, listen SpongeBob, there is no way you have the nerve to try and lecture your audience on my morality or behaviour when you are sleeping with and defend a convicted child Predator. Not FFG, but it's okay, we swing back now. I can recommend some chin spanks if you want. Also, why the F are you commenting on what I eat? You didn't get this way by eating an entire pineapple for dinner, just saying. This further proving the point that Chantal spends far too much time watching FFG's content when she's also meant to be producing her own content at the same time. These posts were deleted because they did exactly what she needed them to do. Bait out for response, delete, get some residual views and attention, and milk it. Although, considering the limited amount of success she can get from that, in the sense that not many views are going to be going her way, it seems a bit redundant. Shortly after those community posts, Chantal posted a video to her YouTube channel titled
Plus size clothing shopping, grocery haul, and desert walk with camels.
Where Chantal continues to treat the audience like they are tourists, and she's giving us a brochure-esque video done by some B-Tech quality assistant.
Guys, I apologize, but I had to mute the original sound here on the video as I forgot to put my wind noise buffer on my mic, so the wind noise was way too loud. So here I am once again visiting the camels in the desert. I really don't know why it makes me so happy to come here. It's desolate, there are no people, mostly only camels. I find these animals to be super cute and docile.
She also posted another video on the same day titled Cooking an Arabic Breakfast. We're not going to look at that because I don't care. But she did also go live in a stream titled
Good day.
And then following up with
Eat lunch with me.
No lie, she is quite, for someone that doesn't put in too much in the way of effort, she can be quite prolific. Many of us believe less is more. Many of us also believe in quality over quantity. And then there are Chantels, many of them in other communities that just believe if I pump out so much, I'm going to get what I want out of this. I mean, others just buy subs. You don't know anyone that does that now, do you? Now, I just want to show something because it tickled me to no end. I'm going to have to cut the audio out and I'm just going to put it on loop. It's on the screen now. You are watching Chantal doing some hand gestures to some Syrian music. Copyright reasons, the music is obviously gone. What I want to talk about is the filters. They deserve a raise. They are working overtime to make you look like the very thing you believe you should look like, but not at the same time. I like that you would rather look more Arabic as a person rather than thinner. I am somewhat surprised you have yet to find a filter that would make you both thinner and more Arabic in facial composition. One of Chantal's biggest problems is she cannot handle criticism aimed at her. Granted, she's never struck me, but what I mean by that is from her own Beezers. If they moderate for her, and she gets criticism from them, she will block them. They will then go to the very people that then spend their time criticizing her. The cycle isn't renewing as much as it used to because those very people now are getting their own communities of haters. It just continues, and as is the law of diminishing returns comes into full effect, it gets worse and worse really. But you're hardly the plateau, you know this. Yet you still persist in alienating your own audience that turn up to your live streams. At this point of the month, many are still going, and your numbers as a streamer are depleting significantly. On the 21st of January 2024, Chantal put out a video titled
Slip-ups on weight loss journey. ...
Many within her comments do point out that, as somebody on a weight loss journey, the one thing you don't want to keep in the house are snacks. The problem Chantal has, she's in Kuwait, she can't go out that often because of the time of year, which is hot all year round anyway, and the fact that she is quite large makes it very hard for her to get around to get snacks. Of course, she's also been having food delivered by her totally legit husband. And to accompany that as a follow-up, she then proceeds to upload on the 22nd of January another mukbang titled
Singari Seafood.
Within that, she also provides some medical advice, which she really shouldn't do. Here is a clip from the very first video, the slip-up.
And that's because I ate too much last night. So this is the reading. Actual fat.
And here is a clip from the mukbang.
Hot pepper.
She proceeded to follow these up with a stream titled The Beezing Hour, mercifully in lowercase. The only part that really stood out beyond the cope about Salah was this part.
Men are simple, that's why they need women, honestly. I don't think it's possible to love somebody in like a couple of days, but maybe, I don't know.
No, it's not the married man. I've only known this guy for like 2 days. And he wants to fly me out like next week and get married.
And as you saw from just saying there, contradiction found quite easily. It wouldn't be a month of the year without a rather long community post from Chantal that she has since gone to edit and then since gone on furthermore to delete. So I'll read the first part and then we'll get to the edit. Please watch this video. It proves that I tried my best to investigate as much as I could with the resources I had, the person I was giving my BBJ to. People accusing me of not caring because of FFG's defamation, but you can clearly see in the conversation screenshots with the person whom I thought BBJ was going to, I had an appointment to get her nails done and health checkup. I even say it in the message. I honestly never ever in my wildest imagination thought that there would be someone sick enough as FFG and this person and her brother to come up with a scheme in order to literally steal the pet of someone. You can see most of the conversation in the video link. This person gained my trust and was very personal and reassuring. We can never be 100% sure whom we are rehoming to, and my mistake was rehoming her to a stranger. Again, I didn't think people were sick like this. Sure, she was taken to the vet by FFG, but as you see in the screenshots, I also had an appointment to do that. Should it have been as soon as I got home? Maybe. I didn't notice the nails until later though, and made an appointment promptly after. I had a lot to deal with in a short amount of time. I was severely depressed, and this person caused a lot of trauma. I would still like to follow through on a court case regarding this, but from here it is very hard, as I would have to appear in court as I was told by a civil litigator. I am still considering my options, but this whole event has caused deep trauma for me. It carries on for quite some time, and with my slow pace of reading, I'm going to tell you to just pause the video now if you want to read the rest of that. To the edit part at the top though,
it is
stealing, because she did not go to the person I intended her to. An entire scheme was made to take the cat, which is psychotic behavior. People defending this are sick. And another thing they is crazy is that zombies will say, be happy BBJ is safe. Prove it. Do a
video, not photo,
of her living a happy life, and I'll shut up. Also, another lie FFG told was that she was matted, but in the vet report her fur was noted as looking good, but in the pictures FFG posted of BBJ, her fur was all sloppy, chopped, and the liar claims that's because of the matted fur from me. Yet the cat was with her for many months at this point. She's full of it. At the bottom of the community post is an image of a conversation between Amy Flowers and Chantal. The video linked I'm going to play a short clip of now as well before we move on.
So an online stalker, bully, and harasser has gone too far and has asked me if they could have my cat because I think they could do a better job. When they found out I was rehoming and possibly euthanizing my 21-year-old cat. I said no, so they thought that they would go ahead and go a roundabout way and lie and manipulate by having somebody reach out to me and offer to take the cat. If I had known there was any affiliation with this person and FFG, I would have never given the cat to this person.
Chantal followed this up with another mukbang.
The best homemade cheesy chicken spaghetti.
On the 24th of January 2024, a clip of interest taken from Twitter, as opposed to the video itself, was Chantal talking about her caloric intake and steps taken.
I have MyFitnessPal downloaded, and they don't let you lose over they don't program more than 2 pounds per week weight loss. They deem that a healthy rate. So I'm allowed 1,800 and something odd calories. I'll post it here. And they want me to walk 6,000 steps a day. That's going to take me an hour and a half.
So 6k steps isn't all that much really, but for someone of her size, if true, that's actually not too bad, I guess, for a starting thing. Yeah, you should average 10k steps. I understand being a larger person it's a bit harder to do. 1,800 calories is completely unmanageable for you at the moment. People seem to be so quick to jump on we should just cut this down to this number and go from that. You will hit the wall faster, the satiety will kick in and do a number and you will regress immediately. Like Amberlynn Dainty Girl Queen nonsense of 24 hours and the cycle repeats. Simply reduce your caloric intake slowly over a period of weeks, months even, to get it down to the recommended. Take at least a year to do it. You may not have much in the way of time, but if you rush, you will hurt yourself. Consider that your advice for free from me. Not that you'll ever bloody well listen to it. There was one other clip actually, now I've thought about it. It was the conversation about the couples channel. You may have noticed a lot of what could be considered couples channel content as featured on the main channel, the at this point in January Foodie Beauty channel, and I say that because in February that's going to change. Of course it is. The reason why is because it was believed the channel had been demonetized. It was believed Chantal had changed her accounts to Kuwait or another country entirely for tax reasons, so she was temporarily demonetized. But Chantal had actually said it was because of the following.
The couples channel is already monetized and has a pretty decent audience already, and I don't think we'll be doing couples videos anymore. So, like I said, unfortunately, it's just our relationship is going to be very private.
Oh, and because this tickled me to no end, Chantal's been using MyFitnessPal and claimed that one of her meals was 1,004 calories. This was a portion of Parmesan-topped pasta, 2 whole roasted chickens cooked with oil, garlic, tomato sauce, butter, Parmesan, and a cup of cheddar cheese. I can imagine half of that being 1,000 calories, sure, if the chicken was smaller than the one you ate. Yeah, that's... You may not know how to calculate your intake. It was around this time as well that Chantal had announced she was considering making a reaction channel to the reactors, which I won't deny I would find highly amusing, because then you are making reactions to people reacting to you, who will in turn react to you reacting to them reacting to you. I can't hate the game or the player involved really, but knowing how fickle you are, I can't imagine it would last that long. And you'd probably end up just buying subs for it anyway. For the sake of it, Chantal did put up a community post. So I tried once again to do a reaction, but most of the ones I try and listen to either sound like the Wicked Witch of the East and West, or Marge Simpson's long-lost sisters, not to mention the sheer stupidity and the lost brain cells. I just can't do it, lol. I don't know how many can listen to that for 2 or more hours, insane. I'll just focus on myself like everyone suggested, and leave them to stay obsessed about me, meanwhile not even acknowledging they exist. In the end it's hardly a flex, since most of them are too cowardly to cam up when talking smack on others. Couldn't be me. Anyway, the bright side is any attention is good attention. New motto for this year. See you soon in a new video coming later today, Miss Yabizers. You should react to my videos. I don't sound like any of that. I just sound like a pretentious twat. I highly recommend. Also, I agree with your motto. Any attention is good attention, right? Now, Chantal has been setting herself more challenges to make it seem like she is trying to do more to better her health. And on the 25th of January 2024, she put out a video titled
3K Steps Walking Challenge at Boulevard, Kuwait.
In this video, Chantal had set herself a goal of, as you saw there, 3k steps, where the recommended was 6k. She actually managed by the end of it 4. Congratulations. Here's a clip of that.
I had no motivation because I wasn't feeling great, but if you ever have no motivation, just get there. The rest is the easiest part. It's a Sears. They're all closed in Canada.
On her community tab, she announced Q&A. This then became a video on her channel, spelt incorrectly. On the thumbnail, you'll notice how long is Salah grounded from the internet. She actually answers that in the video by saying the following.
He is offline because he chooses to. We're not embarrassed. He wants to be offline. He wants to do other things with his life. He just, this is not it for him. He doesn't want to be on YouTube at all anymore.
In truth, though, the only real interesting part of the video is the following.
I'm just going to lump all of these Salah questions into one answer. Where's Salah? What's he doing? Blah, 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 blah. I will not be answering that. That's, we're 100% keeping everything related to that private.
Generally, a Q&A is done as a video when you are too lazy to do anything else or because you've run out of ideas. Considering the vast amount of, air quote, content she has been producing of late, I can believe that both are happening simultaneously in this. On the 27th of January 2021, Chantal streamed with the title
Bedbound Era,
which is clickbait for the sake of it. As is often the case with Chantal, she makes an effort for one day, and the next day, the following happens.
Hi everybody, shortly after I went for that 3k walk, I felt fine the next day. And then I think the day after, I don't know what happened. I had a flare up. I did talk to a doctor about it. I did see a doctor. My whole leg is almost numb down to my feet.
So she did some workout, and her body just decided, I'm going to misbehave now, and you are going to malfunction, and you can then milk it for that sweet, sweet view and donations, which she's not doing very well on, just to be clear. Something I haven't mentioned much in this month because, to be honest, it's a bit of a ball ache to go through, concerns a back and forth with Yaba of the YouTube Underground and Foodie Beauty. Their disagreements with one another have been going on for quite some time. We'll go with a community post and then some tweets from Yaba so you can get some vague sense of what's going on. Foodie Beauty. This immoral cow has
children.
Imagine raising kids and planning an alive person's funeral. Never call me vile again. Cam up, coward, and show us how you don't also stuff your face, loser. The context is the image included. I will get back to staying focused, watching a death fat eat herself to death and planning her memorial. Yaba on Twitter was notified of this and later tweeted, imagine having to bring children and their dad that just passed away into your internet slap fight for sympathy. Imagine broadcasting UA yourself daily and no one caring, not even your own mother. Thanks for reminding us that you never deserve an ounce of pity. Your own family drove you to the airport and left you to be with a scammer in the Middle East. No one cares about you, no one. Rage more rage and have your little bitch boy filming you die bark for us. The lack of grammar triggers me. Oh, and with no level of irony, Chantal has also been doing streams without herself on camera, using some image that looks more like her than she does with the filters. And in one clip that was doing its rounds, she spoke about seeing a doctor that gave her a shot to help with her symptoms, but doesn't even know what the shot was.
So I stood up and kind of leaned against the gurney, and they injected me with a needle as long as the Sheikh Jabber Bridge, or as long as the Wall of China. Hi, creepy! Into my right and into my left upper buttock area. And whatever it was, I don't know.
Continuing her rage against Goral World. Attention Goral World trash community. Karate Joe was never ever a part of my chat after he was doxxed and found out to be a registered SEX offender. But you know that there is a Goral World reactor who is still bedded up with a registered that offender. After knowing that he was one. Try again, bored morons. Also, to the idiot threatening to sue me, no one is going to issue a warrant for my arrest for saying something that is true about you, especially when all you do on your channel is talk crap about me and make up dumb theories that aren't true. I also won't be going to Canada for a few years at least, so good luck. Following it up with, oh, scam and blabber. So if you at Team YouTube suggesting they take down Original Owl's channel for talking about a mentally unstable woman, what do you think they should do with your Scissor Sisters channel for literally planning the funeral of someone suffering from mental illness, food addiction, and an ED? Maybe we should find out. Didn't Chantel, defend Karate Joe originally? Before finding out? Actually, even after finding out? In a similar sense that you know about Nada's past and still thought it was okay, because Naddy Daddy. As Chantel cannot leave posts up, all of which were archived. Yes, the internet is forever. She followed this up with Glow Up Arc step number 1. Never give energy and or attention to haters. Attempt 292,911 let's go bicep curl emoji. And then immediately followed it up with lol. Imagine raging every night to 5,000 people about the same person over and over and then saying, I'm big mad? Hey, I'd be too if this was me. You can make poop joked all you want, but the truth is some poop would actually improve how you look at this point, using a picture that has been used many a time. I guess there aren't many pictures of FFG for Chantel to use to really drive home those points that she thinks hold true. Or don't hold true. Maybe hold true. It's not our place to judge here. We're just here to be a weak tea biographer. We're going to finish the month of January with a stream titled Just Chatting. I'm not going to play the whole bleeding thing. It involves her using avatar, right? And in truth, I'm not going to hate on anyone using cartoon imagery, but some of the things she says we should quickly talk about, like her sleeping arrangements.
Well, I'm on a firm mattress, and I've been on a firm mattress, and I've been trying to eat anti-inflammatory foods, really researching with my free time. I haven't been researching how to do these OBS streams and adding sources of media and stuff like that yet, because I've been really just focusing on anti-inflammatory foods, adding turmeric and black pepper to everything. So
no lie, that was the most interesting part of it. Somebody had parodied Chantel, and I do want to show a brief clip of that as well.
I need to open a restaurant. I make the best pot pie. Now, my pie crust is made with oil, not butter, not lard.
Just as a brief conclusion to the month of January, it was all over the place. It often is. She is desperately trying to give off the facade, the image that she is living her best life. She has removed Salah from the internet at this point. Well, he's holding the camera still when they go out, but his involvement is limited on purpose. She is in complete control at this point. She desperately wants to be the very thing she cannot be, some professional vlogger. Her health is getting worse, and she is very much still in denial about it. She lacks the commitment to ever get beyond one day, and her attempts to ignore those that criticize her, attack her, are fruitless. It has the same amount of commitment as her committing to a diet, minimal and reactive, giving up at the first opportunity to then clart back and be clarted at, because that is the nature of the community she created, a point I have made for years. You created this community. You need them, and now more than ever, since many of them make a lot more money than you do, and you know it. On to February, the month of Everyday Mariam, and the totally not bought and paid for subs. That might have been a troll, but might not have been a troll. For the month of February, Chantel starts the month as Foodie Beauty. She goes through a rebranding over the course of this month. There are a number of things that happen quite a lot because Chantel is all over the place. We know this, it's well established, it's why January was so stupidly long. Sorry about that. She begins the month by promoting her cameo, because we're entering the first few weeks of Love. It's the only time of year where you can express this and be romantic without feeling ashamed of it. And there's coin to be made, and Chantel is a natural instigator of Love, so she promotes her cameo. Chantel begins the month with a live stream. Here is the thumbnail for that live stream. The live stream is called
Late Night Bees.
Many have drawn issue with this thumbnail because it looks heavily photoshopped, mostly because of the area around her abdomen and the wall behind it, having some odd curvature to it, almost like she's trying to make her stomach seem flatter than it really is. But that is often the case what Chantel does If you only ever see her face on camera, she'll only ever put the filters on her face. If she's trying to clickbait you with a wheelchair as well because of the damage to her back, the sciatic nerve problem she has, she will put her entire body on it, but she'll make herself look a bit more attractive in her mind, when really what she's done is make herself look like a right-angled triangle with a pair of wheels. Owing to the fact that these live streams are far too difficult to go through, and with her content there is rarely a most replayed part of it, there is a Twitter account, DX, at Pete's of, well shit, who have reviewed the entire livestream, and they do it on a regular basis because many are seeking to boycott Chantel's content. According to DX, Chantel spends a lot of time sucking off your mama, hits her shisha, clicks on a mouse while claiming to be bedbound, which would imply she's at a desk and not her bed. Your mama also convinces Chantel to react to a reaction to FFG, so that gets watched as well. She also accuses FFG's fanbase of being scorned ex-Beezers that she blocked because they were ABUSIVE to her, and that she is a Z-list celebrity. She continues by then reacting to FFG's vlog. FFG privates the video. Chantel gets mad. She then puts a picture of FFG's side profile up on her stream, saying that she's being petty and does not care. And then she brings up Nada, all the while using a cartoon avatar to represent herself because she's bedbound, because of the sciatica. Oh, and Chantel didn't know how to live stream with an avatar image, and so the first 5 minutes of it was silent. I know this because when I did my research stream, that's what I had to put up with, and I realized and thought, well, that's not professional, is it now? This is how we begin the month, by the way. Chantel doing virtually no effort to try and drum up additional interest in her content, as Chantel is known for uploading a video and streaming in the same day. On this same day of being wheelchair and bedbound, Chantel put out a video called
A Shocking Weigh-In.
Within this, she gives us her brand new apparent weight. This one baffles all of us. There's no way it's true. No one believes it. Here it is.
So my last weigh-in was not a good one, if you remember. About 11 days ago or so, I did a video talking about my slip-ups, and if I recall, my weigh-in was somewhere in that video. I was back up to 165 kg. Now, as you can see, my weigh-in today, I weigh 155 kg, which is a huge drop. That's 341 pounds.
Nobody believes this because she looks bigger than she did when she was allegedly at her heaviest. On the 3rd, Chantel put out a community post. Hey guys, so it has come to my attention that every time I go live, there are people who stream snipe me. Sniping is just wrong, period. I'm not sure exactly what the recourse is, but I will find out for sure and will be going after those who do this. It is not my problem that you have no content otherwise. That doesn't give you the right to steal another creator's stream content. I will report it every day, long report and team YouTube as much as I can. Stream sniping is a crappy thing to do. In this, I agree with Chantel, although she has been known from time to time to snipe others, so leg to stand on is minimal, although she can't really stand at the moment anyway, can she? But the point still stands, stream sniping is a crappy thing to do, a practice that should be looked down upon, and is by many creators in multiple communities. On the same day, Chantel also celebrated an anniversary of her YouTube channel. She's been here for quite some time now at this point. She's been a creator for 10 years. On the 4th of February, Chantel puts out a video titled,
I've made a decision about my channel, ...
Liked, disliked, disabled, as is the case with most of her content. Within this, Chantel speaks about how she intends to remove herself from many discussions, no longer discuss key parts of her life. Basically, she just made a load of empty promises that she'll renege within moments. Relevant clip incoming.
Recently, I have decided to make my entire relationship private, and I really like this. So, I have decided to do the same for some other things in my life as well. I have decided to keep anything related to my health private. That includes anything related to my weight also. I will not be talking about anything health related at all.
It was believed that another person had lent on her to do this as a way of drawing attention away from the fact that her husband, air quotes around that word, likes scat. Now, Chantel has tried many things over the years to try and be something else. The problem she has is the only thing she's really known for is being a mukbanger and a failed weight loss journey channel. So whereas she has tried many different formats, many different communities, she's never been able to stick to it, commit to it, or succeed within that realm. A great example would be that couple's channel, the whole novel concept of vlogging, and the fact that that surely cost her more than what she made from it. Well, she's also delving into gaming. In this, she played a bit of Phasmophobia.
What is that? Oh boy, the temperature. Ah! 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 Ah!
I didn't play the part where she was jump scared by her husband, nor did I play the part at the start of her stream where she had dead air for the first 10 minutes and doesn't actually know how to stream, which is quite impressive, or game for that matter. I earlier mentioned Chantel has tried multiple different types of content, failed at it, quit very quickly, and then gone back to what she normally does. We have a list. Makeup channel, failed. Weight loss channel, failed. Couples channel, failed. Reaction channel, failed. Now she's trying true crime, which is not a joke. She started doing true crime. A Canadian nightmare true crime podcast is what she dubbed it, where she instead, during that, spoke about one of the victims, laughed about them, and laughed about the guy that did the deed against the victim.
This is Candy. So, Candy was seen by this doctor, Dr. Schneeberger. Let's look at Dr. Schneeberger. Oh my gosh. Sorry, but he's a loser. Okay. So she was checked out by Dr. Schneeberger, and she was actually a patient of Dr. Schneeberger. So this Dr. Schneeberger, he was a, very well...
In true crime, I've noticed very few, if any at all, were willing to laugh even slightly at those they speak of in the subject matter because, let's be honest here, none of it is worth laughing at. Optics are not on Chantel's side. She also has a format that does not suit true crime. It's far too brightly coloured, far too static imaged. It doesn't suit the nature of that format to be successful, nor does she have the right voice for it either. On the 6th of February, after much Phasmophobia live streaming, none of which is worth showing here, but she does continue to prove she doesn't know how to game and rage at her chat for it, we get our first mukbang in the form of a Kuwaiti food mukbang. How exciting. Would anyone like to guess the one major food group that features across the board? She's being healthy, everyone, but she's not going to talk about her health, nor is she going to talk about her personal life or anything else that could be remotely useful, interesting, or get her views.
Yeah, so I'm doing a have dinner with me. I have a mystery box here. Let's see what's inside. Beauty bite. Yum. I cannot tell you how elated I am that I can sit here and do this video. Because, I don't even know, maybe 9 days or something. It was over a week, I think. There's no way. There's just no way I could do that.
YouTuber Mr. Snowflake had announced he was going to be doing a long-form documentary much like what he had done in the past on Amberlynn Reid, but this time on Chantel. Chantel did not take this kindly and responded briefly. She has since deleted that, but we have a copy of it, so some of her comments go as follows.
This video is going to be me addressing these dumb documentaries made about me. Well, they're not just about me. There are a lot made about other creators as well. I'm doing this because there's a channel that, just like the rest, picks on content creators they see as failures, I guess. And it's usually either Amberlynn or I. I find it weird that a grown man chooses to obsess over the lives of the two same women, basically beating a dead horse, but whatever.
Mr. Snowflake saw this before it was deleted, and he too responded to that.
Somebody called Foodie Beauty is kicked off about the opening credits thing I did. I've made videos about dozens of people.
A horse, but whatever. Speaking of beating dead horses, figuratively, not literally, of course, this new quote-unquote docu-series...
It is a docu, quote-unquote. condescend much. Maybe I'll put that in the script. And the Foodie Beauty could be very condescending. See how you like that?
Chantal also went back on one of her other promises, which she does all the time, to not address any of the haters in a reaction night live stream, which has also since been deleted. She's not very good at the whole keeping her word. When she makes a promise, it has about as much integrity as tissue that's come out of a toilet. To be honest, there's only one noteworthy quote from the entire deleted stream.
Allah, please bless huge ass Hugh. Please bless Hugh for good health.
Well, she did walk right into that one, didn't she?
Yeah, Doo-Doo. I see that you're flexing that you have him, but let me tell you. And she did a stupid community post that only 6 people liked, where it was like, you can keep your crap man, blah, blah, blah. At least my crap man doesn't lay a hand on me.
Now, Chantal did go on to apologise to Mr. Snowflake via this community post. It has since been deleted, though, because Chantal has her raging moments and decides impulsively to act rather than allow things to sit. Somewhat ironic, I guess. And on the subject of deleting things, Chantal put out a video titled,
I have no words for this.
On the thumbnail is a picture of FFG. Quote, she's jealous of this arrow disgusting human. It's a very short video, being made private. We have the video though, and feel it only right to share a part of it that is relevant to the point of that thumbnail.
Because that would make Foodie Beauty more human. Or maybe the fact that she claims that she suffered through domestic violence. And somebody who's had a past and seen recently doing that to another person, and people are like, yeah, but he did it to her, but he's not doing it to you. Here is, let's set an example of that. Here is FFG talking about that.
Obligatory fair use insertion here. Yes, Chantal, for her video, was citing your mama.
Gross how people don't believe my story, even though there's video evidence of him being an abuser on video.
The irony of saying, well, there's proof of him being abusive on video, and then, well, you doo-doo. Ma'am, there's no proof of him doing all to you on video. Those Sam's Bar Lounge videos is what I assume you're alluding to. They have nothing to do with you, and that really bothers you.
Those videos have nothing to do with you, and that bothers you. There's no video evidence of him doing that to you. He did it to her, but there's no video evidence of him doing that to you. This is the same person that said that she was being abused for 3 years by her lover. Remember that? She suffered through DV.
It was around this time, Chantal put out another mukbang titled,
I ate this every day and lost 10 kilograms.
She also rebranded. First, she rebranded to Mariam, or Mariam the Revert. And in a video underneath another mukbang, which we'll get to in a moment, she said, I wanted to add something. I changed my channel name mostly because I don't feel like Foodie Beauty anymore. I don't feel like Chantal. I feel like a new, different person, or like I am growing into a new person and a new chapter in my life. Time for a new me. Never have I seen so much concise bollocks in my entire life. And while we're here, of course, we should mention the Kuwaiti chicken bread bowl soup mukbang, whatever you want to call it, because there are so many carbs. I struggle to believe for a second that it's high sodium as a reason for you gaining weight, low sodium when you lose weight, when really it's far too many carbs on a day.
I'm almost 40, so I feel like I've grown up a little bit in that respect. So I feel like I've like calmed down and like toned down in that respect, which I guess is like officially becoming Muslim. You take an oath, and I did that. When I did that, you fill out a form, and they ask you if you want to change your name, like to a Muslim name, and I did, but I never like used it until now. Because I wanted to be married as a Muslim woman, officially. So I took my Shahada.
On the 10th of February, Chantal changed her channel name again, this time to Everyday Mariam. She did also change her handle, briefly, to Mariam Everday, because she doesn't know how to spell. Chantal also went through a delete spree of her content to keep in line with Everyday Mariam being who she is now, Mariam the Revert and all that. This spree came at the cost of all of her pre-hijab content, as if the internet isn't forever and most of us have it anyway, along with Google and various forums that have kept up to date with her shenanigans. In total, Chantal removed over 250 videos from her channel. She is well known for doing this from time to time anyway, so you can surmise that they're mostly privated, but also well known to be archived anyway. Somebody has since gone on to grab her handle, the Foodie B one that is, a channel called Woof Woof. Chantel's often deleted community posts don't get enough love in this month at the moment, so I feel it only right to insert two. The first explaining why she would not change her cameo name, because personal videos from Foodie Beauty. The second, you know why the opinions of certain people on this platform don't matter? Because it's ridiculous that I got raked through the coals for the whole coal, never meant to be racist as coal's the opposite of gold, but anyway, sorry, Abbey Way, incident, but now members of Ghoul World can openly change our religious names to marry ham and salad when they know ham is haram for Muslims and many Muslims will be offended, not just me. You are insulting an entire religion, but hey, you are the ones looking ignorant and phobic. Goblin is a mythical creature and the mention of anything anti-Semitic about the word doesn't even come up on Wikipedia. Has nothing to do with religion. Oh, but since the ogress likes to make calendars with the same 3 pics of BBJ, rest in peace, here is a picture of Julia in a keffiyeh. Is that the word? On the 10th of February 2024, Chantel put out another very healthy mukbang titled
Egyptian food mukbang kosheri and mahalabiya.
I should probably learn to pronounce these words before I put on that voice. The funny thing about this mukbang, like all the others, is that yet again Chantel is not really eating anything remotely healthy. There's virtually no fibre in anything she ate, minimal complex protein, no vegetables, purely refined carbs and added sugars. Taking all the health advice she gets from doctors along with any diagnosis for any health problem she has about as seriously as Superman does take a threat of being Rochambeaued.
Let's open this. So those of you who don't know, koshery is like a carb hater's nightmare. There is chickpeas, pasta, they had put brown rice, lentils, vermicelli. You see that underneath. And you put a tomato sauce on it.
Essentially, it's the less poor man but somewhat poor man's version of spaghetti. That's what it is, but bastardized and ruined by many other things. Now the portion size is monstrous. The sausage sandwich on the side is hardly a shocker, you do like your Sammies. This is, for you, one of the worst things you could be eating right now. You need to reduce your carbs to help you. Not that you'll ever bloody well listen. Your comments have been telling you this for months, and they do it in the comments to this very video in fact. We haven't seen or heard much in the way of Salah featuring in the content of Chantel. This is keeping in line with Chantel wanting to limit his exposure, not least because it is never going to blow over his interest in flatulence and the number 2. So during one of Chantel's Phasmophobia live streams, she put a picture on screen indicating that Salah was out with friends at a barbecue. However, Mo Translates, who had at this point recently resurfaced into the online space, hi by the way Mo, we love, flipped the image and realised, no, that's takeout. She lie. Hardly a surprise Chantel would do that. With others pointing to this picture as well of the carpet in Chantel's apartment, matching that of the carpet in the barbecue picture. The internet is weaponized. I like this. Chantel also posted to her community tab more discussion around Hamas and Israel. For the sake of this, we are not going to talk about the subject as a whole, but I am going to put on the screen, or is already on the screen, the community post in question. Basically, she is boycotting the Super Bowl and blaming propaganda because of ads from the Super Bowl. In a live stream titled Good Morning, which we're not going to play, don't worry, it would take far too long, Chantel does actually bemoan the fact that someone has taken her handle. For 2 reasons. One, because she's noticed her views are dipping since changing to Everyday Mariam, and that she can't change for another 14 days. The second is because she doesn't care. It's her old handle, and she has many handles, and that she's the OG Foodie P. She really is committed to the delusion. She does also state that she and Salah are stronger than ever, because Salah doesn't have a 9-to-5 schedule, he works his own. He's immersed himself into his work, and that they have been through a lot of healing. If you're retching at this point, it's totally understandable. So let's do something that won't make you retch in the slightest.
Sushi and chit-chat about losing friends.
Mukbang, one of those two. Yay.
Okay, so this is my favorite sushi. Let's talk some smack. No, I'm kidding. I'm not talking smack. Funny, but
While scoffing down her food at an alarming rate, she does also speak about friendships in the past and how she escaped certain types of ABUSIVE relationships. This no doubt to try and bring back to the surface her position as an authority on a subject that many do not believe to be the case. Many within Ghoul world, as she calls them. On Chantel's community tab, she received a message from somebody and she posted their email address and the message they sent her. It's not a very nice message, I will admit. I don't think it right to share the details of the person though at the same time. After all, it did go straight to spam. I mean, you didn't need to, but free content, am I right? On her Mariam the Reaver TikTok, she has been more politically active. In those videos, she speaks in a way that can be regarded on a subject matter that is quite serious at this point, in a manner that is condescending, patronizing, demeaning, and downplaying the severity on both sides of this problem.
Comfortable in the comfort of their homes. More Palestinians were being up in Rafah, a refugee camp where Palestinians were told to escape to and seek refuge in, and it's being attacked by Israel forces right now.
I know the TikTok post was a bit of a segue or a distraction. We should go back to community posts for a second because Chantel continues to talk about goblins by suggesting that perhaps then we should cancel David Melling for writing books aimed at children about goblins. This then led to a live stream that has since been deleted titled
Let's Educate the Ignorant.
This live stream was then shared to Twitter by Stuff K Said, the full stream that is. Essentially, it can be boiled down to, while she was researching, finding out that the word goblin does have anti-Semitic connotations but doesn't care and won't apologise, and that FFG and others who are Jewish can eat poop. That taken from Chicken Pickle's Twitter account. This is February the 14th. As you can tell, it is naturally a day of love. So much so that Chantel is devoting far too much time to those critical of her and not spending enough time with her husband, something which in a community post she does speak about. Quote, her husband is out at 2 a.m. Yuck, yuck, yuck. He didn't go out at 2 a.m. He left at 11 p.m. I said in my live stream he was out at some place. All of you accusing him of something shady are so culturally ignorant it's unreal. Women do not socialise with men. Basically, Salah has a life. Imagine my shock. Pictures of Chantal's hand then started to do their rounds again. Now the reason why is because, as you can see here, it looks like her finger is poking out of another finger. It is such a mess where that ring sits that it doesn't look natural. To an untrained eye, it would look like a photo shoot. In reality, this is actually her hand, and she has done nothing to improve the situation. Now this is where things start to get a bit hinky on the subscriber count of Chantel. For years, she has struggled to grow her channel consistently, and then in one night, one spicy Italian sub mukbang, one live stream, she goes up 800 subs overnight. Very sus, from 98.1 to 98.9. As somebody that has earned their play button, I saw this and thought, okay, they were bought and paid for. There's no version of this where they weren't, because your viewer count did not go up to match your subscriber count increase, which is what usually happens. This spoken from a position of experience. After close to a decade on YouTube, if I gain 1,000 subs in a month, my viewership is going up a significant amount in that month. Chantel's did not, which led me to believe that she was getting closer and closer to getting 100,000 subs so she could justify, she could celebrate everyday Mariam making it on YouTube. Her livestream numbers throughout the month didn't increase either. She was averaging 400 viewers, something which she did address.
I don't care. Like, you're gonna apologize for something you didn't consciously, like, know about? Like, that's so stupid. No, I don't care. People can be snowflakes, people can be offended, you can cancel me, you can unfollow me. I never care. I don't care. I don't even look at how many subscribers I have. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna live my life. That's my opinion. It's not anti-Semitic for me. It's a mythical creature, and too bad. Whatever. I don't care.
Much like last year, much like areas of this year, the conversations and arguments between that of Chantel and French Fried Girl are going to continue. This time, Chantel saying Lamal, this weirdo, has literally no content or anything to talk about except freezer burnt veggies. I made this days ago, not on Valentine's Day. Anyway, nothing says I love you like spending Valentine's Day at Shannon's talking about me like you did last year, right? I believe this would be FFG, following it up with
FFG exposed again.
In this, we have DC Media Girl. It's a short video. Rather annoyingly, I would want to play a clip of this for you, but the video is not on her channel and nobody tweeted the video out. Or if they did, I didn't see it quick enough to add it to my list of sources. My apologies for that. Basically, DC Media Girl runs defense for Chantel justifying the use of the word goblin, to which Eerie Pepperoni said, imagine going to someone who is Jewish to ask permission to call another Jewish person a goblin. If that doesn't scream anti-Semite, I don't know what does. Very credible source, Salah poop on her already, she is insufferable. I agree with the first comment underneath. Haram! In another deleted community post, Chantel says, well, this tweet is spot on. Also, FFG's entire vocabulary: pig mad, animal ABUSER, poop eater, BBJ calendar, lumberjack, caunt, salad, marry ham, and a gross witch's cackle. Queen of deflection. What does a tweet even have to do with being called out for being a hypocrite? Lol. What did you do for V-Day?
FFG.
Oh right, made a couple of hours of reacting to my freezer burnt veggies. How sweet that I'm always on your mind. Anyway, only one eating poop is your audience who grabs their spoons ready to eat this deflection or lies you spew every time you open your mouth. Eventually, Salah did partially make a reappearance in a live stream that ended quite abruptly, no doubt because the reaction to him reappearing wasn't what Chantel wanted.
Big man.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you. Just put him here, yeah.
Here's how we want to say hi.
Is he awake? Big man.
I think so.
I'm gonna take him out of the cage.
I'll take Julie with me.
Okay. Big man.
Now, a day after Chantel put out a video showing this, where she was clearly having issues walking, which had a number of people concerned for the fate of her leg, Chantel did a mukbang the following day. Spicy chicken pizza mukbang, whatever it's bloody called. I'm going to say mukbang going forward, it's just easier, isn't it? Oh, that's mukbang, isn't it? You know what, it doesn't matter what it is. Nothing reeks of looking after oneself more than not looking after oneself, especially when the warning signs are very much present. Like in this picture where she rests her abdomen, let's call it that, or part of it at least, on top of a ledge. How adorable. Here's some mukbang for you.
Diet soda. So, I think it's been like 3 months maybe since I've had pizza. Long time.
It's impressive when there's more carbs on offer, how much more time she'll take chewing it, as opposed to other meals where she will swallow it whole if possible. She and a TikToker called Bevo have a lot in common. They will try to get it down as quick as possible because you know the rules.
Chicken ball. Do it in one go. Decent chicken ball, to be honest.
In that same Eat With Me video, Chantel uses her hands to get pickles out of a jar. This has led many to believe, although to be honest, it just adds to the evidence, that Chantel does not live with Salah, and that the only reason Salah had made a brief appearance, audio-wise, was because YouTube Payday was coming up. Nada used to do the same thing, as pointed out here by Mo Translates.
That was not even filling. That's not good. It was too thin. It was like eating a big pita.
6 out of 10.
Chantel posted to her community tab one of FFG's tweets. In the tweet it says, "Hold up, I ate poop for months because I did everything I could for my dogs, and this idiot is really giving ass pats to a goblin for abandoning 2 healthy dogs." And then also talking about Nicole, I don't know who that is, and a lot of that is, as you can see, not visible. Chantel posted this by saying, "I was sent this, look at what the hater tater unearthed. FFG calling DC Media Girl a goblin. DC Media Girl is Jewish, so next time FFG and the zombies want to call me anti-Semitic, please come back here every time and have a look. That being said, I'm not using that word anymore. Also, FFG, why condemn DC for her dog situation when you unalived your healthy dog for having anxiety?" This led to a number of people tweeting at YouTube and AdSense for allowing Chantel to be able to monetize anything she does on the platform. On the 16th and 17th of February, there was a conspiracy going around because Chantel has been posting different pictures of who she claims to be a hamster Howie, but the hamster does not look the same, so it has led to the belief that the newer hamster is Howie number 2. Justice for Howie, everyone.
To Beth, that stupid rat. No. He got himself stuck in a box today.
Because Chantel is a frequenter of the hot water, in her chat of a live stream, somebody decided to post full name and address of Just Breezing and her daughter, her sister, and I believe her son, or the sister's son. Chantel said, "I don't know how you know all that, but ... and then proceeds to laugh. She didn't remove it, she kept it there, and that's not a good look." This led to many @Teen YouTube being like, "Fam, this is a breach of TOS," and it is a breach of TOS for the user who posted the comment. I will concede Chantel should have deleted that comment and possibly even banned that person from her chat to prevent it happening again. Chantel's hate boner for Just Breezing, for FFG, for the YouTube Underground, for many creators within what she calls Ghoul World is astonishing, especially because she has gone out of her way to flag many of them on a regular basis, something that we'll talk about more in March.
I kind of got like a second win.
To explain why Salah has not been around as much of late, Chantel on a live stream was talking about love and life and all her usual bollocks. Salah was in the chat where he said, "I can't hold my mobile right now, I can't feel my body from the anesthesia." He had confirmed he had gallbladder surgery, apparently. He also misses Chantel. Now, some did point out that while you are under general anesthesia, the discomfort is very much local. So what would be the point of these messages in her live stream chat? Because it just adds to a conspiracy he's not around because he doesn't want to be around, as opposed to him apparently having gallbladder surgery. Personally, I do not believe he had gallbladder surgery in the slightest. This is further supported by Mo Translates, who bothered to go and look up an article, a Kuwait news article, that shows that gallbladder surgery takes less than an hour, the patient goes home the same day. So either Salah is lying to Chantal about where he is, or he doesn't live with her. I'm inclined to believe that she's the one telling the lie, and he doesn't live with her. While she's busy also deleting more views, which she did to the tune of 57,000, Chantel's views ever since rebranding and committing to Everyday Mariam have continued to go down. Consistently go down. To the point, at the tail end of the month, her live stream after an hour only had 160 views. She claims she does not care about the views or the money, as long as she has or hits her baseline, she's okay. But in this, her baseline of at least 1,500 views isn't enough, because she's quite short of it actually. Which isn't good, really, is it, Chantel?
I have a lot more cooking coming up, so stay tuned. Sorry.
Everyday Mariam began the month at 98.1 thousand subscribers. On the 21st of February, she had moved up to 99.2. Within the space of 2 days, as you see from this social blade, she had purchased 300 subs, claiming that she wasn't buying them, by the way. although it was later posited that she had said, although I don't know if I have the clip or not, that Salah had been testing things, and that's where they came from. This ultimately culminating on the 26th of February with Chantel finally hitting 100,000 subscribers, before dipping down briefly to then go back up again. The way the system works is once you hit 100,000, your channel is then verified. All your subscribers are validated. In the past, it was done with a level of integrity. In this case, no. But that is a discussion for March. And no, I'm not going to congratulate you, Chantel, for buying your way to 100,000. At least Amberlynn earned it. And many of your detractors did too. I earned it.
And like I said, it's not from a sub for sub thing to be 100K, because I literally didn't get very many subs from that. If you look at how many subs watch these other channels, it's not thousands, you know. So yeah, I just thought it would be interesting to, you know, just try to branch out a little bit, you know, and get people from all over the world would be nice, but I don't know. Yep. People are stuck in the past because that's where they made their big coin off of my life, right? You know, like people want a train wreck. People, that's what they want. And it's like, that's just not my life anymore, you know? It's boring and I like that. It's peaceful. And
on the 26th of February, Mr. Snowflake published his first documentary video on Chantel, titled The Shattered Reality of Foodie Beauty, Episode 1. On the same day, Chantel did a live response, titled Addressing Another Biased Documentary About My Past, ... later retitled to Mr. Cardigan, ...
So that's my defense of it. I think it's just BS. I knew it would be BS, and I was like, let me just see, because people say he's fair, he's a good documentary person. He's just a glorified hater. That's all he is. Trying to be white soft white underbelly. You know? Like, please. Stop picking on the same two friggin' fat women on the internet. You don't like watching people stuff their face, then why are you making a 6-hour documentary about it, about my old story times?
Yeah, you're looking over $1,000. Oh, well that, like, she's just like hopping to another country, from what I understand. Like when she was here, there was like one time we hung out, she also, stopped in at my mom's, and she explained to my mom that like she pops over to Saudi Arabia, but basically she just pops across the border for a couple days while her visa renews.
There is no way Chantel took that well. Now to move on from that, we have to go back to the sub growth via her community post. So just as I suspected it would happen, I'm losing subscribers quickly. She went on to talk about how she checked Salah's bank and it was not him and it was not her, and that of course you can believe her or not. And that people bought them for her so she'd get excited about reaching 100k and then take them away to get content out of that. Also talking about TOS, violation aspect, and that the sub for something was her trying to support smaller channels who probably unsubscribed from her because of the harassment they received. Your cope is quite something. If it were an edible, it would probably be stuffed in your face somewhere with the rest of the carbs. Chantel later put out a community post. Alright, so I couldn't find the conversation copy in my email, maybe I forgot to request it, I don't know what happened. So I just contacted YouTube Creator Help and they confirmed that I did reach out to them, concerned that someone may be bought me subs. The minute I saw my subs going up rapidly. Why would I tell on myself if it was me? Anyway, here's the recent conversation. Included is an image of the conversation with someone called Nessa and Foodie Beauty. Many do speculate on Twitter what would happen to Chantel if she continued to grow sub-wise this way, whether she would get verified or not. It isn't until March we get an answer to that. But it was noticed that Salah had been using the couples channel to mod, and the sub growth to sub loss part was quite a lot, and then it disappeared very quickly, hoping no one would notice, I would assume. But then this is the internet and a community that will pay close attention to any and all movement. The month finishes with 2 live streams, one titled Addressing Pete's, the second originally titled Girl World Reaction, later retitled The Hate Community of YouTube. My guess is she desperately wants to finish the month strong to make sure she got paid reasonably well when payday comes back around in March. The thing with the Pete's commentary you provide in your hour-and-a-half long stream response is that it's become a big deal because you continually tell everyone it's not anymore a tourist visa, but it has to be based on Kuwait law. You are not fluent in Arabic, you have not been in the country long enough, you don't meet the criteria, even married, to qualify. Yes, you've converted, allegedly converted, but the reality is you still don't qualify in any other area. It's become a big deal because you keep lying about it. And you addressing the hate community to end the month is definitely done just to drum up additional views on the final day of the month so that you can get as much out of this extra day of the month as you can. It's why you streamed twice in the same day. Although it should be noted, to address Pete's, you are on camera. To address the hate community, you use a cartoon. I should probably end this month by also pointing out Chantel has made a new Twitch, Mariam related one. Whether she commits to that, no one cares. But it's done solely so she can move her gaming over there. I think she learnt her lesson from the view dipping on YouTube, although I should point out, game streams on YouTube generally don't do that well in the first place, and you were getting relatively good views for somebody who doesn't even know how to play Phasmophobia. To summarise this month, it is filled with multiple levels and layers of lies. Something which she has committed to and refuses to back down from. She is continually engaging with those that criticise her on a regular basis, which means they have fuel because she is giving them that. She is refusing to back down on any of her deceptive ways. She's refusing to change her habits, so she will never truly be able to get back on the mend, although whenever she tries to be on the mend, she lasts one day by crashing it, on purpose self-sabotaging. I can't see this improving in March, and there are many things we need to talk about in March. After the rip-roaringly successful month of February 2024, where Chantel achieved her dreams and finally hit 100,000 totally legitimately and not bought and paid for, Chantel began the month as she ended it by doing the exact same thing over and over again. But we are, instead of going to March the 1st, going to go to March the 4th. The reason why is because during an Applebee's mukbang, Chantel said a few things of interest concerning her state of mind.
Hello guys, assalamu alaikum. I have no energy today. So, I ordered Applebee's. I've been sleeping all day. My depression is out of control.
Now, the issue with what Chantel is saying, as you can tell from what you've heard so far, is yes, of course, mental health is very serious, but this cycle was guaranteed to come back. Because Chantel hasn't been back in Kuwait that long because she was in Canada for less than a month before flying back again. So her not being at her happiest or being depressed is entirely because she didn't actually go and do the very thing she went to Canada to do, because she would rather play optics and live vicariously through the lives of those that criticize her, which is her entire existence. So desperate to stick it to those that make more money on her than she does herself on her own content, she would put her health as a tertiary existence, her mental health and physical health as tertiary, to the secondary that are the haters that she loves to watch. We'll get to some of that soon, don't worry. And of course the primary, which is her gluttony, where in every mukbang she'll show off another different dish that she has acquired to try and make it seem like her show is all about that variety of food, as opposed to what it really is, and that is a vast amount of food.
And I got... Oh. They don't even put the name brand on the bag. Applebee's. I got Applebee's. Wait. Where's my soup? What's this? What did I order?
So Chantel putting out the idea, possibly considering going back to Canada, is hardly a surprise.
I'm guessing. So, as you can tell from the title, or from the thumbnail, I have a huge announcement. I am pretty sure that I'm going back to Canada.
Seriously, how much food have you got? Ew. Now, the next day, Chantal again produced another mukbang. This one was premiered. This one was local cuisine, cheese and cream tawi, falafel, hummus, chicken fillet, sandwiches, and loads of other things, breads that she had hidden to the side. She's looking a bit puffy in this one, has anyone noticed?
I think I confused people even more with this video.
Chantal is still giving thought to the idea of going back to Canada. She should have stayed there in the first place. She should have never gone back to Kuwait. It is far too expensive, and Chantal is no way making enough money to keep doing this. This quite frankly laughable attempt at trying to seem like she is something better than all those haters of the world, when in reality, she's worse than them. She really is. Her impulse, her poison, her toxicity, more than anything else she does to herself. And then because she lives through the lives of those that comment on her, she spends far too much time absorbing that negativity. You're not Superman and the solar rays. It doesn't make you stronger. This is effectively, if you're Superman in this metaphor, you're kryptonite. Or because of the nature of this community as a whole, a red solar hand grenade.
Alright. I love falafel with pickle. So,
if you were an eagle-eyed viewer and you watched that mukbang, you may have noticed that she ran out of falafels very quickly, but had a secret stash under the table, so she had plenty of extra material to work with to make the video even longer. But you may have also noticed from some of the clips I've played, she spent a very long time in these videos saying absolutely nothing. Considering you have plenty of time to edit these down a bit, I'm very impressed that you managed to noise reduce the audio so there was less background noise and less breathing on your part, but you couldn't be asked to just cut it out entirely.
I'm going to continue to work on myself, try to seek help here, you know. So I mean, Salah's insisting I don't have to worry about, you know, the monetary side of the healthcare. So I'll just trust in him on that.
While we're mentioning Salah, because obviously he's such a strong, supportive, individual man, it is right now to mention the fact that he has been regularly in her stream chats at this point, deleting every opportunity he has any dissenting opinion. Now on the screen are images taken from two Twitter users, FBI Kitty1 and Two-Tailed Caperer. Anytime, any comment that remotely questioned Chantal's commitment to her family back in Canada, or brought into question her decisions in Kuwait, Salah was on it. This did lead to much in the way of criticism aimed at Salah and Chantal as to why he wasn't even in the same room as her instead, which in turn would make her streams more interesting. Well, interesting is a subjective term, perhaps more dead air and awkwardness, because the chemistry that those two possess is so real, it can be closely considered equal to that of a ribeye steak derived from a Care Bear's body. As some of you may well have known, from Sunday the 10th of March to Tuesday the 9th of April 2024, it was the month of Ramadan. Chantal, of course, has an opportunity here to, as a Muslim revert, showcase her devotion to her God and her faith, but also to make content, which includes showing us that kind of content. But first on the agenda, of course, is food shopping.
Alright guys, so I'm gonna start this grocery haul. This is a huge stock up for Ramadan. Alright, so this is round one of this haul stuff, and I'm not looking forward to organizing it and putting it away. Have some eggs.
Now Chantal for a while has been telling us she only weighs 352 pounds, or 160 kilograms. Courtesy of Flashing Pondu, we have an image of Chantal claiming she weighed 375 in one picture, and that now, 4, 5, 6 years removed, she weighs less and yet she looks bigger. Granted, the clothing is not flattering, but I don't believe anyone for a second believes that she weighs less now. Early on in this month, Chantal also got verified by YouTube, meaning that she now has the check mark next to her name, verifying the account did hit 100,000 subscribers. This, as far as I am concerned, is a mockery of the system, one that many of us worked hard to get to. I say this because Chantal's channel had been stagnant for years and then slowly over a period of 5 months gained a steady increase of subs, but her viewership did not go up to match it. We also know Chantal was definitely buying subs because on the Chantal Salah YouTube couples channel they had, which was just a tourist brochure light akin to that of a TikTok shop, a monstrous amount of subs had been purchased for the channel and then removed. That was, for those who don't know, covered, I believe, earlier this year. Now, in between Chantal promoting her membership by offering a first month free, getting virtually no one turning up to her live premiere chat things, Chantal has also been deleting content. One such piece of content is called Showing You the Qibla Direction Live. And since we have that, I'm going to play the part that matters and then some random bants from Chantal.
And this is the Quran Pro. It shows me my prayer times, all this and that. All right. So lie number 1 dispelled. Lie number 2 here. This little thing here. This is the this will show you. This is the Kaaba. Okay, the Holy Kaaba. This will show you the direction of prayer. So as you can see in my video where I was praying here. Okay. You see that?
Does anyone think for a second that perhaps she should lay the phone flat before she turns? I don't think she knows how a compass works. On to the bants though.
Yeah, ever since you reverted, this community suddenly became Islamic scholars. Kind of like how you're making a big deal how you cut your chicken, right? Like somebody who sleeps with a child or a offender, I swear, if somebody bought me a plane ticket today, I would go next week to Canada just to sue the crappy stale leggings off of them. I would, 100%.
Chantal is all mouth, no trousers. And what I mean by that is, she's all bark, no bite, because in real life she just laughs. Her bite, the only bite she possesses, comes in the form of striking virtually any of her detractors, which then raises my earlier comment again of, you live your life through those that criticize you living your life through them. You're also quite jealous of the fact that many of them are able to make reasonable incomes from your content, from you, all the while you struggle because you're paying out phenomenal fees for your constant traveling to Kuwait, your tourist visa, and all the other nonsense you're having to pay for while you're slowly but surely degrading your health even further, which at this point is beneath tertiary, which makes sod all sense.
Lavi, couple channel, please.
Oh, couple channel. Maybe.
Maybe when we get more healthy?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a month in any year, any week in fact, without Chantal saying something that can be interpreted as quite vile. Exhibit A, making fun of an elderly person versus your prostitute adult daughters is not the same, vile witch. Now this is a reference to Sam and Yaba, because I believe Sam's daughter works in a stripper place, dancing place, right? This is where I now insert a response from Chantal concerning your mama, as I don't want to get too sucked into that drama, mostly because I can't succinctly cover it in a short enough time to continue this month.
So just to preface, I was listening to another stream. Well, I like to listen to streams when I do chores, and, number 1, Samantha herself is the one who's bragged about her kids working in a brothel.
Al streamed last night talking about the disgusting things that Sam was saying about Gigi's mother, who is got dementia, and Sam wanted to call her pickle brain. Exactly. Sam deleted the video.
With Chantal demonstrating some of the most pointlessly pathetic, pedantic traits of a person, it is quite frustrating that she has chosen a hill to die on in this, in that this is not her child.
Susan, her children are not children, Susan.
But that is how literally every parent speaks of their child, adult or not. My parents still do it, my dad that is, and I'm sure many others' parents do. In fact, I'd argue all of them do it, because you are the senior, therefore they are the junior is the child, even when they have children themselves. But Chantal's picked a rather interesting point to hyper-focus on.
Adult, they're not children, okay? Adult daughter.
It's the wrong one, instead of the part where she is ignoring your mama's valid point about engaging with these people, to focus on that instead.
Foodie Beauty, when are you gonna stop?
Stop what? Defending myself?
That's a real honest question. See, you're not helping. When everyone talks about making this space a better place, right? And then when people talk about how they pile on you and they talk about you, and then when people...
They're never gonna stop. That's when you don't get it.
Because she lives through them. She needs them as much as they need her. On the 15th of March 2024, in further validation of her success as a YouTube content creator, Everyday Mariam received the vaunted silver YouTube play button. Now, I take issue with this for a number of reasons. Firstly, the letter is clearly fake. The paper is inferior quality, we know this. Second, the play button looked a bit too pristine. It is a brushed metal that you can feel the grooves on. I also took issue with the fact that she put Everyday Mariam on it when it was not that drew them to the channel, the subs and the bought ones. Additionally, Chantal managed to get her play button at a ridiculously expedited rate. Her channel was verified on the 8th of March. It takes 2 to 3 weeks to ship a play button. She got her play button 8 days later. When I did this, it took nearly 2 months. I do not believe for a second this is the real deal. I believe, like everyone else, she bought it off of eBay. This, compounding with the verification of the account, is further proof of how much of a mockery she makes of the system. It should be noted, while she made some rather cringy little commentary about her success as a YouTuber in a video form, while showing off the play button where it looked incredibly blurry because the filter was working overtime and it couldn't focus on the play button itself. This play button barely features anymore in the future, and that's because Chantal changed at some point in this month, and I believe sought out perhaps acquiring a replacement, a real one, more money being wasted just to validate an existence of undeserved.
Whoa, ow! I just... I just, before going live, took this out of the dryer.
Oh, and while we're in the ballpark of Chantal knowing about the play button being a bit fake, she did say something in relation to getting a replacement.
You think you can buy a new one? Oh yeah, you can buy a different one. I think so, yeah. I don't know how much it is, but... color. Yeah, but the silver plaque is, oh, you mean like the ones... Why would you want to buy one if you didn't earn it?
As is well known, Chantal is a mad lyricist, a songmeister without equal. With that in mind, we go to a CPAP rap.
Well, I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. I've been more places than you, but you act like you don't care. This machine has definitely seen hotel walls that weren't very clean. I've had my nose removed in Gatineau, but that was years ago, though. Since then, I've been to Windsor, Ontario. Visiting Carly Steele, it was a cool scenario. Then I got dragged to a Cuba resort. My owner raged about relish or something of the sort. Now stamp that in my passport.
Many pointed out that this song was released during Ramadan prayer time, which seemed a bit unusual for somebody who was so adamant they were adhering to their religious practices. At the same time, I don't think anyone believed she was for a second. Personally, I think she's using it as a weak-tea attempt at a shield. Chantal is not done with her creativity. Chantal also wanted you to hear some of the absolutely resplendent tone and lyrical quality from an a cappella cover. And as is the rule of the internet, if one of us has to listen to it, the rest of you do too.
Last night I dreamt of San Pedro, just like I'd never gone. I knew the song, young girl with eyes like the desert. It all seems like yesterday, not far away.
You're all welcome. These are valid points of criticism I would like to now raise before we continue with the month of March. Firstly, in the second song you use a lot of reverb and auto-tune. You don't need to. Purchase a pitch pipe, learn to balance your notes, and I'm sure you'll be fine. Also, your breathing was out of sync, which is why you struggle. Second, to the CPAP rap. If you're writing these words down, you are not giving them anywhere near as much thought, lyrically, as you do your community posts, where you absolutely let rip. If you had the potential to write something with the emotion in mind with the rap intention, you will find you can actually make something better. You're welcome. So now let's move on. I forgot to include this earlier. Chantal has been doing her cameos. It generates extra income for her, which she undoubtedly needs for her tourist visas. We have one of them, and I thought I'd share a part of that with you now.
Hello, Jen. I have a very special message for you from Jess. Hi, Pids. Waba, how about you? Chew, waba, he. My cat's like, what? So apparently you guys are twins, Jen and Jess. That's so cool. Mashallah. And you have a special language. So, yeah, that's really interesting.
Also, Chantal thinks she's cute and you need to suffer this video as well.
A lemonade, all right. And then can I also have barbecue sauce? Or do you have like a buffalo sauce? No Chick-fil-A sauce?
I should probably insert Chantal did more songs. I'm just not going to play them as I think you've suffered quite enough for 1 month. Instead, we're going to look at another video of Chantal out and about. Because in it, Chantal has an umbrella, she's walking, clearly laboured, one leg not doing as well as the other. She's looking bigger than usual no matter how hard the cameraman is working to try and make it seem like perhaps she's not as horizontally gifted as she would appear. She's also choosing some rather weird spots to record. For example, surrounded by buses. I know she's desperately trying to show us all the different areas of Kuwait, but you don't need to reduce it down to the lowest common denominator.
Right now I'm gonna break the fast with a date or a camera and some water. First bite.
Being a revert means Chantal is aware, she's in tune with, connected to the hive mind of other reverts, and she has opinions on this. Opinions that need to be front and center because she's a good revert.
One thing I noticed since becoming a revert, the community can be very judgmental. Islam police, like, just commenting on like makeup, like, you know, you shouldn't be saying this, you shouldn't be smoking shisha, you know, you should be eating with the left hand. Like, let people observe their religion, worship how they want to, and like at their own pace. It's not...
A small part of me wonders if she thinks she's actually a part of a community, or whether or not she's simply just trying to dunk on those that are reverts as well, but are not as revert as she is.
Up to somebody to judge someone. That's between them and Allah. It's not between me and other sisters and brothers. It's between me and Allah, okay?
When someone had pointed out to Chantal that during this month of Ramadan that she was wrong to be putting out Madonna songs instead of praying and doing her usual fasting that she didn't do anyway, Chantal responded by saying the following.
Someone said because I made a cover of Madonna during Ramadan that I deserve biblical punishment. You're ruining my life.
As you can tell, Chantal took that very seriously. I have no real opinion on this, so do forgive me if I don't endorse the idea of stoning her. In one of many deleted online streams for the month of March, Chantal got very cross because Mr. Snowflake put out episode 2. Chantal did not like this. Chantal rage-pigged about it. But Chantal deleted it before I could get to it, and I'm very sorry about that. Instead, we're going to go to Chantal getting a strike. Because she did. She got a strike from YouTube for this community post. Chantal has a track record when it comes to those who are not white, of saying something that could in some way be seen as racist. Her past, her track record, her actions do her no favours, and so for the final month of March, Chantal was kind of not about, but there is still some content to go through, some community posts and other bits and bobs. Firstly, via this report page, we have managed to work out that the not normal is the community post. While listed as a video, it is not a video. But Chantal's community tab, hey, 12 Chins of Thunder, you know what's embarrassing? Making a post making fun of Nals looks when you are still 10 times more homely. The nerve, hey blabber and scam, that's Yaba and Sam, imagine just getting happily married and going back to talking about me shopping at a mall whilst hiding your fat that behind childish avatars. Human trash. This is how you are stuck supporting your poor children. I say poor children because they're bully trash for parents. You say children now. Interesting. Continuing on others, for example, these 3 streams were deleted. Chantal had deleted about 16 to 18 videos and a bunch of lives, so her video total had gone down significantly. And she did address this by saying, I deleted my posts. Know why? Because I actually feel guilt when I lower myself to that level. I have no idea and will never understand this, how these people whom I call out can use their platforms to say and do the most vile things daily and not feel any guilt or not realize how bad this makes them look. Worse than those they criticize, actually. Oh well, guess I'm not meant to understand. I'm meant to stay focused on my life. I will try harder to do that. It's so hard when all you want to do is defend yourself. She also started deleting social media platforms. Isn't her Twitch gone now? She's also changed her channel name back to Foodie Beauty and her profile picture as well. This scorched earth and reverting back to the good old days had people wonder what was happening behind the scenes. Along with changing the channel name, the channel description about page section is also different. The TikTok page has been deleted at this point. Foodie Beauty also edited a profile picture to remove the ring from her finger, and this led to people believing she and Salah at this point were breaking up. She also continued to delete videos. More and more of her content started to vanish. She also updated the couple's channel and the location, which showed Canada. Owing to the strike, Chantal's month ended abruptly, but April does begin in a newer area. Something different has happened, so I guess that's where we're going to have to go next. But I will summarize this month by saying the following. Chantal is still living through the lens of everyone else talking about her. She needs that for her views, because whereas in the past she could have ignored it and just made her content, and the community she created would never have come to be, she needs them now more than ever, especially as she yet again is traveling. She made no discernible progress on her health. In fact, it got worse, which is why April begins the way it begins. Chantal made no discernible effort to be a better person, while during the month of Ramadan, she continued to act like she was above everyone while crapping on literally anyone who was Muslim revert or those criticizing her for not adhering to the rules of it. Her hypocrisy was front and center, and it is unlikely to be any different going into April. And you all know where we're going. Part 2 is going to be very interesting, isn't it? Don't forget to smash the like on the way out, folks. Thank you.
So if someone's going to sit there on their high horse and lie and say that this person was a bum, didn't have a job, and then make fun of me for being with Swordfish, who was a leech, the person I was with before, after Pete's, still has a job, had a job the whole time. So where is that coming from? Lies, lies, lies. And,
the month of April starts a bit peculiar for Chantal because, as you'll know from March, she had a sodding strike. So what did Chantal do to start this month off? Well, she decided, because she's smart, to delete boatloads of content. Now, we did discuss this in March, I know, but it is relevant to now as well. Content that did make some money, in fact. But she didn't just stop there. She deleted platforms, rebranded platforms. Now, I have made multiple complaints about this. If you're going to delete content that generates passive income, you are ensuring that you do not have the rewatchability to generate additional funds, additional income. The very thing Chantal needs if she's going to keep on, well, committing to what I like to call general jackassery. Hers being the detriment of her health for the sake of her delusions. It's not going to get any better when we get to May, I promise you that. I've seen the swimming video already, because it is May the 11th when I'm making this. So Chantal's very first video back is not where we're going to go first, or a live stream I guess. No, we're instead going to go to a travel vlog, because Chantal's on the move again. Would anyone like to guess where?
Alright, about to go to the check-in counter. There's my luggage. Gate 26. Time to say goodbye to my love. Something about this evil sandwich gave me the worst indigestion.
You're right, she's off to Canada! And obviously, Chantal likes to showcase all her wonderful things that she does and doodahs and whatchamacallits from this journey of not planned at all but totally bummed a lift had it funded by others because she can't afford to get from A to B anymore. This level of stupidity is quite impressive.
Wakey, wakey, time to land. This is why they call it red eye, as you can see. I hate the transfer to terminal buses. They're always packed and they're always hot. The gut room is so much better.
So now you have that, we're going to go back to the very first thing she released. Foodie Beauty is live. Mercifully, it was trimmed down by Piggy. Now, I did make a video on this because I thought it was hilarious that within 3 months of being back in Kuwait, she was going back Canada, regurgitating the exact same talking points about why she went back to Canada, but also confirming something about why she was inactive regarding the first few days of April and the last week of March.
So I got a strike on my channel. And at first I was like, what the F? You know, I was like pissed off. I was like, I have a strike on my Rosemary. So basically, and I was like, what? You know? But then like I saw like the post that I made, like I deleted it, but it's about it was for the post that thanks they made about that Kalani lady. So
for a fair chunk of the month of April, Chantel is in the driving seat of her Kia. That's pretty much her life. And I would surmise the reason why, and I have not confirmed this, is because whoever she was staying with during this month, well, for the time she was here anyway, that person would not want their home recorded at in case they were doxxed or swatted. Not ideal at all. And of course, no one outside of Chantel's little bubble should be dragged down because of her stupidity. It should be pointed out that during those live streams where Chantel announced her return, she made some money. Now, I don't know much about this analytic thing that people were tweeting out. This isn't my area of expertise. But it is impressive on her first live, she managed to generate a little bit of money. The second, the law of diminishing return came into full effect and she made sod all. But there was a reason why. The reason why was because Chantel was seeking to get a place of her own back in Canada, so people were starting to throw the money at her to help her. Understandably so. Levels of generosity are usually done in good faith, but Chantel, well, yeah. Chantel can't help but be Chantel. She'll say she'll do one thing in one video, and in the next immediately contradicts herself. She's basically an episode of The Flash on the CW, never learning the lesson, and simply rinse repeating because she thinks that's how it should be. In the first video she had, or live stream, she'd mentioned she wanted to get a cat back. Sam, that is. She's got no hope of getting BBJ back. But Sam, she believed she could. At time of recording, she does not have BBJ or Sam. So these are again further proof of her empty promises achieving very little. And because I want you all to feel incredibly uncomfortable, here's some clips from the St. Hubert's Bees, because mouth noises, everyone, in a car no less.
You ate a pot pie? Jeez. For a place now.
Some on social media had taken to pointing out that perhaps Chantel's revert commitment to her cosplay, which has been tweeted out as such, was eerily familiar to that of Amy Ramadan, who was often seen as a fraud when she was active on YouTube as well. I personally thought from the first picture on the top left, she looked more like Rob Chapman, wearing a very large sweatband. Rob Chapman is a guitar YouTube guy. His guitars are pretty good. He's nowhere near as obese nor controversial, so it's quite alright to make the comparison. During Chantel's streams back in Canada, Salah did make sporadic appearances. One comment of note was, I prefer to stay in Kuwait, not Canada. Now I can, to an extent, understand this, because over there he can control a bit more of Chantel's insanity, as it were. He could leave the flat and simply lock her in. Additionally, he's in more control of his life, less chance of him being found. He can basically disappear. At the same time, I was always under the belief that he wanted to go to Canada anyway, so he could go on his own little Biza escapades. But apparently the charade that is Chantel and Salah's marriage is going to continue a bit more this year. Now Chantel has started introducing PayPal links and cash apps. This has led to much in the way of accusation that she is begging, e-begging, grifting. I'm going to insert the obligatory, you created them to help you get rent and a deposit on a place. but now you've turned tail on it already, people see it as you begging and grifting. As you in this community post since deleted state, yes, a lot of creators do this. I myself have the same. No one is saying that that is inherently wrong. It is the intention of which you had them in the first place, and for the purpose they were meant to serve, you to then renege on it once you got a little bit of coin. In her next bees, titled, I can't pronounce this because she spelt it incorrectly in the first place, Chantel commits to her passion for embracing more Arabic things. Basic. The title actually means something quite simple. Good evening, basic. But Chantel in the travelling from Kuwait to Canada, Chantel in the first and second stream she did, conceded that she wasn't eating halal food because she was back in Canada and that's what she wanted to do. Because apparently her religion for the most part was left at the door of Kuwait. Relevant clip here from her journey back from Kuwait.
Oh, MG, I'm finally here. Okay. Having a cranberry juice. I'm starving. Like, chicken sandwich. No, it's not halal, but they don't have halal food. So to clarify for halal, because you're probably wondering, well, aren't you Muslim? Aren't you going to eat halal? Rightfully so. I'm going to try to, where I can, like if I go grocery shopping for meat and stuff. But sometimes, like, I'm not going to worry about it as long as I'm not eating pork.
I'm not entirely sure if I require any more additional clips to drive that point home. I know that when one commits to something, there are always hiccups, slip-ups, and we do make mistakes. But Chantal's been making mistakes in Kuwait as well. So her constantly mentioning the fact that she's going to eat non-halal because it's harder to find, even though where she is in Canada it's remarkably easy, and also saying that, you know, cost and, of course, effort, mostly effort. Yes, this is Chantal for you. Here, by the way, is an obligatory video clip of Chantal travelling down what is dubbed the Long Road. It is a short clip, and for those who are curious, the reason for this trip, this road, as others have pointed out, is actually because this was the route she took to go and pick up snow. Not even a joke.
We're about to merge onto the Long Road.
So for any newcomers, the Long Road is a road in Ottawa, Ontario. It's kind of my depression road or my mental health road. It's just like serene and calming, and I always drive down here when I just need to clear my head and give myself a little bit of nostalgia or a mood boost or just to really think.
The gripe concerning the PayPal, Cash App and Amazon wishlist continues for the early part of this month. And one major complaint that I haven't mentioned already is Chantal has spent thousands on travel, thousands of food on food. She's wasted so much money trying to commit to the charade that is her revert life, to make it seem like she is something that she's not. To now start to do the thing that she probably should have done years ago, and that is include links that would have seemed innocuous back then. It comes across as very disingenuous, although, since she's making the complaint that other creators do it and all she does is watch haters, that would be an indicator that she's, is it second-hand grifting at that point? Is that what we're going to call it? I'm not insulting those that do, by the way. Since I myself have these links, I'm just being a bit of a dick for a second. Don't be too serial about this. It's just a jick. Oh, and for those who are curious also, with the car vlogs and, you know, mukbangs, there were bad storms happening in southern Ontario. Crews and EMTs were working overtime due to multiple accidents and power outages at this time. Provincial instructions asked people to stay indoors for their own safety. So naturally, Chantal got in her car and went and got takeaway, and then did her little videos and complained that she couldn't sit in her favourite spot because of the rain, while the rain was hammering on the roof of her Kia.
Well, I wanted to eat out here, but as you can see, it's raining. Hi guys, welcome back to another video. Today I have bar burrito. Yum. Just like mix it around. So I got a barbacoa bowl. What the hell? I guess that's spring for you, huh? Beauty bite. That's so good.
Not long after, Chantal posted an update. It is 42 seconds long, titled Quick Update, where she intended to take time off to focus on herself. Oh, and that she was going back to Kuwait. Here is a relevant clip of that. like to dislike turned off, comments turned off, but not before this. Chantel pinned, and no, my health will not get worse. I have binged way more here already. I am more depressed here. I will be depressed anywhere since, you know, that's what depression is. But it's far worse here. I feel further away from God here and of course my husband. Reply, why not give yourself a bit more time? You're being impulsive again. You've barely been there a week. Give it a month and see how you feel then. This is why many within Chantel's community do not want to engage with her publicly or in the comments. Not just because they'll get crap for being positive or giving her the right kind of advice, but because she is so prideful, so arrogant, so full of herself that she cannot, because of the tunnel vision and courtesy of her arrogance, and also because the fat over her eyes makes it impossible to see too far, she will shit on anything they say. She will straight up downplay, negate, she will do anything to dismiss anything that will help her, even if it is useful for her. My advice would be something similar. My advice would be stay 5 to 6 months. My advice would be to stop deluding yourself, but she never listens. And we've given her, all of us have, okay, 99.9%, there's one that hasn't, have given her advice and she's just ignored it. She doesn't care. She takes too much for granted and has done for too long. A damning statement for her childhood, where she was clearly given far too much and never really understood to attach to things that might well be of value to her. The only thing of value to her is what puts bunts in her pocket real fast. So now let's move on to a recent trip, in this month anyway, Chantel took to America and the norovirus.
I have norovirus, or the bad stomach flu, the highly contagious one. It is the worst illness. I swear, it's disgusting. I woke up in the middle of the night and I had to throw up. TMI, by the way. And then the other end, diarrhea. Severe diarrhea.
Norovirus is caused when you ingest fecal particles, usually taken from someone else who has norovirus. Scatman strikes again. Additionally, Chantel did not have norovirus. Don't be so silly. She's a nun. No, she had a diabetic episode. To get her out of the hospital, she required 6 bags. I'm sure a few of those were glucose. Silly cow is not managing her diabetes and caused it to spike when she ate fruit. Because why eat the foods that actually help with diarrhea, for example, when instead you can cut a corner and cause yourself greater problems? Others had suggested she consider ginger and of course foods that had more fibre in them. She downplayed the healing properties of all of that, instead focusing on what she wanted, all of which is in that vlog. No, you don't need to hear any more TMI from her.
He's not a marriage scammer. Don't insult him.
The subject of the PayPal, what has been dubbed a drama, continues until the middle of the month of April. Chantel does briefly touch upon it in one mukbang after she spent some time in hospital for poop virus.
I don't even want to address drama or rumors or things like that, but regarding PayPal scamming, I had 3 people donate to me and I made $37.
I think more of what people took issue with was you putting out your PayPal already knowing you were going back to Kuwait when everyone thought they were donating for your place in Canada.
End of story. I had 3 people who donated and that's all I'm going to say, and I offered my money back. So
I guess what's really fascinating is, in this instance, Chantel really did put her head in the sand, because she didn't stream that often, taking rather substantial gaps in her streaming schedule and upload schedule around the time of this drama unfolding. Any other person would have milked this to high heaven, knowing they would have gotten more views, more interest, and by extension, more attention. She needs the relevancy, but Chantel is queen of poor decisions. She doesn't know how to milk something unless she's high as a kite. And I fully expect at some point this year for her to get crunk to high hell. And for those who don't know, crunk is crying while drunk. Also off her knockers on something else. Snow would be a guarantee.
Good morning, welcome back to another vlog. So we're out here, just going for a walk.
In more than a change of scene, AC Benson.
All right, and here are the small pizzas ready to eat with the cauliflower crust. They look so good.
In an attempt to keep calm and carry on, Chantel does some vlogging. How exciting. At the end of this video, a cauliflower crust pizza video, she says this.
One thing I've been really struggling with the past few times I've come and gone back and forth between Canada and the Middle East is the inability to express my feelings regarding the reasons the trips have been happening. And so I decided to try and organize my thoughts a bit, and here's what I came up with. I am chronically impulsive. You know, I never realized before how difficult it is to understand someone's life or decisions without being them. Really want to try harder than ever before to do more content over there. More day in the life, more cooking, traveling, shopping, parks, and more.
Safe to say she's still delusional, but there is something to take away from those points that I clicked quite heavily. The Chantal and Salah channel will at some point be coming back for season 3. Sporadically over the course of this month, something else many noticed, and I haven't mentioned it yet, is that Chantal's wedding ring disappears, reappears, disappears, reappears. Now in one instance, when she was in hospital owing to the bodily evacuations, she lost weight and it just came off her clubbed hand, sure. In others, she changed her profile picture on her account when she was rebranding back to Foodie Beauty and the ring wasn't there. My firm belief is she photoshooped it out. In the video where she was showing you the planner, yes, the ring was not there either. She does this a lot and she's doing it for bait. She does it on purpose because she forgets which accessories need to be on her at all times. Maintaining this cosplay is not the easiest, even if the quality of material is the lowest. Chantal has made a number of claims, as she often does with everything she does with her life. I know, roll eyes, it's all over the place. That in this instance she's been staying with family. Many within world don't in fact believe this. I am one of them, because in one of her videos, titled Shopping Day, Lush, Mole Lunch and Giant Tiger, in a window reflection, well, it looks like she's with Pete's. She's not paying attention. Now while Chantal is in Canada, what's Salah doing, you ask? Well, that's easy. Salah streamed on the Salah and Chantal YouTube channel Kuwait Beach Walk IRL during rush hour. Much excite because Foodie Beauty was in the chat. It has 634 downvotes. I'm gonna say on the face of it, there's nothing inherently wrong with what Salah does in this particular stream. It's just an excuse to tease the channel coming back for season 3. Spoilers, I know, but here's an obligatory clip now.
Hello VL. Hey Boston, very nice, thank you. Lisa P, hi. Just want to show you around here in Kuwait, near the Al Quout beach. Can you hear me very well, guys? Good morning from your time, but good evening from my time here.
Now Chantal is always a sharing type. For example, she likes to show us her high vitamin E feminine wipes for her dirty cooter, as Kay said right here. The fact that she's also gone with, well, baby powder, basically. Yeah. But while she's doing all this, others have noticed something else about Chantal, concerning the accessories that find their way onto her hands. More notably, her wedding ring. This is her wedding ring. This is also, apparently, her wedding ring. I'm not sure I'm the only person that thinks this. Sarcasm intended, but I don't believe these are the same. Chantal's activity throughout the month of April does diminish towards the later part of the month. From like the 15th to 20th, not so much going on beyond the odd vlog here or there. Her live streaming schedule is still a bit iffy. I believe this is because there's only so many times she's willing to sit in a car eating food, when she'd rather go and make more poor decisions and get high as a kite, whilst claiming that's not what she does at all because she's a good revert woman. So instead we're going to skip to the reason why. And that is because on the 26th of April 2024, Chantal decided to go back, just after payday, back to Kuwait, travelling again 20 hours for this magical moment situation type deal. Feel the emotion, try not to confuse it with the cringe.
Welcome back home, honey. I miss you a lot. So how was the trip?
Very long and I'm going to talk about it, but I'm just glad to be home.
Home sweet home.
I miss you.
Me too, a lot.
At this point, many started to re-boycott from Chantal again. Now her views, as far as videos go, still hover around the 10 to 12,000 per video mark, but people are starting to get beyond aggravated by her behaviour, so her live streams are the ones that take the punishment. More people gravitate towards the haters because they're less inclined to bother knowing that she, with her cycle, her now Kuwaiti cycle, visa-based and payday-based, will continue to do what is worst for her because it is her choice, but under the guise of, but she's so much better there. Even though, while she's lied about her weight, which we'll get to in a moment, she has put on more weight being in Kuwait than she ever did while she was busy going through all that snow. I think she weighed less when she was with Nada, for the brief amount of time they were apparently legit together, when really they were just together, even when Dee Dee the Grey was involved. So, first video back in Kuwait is titled, First Weigh-In After Canada, I hid this from my family. Her video tags cracked me up to no end, not least because you have losing 200 pounds and what I eat to lose weight. So what does Chantel weigh then?
Hello guys, assalamu alaikum, welcome back to another video. So in today's video, I show you my weigh-in, kind of how I've been eating since being back. Alright, and now I will show you what I weighed in today.
Alright, you guys, today is April 27th, 2024.
I do not believe, and I am not the only person that thinks this, that those scales are a lie. You, madam, are a perpetual, a career, a perennial liar. You never give up lying because lying is the easiest thing for you. You believe your own lies enough as it is. And while you put in marginally more effort into your life than Amber Lynn Reid does, you both essentially do the same. You do sod all, especially once you find that comfort zone where you can just do nothing and make it seem like you are doing everything. A shortcut to a short-term solution for a long-term problem. Go to the gym and fight through the pain. Simples. Chantel was trying to give off this impression that she was having a final hurrah for the mukbangs on her channel, so that she would finally go legit. A final hurrah that nobody believed in, but we will give her some credit, at least she was honest about the portion sizes. The thumbnail here, ample proof of her last hurrah, as it were. However, here is a picture of Chantel's page on the 11th of May. As you can see, Chantel did not stop, like anyone believed for a moment she would. I believe the only reason she did this last hurrah, was because she wanted to start May the 1st off as a week of strength, so she could be seen looking like she was finally turning a new leaf. But the moment one thing went wrong, the whole month was over. She'd have to rinse and repeat in 2029 if she gets there.
It just kind of, the urge to eat stuff like this overpowers any, I swear, any survival instinct, anything like that. So, I don't think I should buy these anymore.
Before we get to a conclusion for the month, because this is quite a short one again, no apology intended for that, a couple rather odd flexes in the form of this clip.
This is Salah's pizza. I bought 2 of them. He had 1. This is his pizza. This is the leftover pizza that was still in the oven. I know, I forgot it there. After he's like, this is the difference. Okay, so this is way bigger. My pita pizzas, and this is like, I don't even like these. I don't know how he likes these, no offense. But no, I didn't eat his pizzas like people think I did. So that's a flex.
Chantal and Salah were still doing their usual to delete comments from their YouTube chats, Exhibit A being this one obviously, and that during a game stream, Repsion did in fact appear. Chantal does continue to play Phasmophobia. We'll discuss some of that no doubt in May, but we should probably conclude this month by saying the following. More and more are going to continue to walk, more and more are going to go to the haters, more and more are going to leave those haters as well when they get well and truly. A boycott wouldn't lead to much in the way of change from you because you will claim you don't care, but since you need them desperately, you will just do what you often do and fall back on family and friends, what little you have left, to bail you out. You continually dig a hole. There were less community notes this month. There was also less content, and I believe that's because you were still reeling from the fact you got a strike, knowing that you can't get away with it. In the past, you would ordinarily say, but what about the haters? Well, you flagged them enough as it is. I am surprised some of them are still on YouTube at this point, of course. But that is a deflection from you. You are still an incompetent creator and individual, and you go into May trying desperately to fob everything off as if it was just an accident. Yeah, it just happened, because the real life, the real love is happening now, in where you are totally turning over a new leaf, and Chantal, Salah Their love shall be strong forever. For the month of May 2024, Chantal is active on 2 channels. I say active, mostly on one, briefly on the other. Briefly being on the couples tourism channel with her husband Sally, which is what we're going to look at first, because 3 videos were uploaded to that channel, one of which was utterly irrelevant, clips from the Thailand trip while dealing with visa issues, one going to a pet store because they've never done that before, which they have, it's sarcasm if you couldn't tell, but the one we're going to look at instead is the swimming adventure catastrophe.
Hi guys, the water is so warm.
So I wish she will enjoy and have fun. So it's on.
Oh, you gotta give him that huck.
Whoa! And high five.
High five.
That, to be honest, is the only video of note released on that channel for the month of May. They've released nothing in June, so the couple's channel is effectively dead. Not that it wasn't already. Last year they were buying subs for it, a recurring theme that Chantal attributed to Solar doing it to test things. So we're now going to have a look at another area of Chantal's social media presence. As is well known, Chantal is quite known for deleting many different posts on many different platforms. It includes accounts. While she has a TikTok, in the month of May, there is no content on that channel. There is in March and there is in June. There is not in May. According to her social blade, Chantal did better in the month of May for viewership, doubling her viewership for that month on her main channel, which is quite an oddity considering she has still been going through phases of deleting vast amounts of rewatchable content. She also gained 1,000 subscribers. I'm not entirely sure if they are natural or not, but based on the fact her viewership did in fact go up during that month, it is possible she did actually gain new subscribers, or Beezer. At this point in 2024, Chantal does not have a Twitter. She does still have a Twitch, but much like other platforms, as I earlier mentioned, she goes through phases of using and deleting and using and deleting. It is not active and she did not use it during the month of May. So we're going to focus now solely on the main channel and all the random crap she comes out with, but we're going to try our best to focus on key parts as opposed to just going through every single individual mukbang, because we won't be able to get through all the streams.
Hi guys, assalamu alaikum, welcome back to another video. So today I'm doing a clothing try-on haul kind of video, and these are clothes that I got while in Canada. Alright, so this is my first outfit. Alright, so here is my next fit. As you can see from close up, this is a short sleeve shirt.
As you can clearly tell, Foodie Beauty started this month off really strong with a clothing haul from stuff, as she said, purchased in Canada, because there's no way she's getting all that fashion from Kuwait at a reasonable cost, of course.
This much for your palm. So you do this thing with your palm, it shows you how much rice you can eat. So this plus a half of this. I don't know, but what can I say? I went to a doctor and this is what he told me. I don't know, he went like this for rice. I've learned how to make some African dishes along the way.
I see absolutely no contradiction in either of those videos tweeted out by Mo Translates and Stuff K said. The discussion around rice actually led to a number of comments that she received, because for a change, comment sections are sometimes on. Better on portion size, but remember to reduce the rice. Foodie replies, my diabetic doctor here told me I could have rice but mixed with veggies. She also got a comment about filters, to which she claims to not use a slimming filter, which is a load of bollocks. In June you're going to see that in amazing action with a phone longer than a ladder. The first live stream of the month that Chantal does is a late night cabbage soup hangout, during which she discusses her binge triggers, which she said she didn't know and wasn't sure if she had any at all, which we should all now point out she does have. Hers usually center around the fact that if she does something, she has to eat a lot of food to make up for doing something that benefits in her body, like going up a flight of stairs or swimming, which is a really good workout if you can swim or float. In the case of Chantal, hers centers around the fact that when she's done these things and her body has enjoyed the activity, she feels like she's entitled to a reward. You can also add triggers like boredom, because she's a very reactive individual stuck in an area of the world where she can't react beyond reacting to the haters. There are in fact many more, but let's face it, they're not relevant to this video. And we are going to try and be a bit more minimalist with this because I put far too much time into these for very minimal reward because her channel is dying. Obviously we can't do an entire segment like this going through every sodding live stream trying to find the right clips because it turns out she's losing the haters. And by that I mean those who are clipping her, those who are obsessively paying attention to her. Many are walking away because they do not believe she is worth their time anymore, and understandably so. While she in this month did gain a lot of views, because she streamed a lot more, she did a lot more mukbangs, the real focuses of this month would include her diminishing health, much like the other dainty queens. It would include the fact she's been doing an obscene amount of mukbangs, and some of her commentary towards her haters, because she really just doesn't know how to let them go.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. So today I'm doing a car mukbang because my husband is ran up to see his second wife and he's a feeder, so he gave me food to do a mukbang. So
oh, and of course clickbait. Although isn't there a belief that Salah has a son? I saw that rumour being tweeted about. I wished I'd screenshotted it when I had a chance. A point of interest actually from that video is that we find out that Chantal has ditched her boycotting of companies that supported Israel, like Pepsi. This image should suffice for that point. She's not a hypocrite, everyone, though. It's a Diet Pepsi. They're not the same thing. Now, there was an image doing its rounds on Twitter, tweeted by Yup. This brought into question a number of claims Chantal makes about her married life. I'm Canadian. I lived and worked in Kuwait for 20 years, just about. I can for sure clear up a few things people say. 1. A pharmacist assistant in Kuwait wouldn't be risking her reputation to steal narcotics for anyone, in my opinion, especially a pig like her. Anyone who says so has never been to Kuwait. Sentences can be quite severe if you've looked at the judicial system. 2. Hashish and alcohol is available with no problem if you are discreet, and pretty easily for foreigners. There are also other substances available. Medications are not common, and she would have no access even by a doctor unless she were in hospital under care and they felt it appropriate. 3. Syrians are considered the lowest of the low, dirty, dishonest and dumb, even if they are exceptional people. 4. The building she lives in is not a nice area. Salah cannot live there, and I can almost guarantee he either comes under the cover of darkness under the guise of being DoorDash, or they have fake documents saying he is her brother. He could have paid someone to look the other way, but I doubt that because he is a Syrian and no one trusts Syrians here. There's a few points here because this derives from a number of claims that Chantal continues to make concerning medication she is on, the availability of alcohol and hashish, she does like her hookah, and of course the marriage to Sally. The building she lives in, I thought it was just the one room and maybe a bathroom, because we rarely ever see anything else these days. Chantal last month, or the month before, I can't remember which because honestly why bother trying to remember, received a play button for the channel Everyday Mariam. It was obviously a fake from Etsy, eBay, Temu, Wish, I don't know, AliExpress, one of those. It was a fake, straight up. She bought her 3k sub, she needed to hit 100,000 as well, which was embarrassing. This month she received her Foodie Beauty play button. Now I can believe this is the real one because of how long it would have taken to receive it. I can believe that. It is not a sentiment shared by the majority of her haters, but I guess you have one now, and this does actually feature in a lot of her videos going forward, whether it be her on her couch or sat doing her mukbangs, which most of her content at present on her channel is in fact mukbang. Ignoring the live streams, that is a completely different entity while on the same channel. During the month of April, Chantal promised she was going to introduce more health-based and healthier weight loss related content, and that included the eating. It took less than 2 days for her to undo that and to basically pump out even bigger meals, whilst sporadically introducing sushi, expensive tacos because the ingredients came from elsewhere and were pricier, they weren't that expensive to begin with, just to be clear, and a few of those grocery hauls that she likes to show off. Now the grocery hauls follow a trend that Amber does, in that these are meals and items you'll only ever see once in her videos. You'll never see them again, because her mukbangs, as the month goes by, becomes more and more takeaway based. And we're not talking Kuwaiti based, we're talking American diner based. Salah himself doesn't feature that much into the content at all. He does sporadically appear over the course of the month, but it is very short burst related. As far as videos goes, in June she only has this many videos on her channel, which is less than what Amberlynn Reid put out in the month of May, and livestream wise about the same amount. So there are some things being deleted, but for her viewership to be double that of the month of April, she had to have gotten views from somewhere else. She has been the victim of rewatchability curses by deleting older videos, the previous version of her not final form, as it were. Chantal is reliant on older content to drum up additional interest, and her viewership has maintained a certain level of consistency for a while, even though she's still essentially doing sod all. So instead of showing you clips from each of those videos and live streams, we're going to talk about the weight loss and her health updates, because she does bait her audience out in videos and streams that she has since deleted that I have some of. One of the more serious medical problems that Chantal has had has been hyperglycemia, because she's not paying attention to her blood sugar level, citing the monitor she uses as being inaccurate, yet at the same time getting Salah's correct. This gave her an opportunity to produce some rather stellar thumbnails like this, so she could bait her audience into turning up and listening to her harrowing stories. I think she got inspiration from Amber for these ones, just with less tears on the thumbnail and even less accountability in the content itself. I should point out the hypoglycemia happens later in the month, and that Chantal is actually baiting people out with these health problems earlier in the month, when it's highly likely she broke the couch and had an argument with Salah because of it. But Chantal does make some content with an all black screen, so just audio, explaining why she's feeling low energy. So that's where we're gonna go next.
Hi guys, so I'm sure most of you have been waiting for this. I don't really have the energy to edit, even put pictures up for you. I can't.
It's okay, Chantal. I've done it for you because I'm a real Samaritan. As you can tell, I'm in a charitable mood.
So, it's not going to be edited, so there's going to be a lot of pauses and stuff like that. While I'm alive, I don't know what's wrong with me.
Spoiler, she basically spiked her blood sugar level because she can't maintain the consistency of taking medications on time and regulating her diet so she doesn't end up having hard crashes. This level of foolishness and negligence is something she keeps on claiming to want to address and improve upon. She never does. Imagine my shock.
But I'll let you keep walking because, you know, you're left behind now because of me.
Spit on that thing, you get me?
Oh yeah, Chantal got spat in the eye again. I'm not saying she deserved it, but it must have been what she was wearing. Either that or she was genuinely eyeballing the camel for curry and wondering if that one camel's hump was enough for a mukbang. I mentioned that vaguely, once or twice over the course of the month, Chantal did make it seem like she was going to try yet again. But much like her going on a treadmill and pulling a muscle in her back, which is like a footballer getting kicked in the shin and citing their face as the area affected by damage from a tackle, or the ball simply striking them on the nose, which is not what happened at all. Rivaldo should be ashamed of himself. Chantal climbed a flight of stairs, because she a healthy girl.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, go.
Let's go. Keep going, baby.
He scares the most.
You can do it, yalla. It's a very good exercise. Oh, babe. I'm trying, babe. You okay?
Yeah. I think 1 flight is enough for today.
One more? Okay.
We're gonna take the elevator on whatever floor this is.
Okay, yalla, let's go.
Every day I can try to increase.
In keeping in line with the health segment of this month, obviously we're going to talk more about it, and Foodie is too. She doesn't want to, but she's going to because she needs views, and I know for a fact she deleted a lot of this content in June.
Oh, this video is actually going to be about my previous video.
And I'm doing a lemon mukbang. The pleasure and the pain.
So owing to Chantal not being the most healthy of girls, we did get a second update to the previous all black screen video where she was still ill, hence why she wasn't around as much, yet still managed to do well on viewership. An issue I have this month is because in June she removed so much of her content, again, piecing together this month is genuinely difficult for me because I only have clips from Twitter and a lot of those now are behind protected account, which is totally fine. It's on me to find them before they are privated, of course, and to consume this content. So I'm now going to play a clip from the second update video, which is again a black screen. Don't worry, I'll put an appropriate image on the screen so you have something to look at if you need it.
Hi guys. So here comes another unedited, half-assed update. Still sick. I went to see a doctor and had more testing done. You know, urine, blood, blah, blah, blah. And, basically, you know, they put me on I'm on different antibiotics.
In June of 2024, yeah, I have to skip to June briefly, Shenanigans actually tweeted out proof that Chantal is essentially trying to hide her health journey. The proof of it comes from these videos here. I have a new health problem and weigh in. Another update, an update, I almost died trying to take the stairs, a health issue revealed, weigh in, and more health arc blog. If you notice the dates of their release, yes, they're all from May. My issues making her content are getting worse. These are all tweeted out by Unicorn Pondu, and there are actually more of them that go into June as well. But there are live streams and videos in May where my issues are compounded because Chantal thinks, once deleted, it's gone forever. Now I have some of the update videos. You saw them, they were black screen, but that's about it really. While Chantal's health is all over the place, Mo Translates have put out something quite fascinating. The government is fed up with people cheating the system. Her health isn't great, but I wonder if she's making things up so she has an excuse to go back to Canada. I think they are quiet because they are laying low. She is on a tourist visa yet living there using loopholes. Included is a video talking about violating residency rules in the country, where they suggest you can leave the country without paying any fines at all. Two accompanying images talk about the Minister of Interior announcing that they will not allow those who violated the residency law to leave the country or legalize their status after June the 17th. Chantal is clearly there on a tourist visa, which is quite an expensive thing to have. Every few months she has to leave the country, renew it, and come back. Last year, the ministry arrested and deported 40,000 residency law violators, and the number of violators before the amnesty was estimated at about 120,000. Chantal is pushing her luck on this one, because her fake marriage, her fake life, and everything she's doing to desperately make it seem like she's got the better nada is quite frankly astonishing. By the way, I'm just going to slip it in here. In May, he was finally demonetized. How come Chantal isn't yet, though? Owing to the higgledy-piggledy nature of this month for Chantal and the fact that in June she deletes so much of it, much of which got a considerable amount of viewership because apparently she is full-time committing to mukbangs now, in June anyway. We're going to end this month with a conclusion. She gave off a bit more of an effort than she has done before, but the premiere for season 3 of Salah Chantal tanked, so she didn't commit. She did more mukbangs, but her health compromised, and because she wasn't properly regulating all the concerns she has by taking medications on time, add to that the fact that her AC went out, she didn't have access to water some of the time, the fact that she is quite large, requires a bit more time and consideration with what she is supposed to do with her body, she is making things worse and worse and worse. And in June she goes scorched earth to ensure that no one can see the proof that at some point she had actually made an effort, briefly, to try and make it look like she was doing something, because really, she's just a dedicated mukbang channel. This one is the shortest one, and there isn't even a strike in it. I hope June's better. One of Chantal's biggest focuses to begin the month of June 2024 is her blood sugar level. We have priorities, everyone. She won't change what she's going to do, but her blood sugar level is the focus. So she wants to take it down from 24, which I will admit is quite high, all the way down to Ideally, something more manageable. That said, since her body is used to having a higher dosage of sugar in its system to begin with, her bringing it down would have to be a gradual process with the limited time she has left to make any meaningful change to her health, all of which is a load of baloney. Fat-free baloney. That way we know she won't eat it. She partially succeeded in this effort, although I have a feeling it's mostly because she was unwell a little during the month of May. Here is a blood sugar level thingamajiggy measurement just to confirm that.
I wanted to show you my blood sugar has come down so much. So that is 12 point whatever. That's, remember, just 2 days ago I measured it and it was 24. So that proves to me that I need to take these medications. These medications are saving my life. I had some Jarish and some wheat bread and an apple. That's all I've had so far, with a ton of water.
Much like Amber, with her putting all of her effort into Ozempic so she doesn't actually have to try, Chantel's realised she also doesn't have to try as long as she trusts in the medication, so the only thing she has to commit to is putting something else in her mouth. So nothing really changes beyond the fact that she has to put this in her mouth, as opposed to the food that she wants to put in her mouth. One of the comments underneath this particular video: think of how good it will feel to get smaller than FFFFFFG and Yaba. Let that drive you, cause that would be fun to watch. Don't you just love where motivation comes from an entirely healthy place? Over the month of June, Chantel did make a number of videos concerning her health. As I mentioned at the end of May though, at the end of June, Chantel deleted the vast majority of it, instead turning her channel into an exclusively mukbang channel. She's removing all the rewatchability because I don't think she realises that without it, she has nothing, and nor does she have the ability to earn passive income. That rumour of her putting corn dogs in her mouth on Cameo for money is starting to cement, isn't it? Thankfully we have some of the videos though that were deleted. Users like Stuff K Said tweeted out one of her videos, and that is where we're going next, which was posted on the 2nd of June 2024.
Hi guys. A little bit later I'm going to do my Jane Fonda workout.
Do you remember back in the day, Amy's life journey doing a workout in our living room, and it just looked like a rather rotund robot, vaguely moving limbs in directions? We have it in this video, and I want to share it with the class.
You ready, Julia?
Just so I don't run the risk of a copyright claim on the audio you will hear in this video. Well, you won't actually, because obviously it was removed from YouTube by Chantel. You get some cringy anime-style music in the background. It has that feel of it anyway. And yes, this is a side picture of Chantel, who is totally better off looking-wise than she was when she was snorting snow with the almighty Naddy Daddy, who at this point had been fully demonetized by YouTube, what a shame, and was ban evading on his partner's, Dee de Grey's, YouTube channel. Oh, and just before we continue, it was noticed that Chantel, while she does use a lot of filters, has taken to making her teeth look a bit more perfect. We know you don't have that many at the back. Please don't lie to us and stop whitening them for the camera. They're slightly distorted, and also the front too look like you've actually drawn them in paint.net. Because June was a month where Chantel yet again repeated her cycle of pretending to be healthy for a moment, she went and bought herself a rather large bag of bananas, as you see here. Because, you know, it's good sugar. However, as others have pointed out, Chantel doesn't actually like bananas. Here's proof of Chantel not liking bananas from Stuff K Said. Now, it's been a while since Chantel has properly given World a pasting. Sadly, we don't have the video to back it up, really. but she did put out one titled "Girl World is the most disturbing community." In the video are screenshots like, "YouTube, you have to stop platforming demons like this. Sir, you are literally obese and have an emphysema." Is that what that is? "Witch cackle from all the smokes you smoke. So not to mention that rage and poisonous hate you have inside you is very unhealthy, MK." Now, I think this is entirely done because she needs more people to go to her content, because most of the views that she would otherwise get are going to the haters instead. The haters are doing well, to be honest. There is infighting, of course, there often is, but it doesn't change the fact that Chantel needs them to come to her so she can maintain the facade of a life she is living. The video also contained a lot of Your Mama stuff. Not going to play any of that because I can't. Annoyingly, I didn't get this video before it got deleted. Now, some of Chantel's beezers, because she still has some and I'm quite impressed, have started a Save Foodie Beauty's channel campaign. The plan is, we've got to be better than the mean channels. Yes. We go to the mean channels and post nice and positive things about our favourite foodie beauty YouTuber. No matter what they say about us, we keep up the campaign no matter what. We are being nice, not breaking any rules, just sharing our opinion. They will get tired of all the pro foodie beauty comments and they will join us or quit. Come on. The true beezers will join the campaign and be faithful about posting positive stuff about our girl foodie beauty on mean channels. Please tell me this is a sock account, because there's no way even your supporters are this cringy. And if they are this cringy, they need their brains examined. Now, Chantel isn't entirely done with World, or FFG more notably, although there are some Yaba bits here and there. In a stream titled Drama, she says the following about FFFFFFG.
By the way, and this is, I don't care if this upsets people, you call my mom a hoe? Your mom couldn't afford to be a hoe if she looked like you, and she probably did because you have half of her DNA. Just to remind people what you are this, and you and Toothless Wonder, Charlie No Fronts, your whatever, your sidekick Calamari, have the nerve to call me heifer.
Question. Who's Psychic Calamari? I get called Calamari all the time, and I don't believe FFG and I are close enough to be considered friendly, by any stretch of the imagination, in fact. So if someone can tell me who that is in the comments, I greatly appreciate it. But she's not done dunking. Let's play a little more before we continue through our month of June.
Is this you? Is this you? Is this you? Seriously. Oh my god. Alright, so yeah, go ahead. I haven't reported your channel in a little while. I was going to get around to it. But that means I have to watch your actual crap content that you say that you... Like, it's so funny that she says my content is crap. Your content today, just right now live, is reacting to me getting groceries and raging about me getting groceries.
And people say originality's dead. Chantel can't help but do these kind of things from time to time. She knows it drums up additional interest in her content. Additionally, she needs the views. She is quite the opportunist. It's why she had an only Fupa Fiber failed adult film acting site for a time. And rather than looking that up, if you want to know what it looked like, imagine that caterpillar from the movie Bug's Life.
Most of them are former addicts. Yes, a lot of them were former junkies, and a lot of them are still pizza junkies because they're obese as hell. Alright? Like, FF Ghoul, you can tell she's obese even if she doesn't show herself. She cackles like a witch, smokes cigarettes all the time with the pets around, and furthermore, she sounds like she has a hamburger stuck in her throat. So, you know, like, she's friggin' obese and she has the nerve. So yeah, they're still addicts themselves, so they can shut it.
During a live stream titled Live Home Goods Haul, it didn't do very well on views, and Chantal ended abruptly by saying the following.
So that's my, you know. Oh, I gotta go. I got bad news.
Now, you could argue, with the suitcase behind her, perhaps she was going travelling, and she was baiting the audience for the attention. No, I think she knew the numbers were dog shit and decided it was not worth the effort anymore. And trying to emulate Amber by implying something's going on, but not telling us anything at the same time. It was around this same time Chantal yet again rebranded to an extent. She changed her channel description by removing Salah from it. Now, there's a reason for that. Over the course of this month, Chantal removes a lot of content any content that has anything personal about her and her family within it. She also started using TikTok again. Now, TikTok does feature a lot more in Chantel's later end of June and early July, because Chantel starts doing those TikTok battles where you essentially do sod all and just wait for your audience to give you bits. It's highly entertaining. It's up there with those with the chili on the spoon that say, if I hit my goal, I'll eat this spoon of chili. And the goal is typically obscenely high and costs far too much for too little on the payout. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Around the 8th of June, Chantel had pretty much committed to changing her content entirely by focusing exclusively on mukbangs. We know this because of creators like Sansa Cooks, who said the following.
In case you missed it, Foodie has completely flipped the script and is back to doing mukbangs. Her latest one is Chinese with a bit of a Filipino flair. Hold on, this is driving me crazy. Let me fix this. Okay, so that's better. So, where was I? Oh yeah.
Now, to prove a point many within world had actually noticed, if you simply skip over 10 seconds of Chantel's videos on a regular basis, you will, well, basically have the same thing. She doesn't have anything to talk about beyond making various moaning noises about the food she's consuming, because she's made it a concerted point to remove so much apparently of her personal life. People aren't interested. Her views may be stable, but to be honest, the rewatchability is dead. She has no most replayed part because of things like this. The month of June, with the rebranding, the removing, the deletions, the privating, can be summed up with the mukbangs as her attempting to drum up additional interest in her content by going with the more notable names from America or North America. The mukbangs that you would ordinarily associate there, she's just taken to Kuwait as well. Later on in the month, she'll go so far as to tag the biggest YouTuber on the planet because she wants that interest. I doubt for a second Mr. Jimmy is going to give so much as a hoot about her promotion of his content, but we'll get to that later. When Chantel live streams, Chantel is ill-prepared, which is one of the weirdest things I've ever discovered when you stream. When I stream, I like to have some notes in case I can't think of what to say, or the chat is a bit quieter. That is completely reasonable. Chantel, though, no, she does the following. And yes, this is in fact taken from June 2024.
Darn it. Okay, where are you people? Hurry up, yalla. Yalla, Psora. Ghostface, assalamu alaikum. What's going on? Sorry if I look at myself, it's just that I don't want lipstick on my teeth. Hey Carrie, Minnie!
It's nice to see the real you is just as ugly as the character you put on. And I've seen greater beauty in a squashed pigeon after it's gone through the engine of a dust cart. Now, Chantel does decide to publicly tackle some of the accusations she's not as entertaining as she once was, by vowing basically to never be entertaining again, in a video titled "It's Over and Done," since deleted from her channel.
I just wanted to kind of, I guess, answer in an official video some of your questions about why I'm choosing to do mukbangs, yada yada yada. And I don't want to address this during mukbangs. I just want mukbangs to be enjoying food and having fun and just lighthearted content where I don't have to give anything of myself, share anything that, I've changed a lot.
No lie, it is 23 minutes of her being in basic denial, refusing to share much about herself to focus solely on light-hearted entertainment, as she put it. Anyone want to guess how long that lasts? I can promise you it isn't long. 25 points to your respective Hogwarts house if you can get it correct.
I love food. I am a foodie, and a beauty. I know that makes people mad.
On Twitter, an individual called Nana Spike T pointed out some of Chantal's hypocrisy. She cries fat shaming yet uses fat girl eating in her tags. She cried binge eating shaming yet uses her disorder as content. She cries bullying yet exploits that she claims to be bullied for. She cries haters yet she is her own biggest hater. Also, as you can see in the pictures, she getting bigger. Considerably bigger. So big things are, well, gravity's not on her side anymore. During the month of June, Mr. Snowflake was making more content on Chantal, and people were promoting this in her livestream chats. There's a reason for that, because after 15 minutes of her live streaming she was yawning at her own content, or lack thereof. Chantal did not take well to Mr. Snowflake, or Mr. Cardigan as she calls him, having content of his promoted in her chat. My view will always remain the same. Perhaps if you were less toxic and more entertaining, less people would be inclined to point out your toxicity, to make content on you. Additionally, they'd be less inclined to make videos on you if you perhaps didn't engage with them so much. In the case of Mr. Snowflake, it's more a historical retelling to make sure that it is catalogued. I do not envy anyone that makes content like that, and of course know no one that does content like that annually.
I see people trying hard to come in here and advertise Mr. Cardigan's loser documentaries, and it's just, nobody gives a shit. Not gonna work.
Over the course of a number of days, let's say 3 to 4 days, Chantal rebrands her channel multiple times, changing the profile picture over and over again. The one picture I think she should be using is the one where there are no filters on it, or the filters are not trying to help her, like this one. An exemplary example of just what Chantal really looks like when she goes out and about into the world of the oikuri. That picture came from a live stream titled Alone in Kuwait, because she was waiting for Salah for some bullshit reason that no one cares about. Now after this she followed up with a mukbang, Little Caesar's large pepperoni pizza mukbang ASMR. She destroyed half a bottle of ranch and the entire large pizza in 12 minutes, which is impressive, but not surprising since she's called this ASMR, so she's focusing solely on the mouth noises, the noises. To go back to the Alone in Kuwait livestream, Chantal talks about the living costs and possibly moving. This part's important because with her having a fake marriage, finding a different place is a bit tricky for her. For example, you need a marriage certificate and a job. Salah doesn't work. And, well, marriage certificate, yes. If that certificate is spelt with 2 Ks and a Z, there is a chance she has one.
They wanted $13.50 for a bachelor, and that was not electricity included. And we pay like that much for a 2-bedroom on the sea with 2 bathrooms and everything included. You don't have to pay any utilities here. You just go and rent an apartment. They take your employment information. They check your marriage certificate, and they don't charge you anything else. Yeah, we want to go to Georgia sometime because it's not that it's a popular place from here for people to go.
I'm sensing season 3 for Chantal Salah's YouTube channel. The couple's channel is going to have a bit of a renaissance when they have to do another visa run. Expect Chantal to pet some of the locals though instead of animals.
Cunt Bella is selling nudes. Okay, well if that's true, she'll be in trouble for revenge porn. But she's already a homeless nothing, so I guess she can't get blood from a stone. Actually, her whole address is doxed on the farms, so I have her address. I'm working on contacting the police about it.
I was wondering if we were ever going to circle back to Kai Bella. It's been a while. The funny thing is, with the morality police in Kuwait, it is believed that Salah will be in more trouble than Kai Bella, or yourself for that matter. I'm impressed you're still accessing the farms though. That impresses me. But then I'm equally not impressed because you, much like Amber, are the obsessive type. No doubt you have a sock account just so you can get in on the action.
people here don't like hit on you and approach you. It's like not even legal to do that. So people are very, respectful.
Now, on top of Chantal actively ignoring the likes of Mr. Snowflake doing videos on her, there was another YouTuber around this time that released a video, a rather lengthy one, a very well made one, on Chantal. A user called Curtis Price, titled "The Weight Loss YouTuber Who Became Obese for Views." I should point out, she was obese long before this. In fact, she's been very honest about the fact that she's always been that way. But the video is very good. Highly recommend you all go check it out. I'm going to skip over the part where Chantal clearly ate 2 pizzas and is obviously off her diabetes medication, and instead focus for a moment on the triumphant return of Sally, Salah Salad. All the S's. If you'd like to extend upon this for alliteration's sake, go nuts. 2 videos where he features. One titled Arabic Desserts Menu, and the second eating delicious Indian food on a date. Now, the first video is kinda meh. The second, I was live streaming and someone told me I needed to watch this one because of her filters, and it became very obvious very quickly where the issue arises. I never knew Chantal would go with a convex filter, and by that I mean like a lens, a big dome, to make things seem smaller at the centre but very long on the edges. Exhibit A paid close attention to her phone.
So here they give you some papadums with some different chutneys, tamarind, mango, and I think this is mint cilantro or something like that, but yeah. I'm gonna try the papadum. All right, first, this green chutney.
Well, we all knew that she was bending reality in some way, and later on she does in fact stand up. Reality is confirmed to be warped around her, although that could also be because Salah is trolling her a bit.
So comfy, and it's nice to be out. Like, it's been so long since we've,
Whatever filters you are using while citing You Are Not, you really do need to pay those developers more to help you out, and perhaps learn to walk differently so the waddle doesn't become more apparent. And by the way, you put Salah on camera for about 2 seconds in the first video. If the internet was working in my area of the world, I'd download the video and show you. You baited us a little bit with that one, didn't you?
I threw my back out. That's why I'm ordering in tonight.
This is one of many lies Chantal tells. She's been ordering a lot of takeout of late. Claiming she threw her back out is her go-to way of saying I'm in a miserable mood, which can actually be supported with streams she's deleted, like OK Let's Talk, where for 2 hours she was miserable beyond reckoning, said nothing yet was equally spiteful at the same time. Salah was in her live chat being a dickhead, and at one point brought the hamster in. Sadly, this has been deleted and I don't have any clips of it. Recap of it though came from another Twitter user, DX Peets of SHIT. I don't know if I can get away with that one on YouTube. They're weird about that.
Oh my gosh.
Like humping.
Babe.
I do not believe there is a reality that can, will, or ever exists where Chantal and Sally have sex. Hence the over-the-top reaction on her facial expressions, because I think she for a moment thought, I'm getting lucky. Oh man. Now if you'd like a good chuckle at Chantal's expense, she live streamed Something Bad Happened Today. She's used this facial expression to bait people a few times. This one though is quite funny, because there was a heat warning in Kuwait. When she woke up, there was a power outage, meaning she did not have access to air conditioning. Many of us have warned Chantal about the falsehood of her life, the consequence where she will undoubtedly suffer because of it. She asked to hide in a concrete building, that's really safe, hide in a concrete building with lots of windows, like a greenhouse, in the hopes that it does not reach her and cook her. Pork is haram, so I can't imagine she's delicious to anyone in that area of the world. But since she's there on a tourist visa, I have no doubt she still has access to her favourite meats, which she can become one of if the aircon isn't fixed soon enough.
Yeah, rest in peace for them. That's a horrible way to go. It's heat exhaustion. Rhonda, how are you?
Chantal earlier in the year indicated she was going to make it less of a point to share her health with you, her personal life with you. Basically, she's reneged on all of it already. She's instead decided, well, I'm going to give it to you anyway, once I can learn how to make a stream work, which was the problem she legitimately had during this month, where it took her 4 attempts to get one stream up and running. Stream titled Eating Dinner Live, by the way. 4 attempts for that. That stream is also since deleted, and during it, she made it quite clear, without trying to actually say anything, that she is on the verge of another rage stream. She also said she would consider doing a blood sugar reading if she got a $100 super chat. Apparently it's payday for Salah, and she's got to pay that man his actor's fee. Season 2 usually does mean if you keep getting renewed, you've got to increase that salary. Although he has become more of a special guest star, so maybe the fee goes down a little, as opposed to a recurring character.
Sodium less than 1 milligram. Low sodium. Yeah, low sodium water, because like, if you buy spring water, it has minerals like sodium and stuff, which is kind of like, if you drink all the time, it can be hard on your kidneys, I guess, if you have kidney problems or stuff like that.
A few moments later.
I think this is soy sauce. Let me see. Yeah, yum. Put that on the noodles.
Sodium less than 1 milligram.
Now, Chantal isn't done with the haters of world and has decided to take it upon herself to show her creative side by drawing in a Gore World Pictionary live stream milk tea, Yaba, and FFG. I don't know much about milk tea, so I don't know if that's accurate. Yaba, I don't really pay much attention to either. If she's a Trump supporter, fair enough. And I don't pay much attention to FFG, but I do vaguely remember those legs being somewhat accurate. Beyond that, though, I have no idea if this is good art or not. But as there's no such thing as bad art, we can give her a round of applause for being the best Pental Smeghead. So now would be a good time to insert the Mr. Beast Beast Burger review. This one was quite amusing because people were doing on Twitter a counter of how many times she had to mention the burger was soft, whilst also talking about how the food wasn't overly seasoned, yet had so much sauce on, yet wasn't saucy. To be honest, and I'm going to be that guy, if your meat is already seasoned, you don't need a mountain of sauces unless your palate is so unrefined it requires it. There is such a thing as too much flavour, and while the English high gets a lot of crap for not using too much seasoning, it's because we're better.
You guys know who Mr. Beast is, obviously. Very famous YouTuber. I'm not familiar with his content really, I don't watch it. The bun is really soft, like really soft. Bun is like super soft. Super soft. So let's try a bite, bismillah. Beauty bite. Oh wow.
There are 2 more areas we need to focus on before we finish this, because I don't want this to go for too much longer. She really doesn't get the views to justify me spending this much time on her. The first is having an underage mod, where Chantal said the following.
Motherhood is sacred. Stop, ladies and gentlemen. If I had a 14-year-old male in my chat, I would get to the bottom of it. Whatever. Good for you, Sue Ellen. Go virtue signal somewhere else. No one cares. No one cares. If you want to think I'm a predator, I don't care. I really don't. Whatever. Just get lost. You're annoying.
The second is Chantal's existence on TikTok. I'm going to play a couple clips that best demonstrate just how inept she really is.
No, I haven't read all the hadiths. I guess that makes me a bad Muslim and a non-Muslim. I'm sure that most Muslims haven't read all the hadiths. Give me a break.
To conclude this month, I should state, it does continue with more health scare nonsense, more of the blood sugar level stuff. Harry factors in every so often. She goes in on FFG threatening to sue her. It's hilarious. She baits people and she doesn't really get much in the way of a return. Her month has been packed with a lot of nothing and something, alluding to but not really accomplishing anything, and failing at every single step of the way to be anything but who she really is. A lot of what she does is now by design and solely to pay these rather extortive bills, and I'm expecting in the near future for her to be on another visa run, so do expect a holiday in the near future, or for Chantal to be back in Canada citing health reasons as a reason to go back. This might well be the end of part 2, because even though I wanted to make these shorter, we seem to have failed. See you for part 3 tomorrow, I guess, guys. As far as interview reviews go, this, I guess, falls within the third act of Chantal's inevitable four-parter. A four-parter she doesn't deserve, but if she could do me a solid and be a bit more consistent, these videos would be a little less all over the place. Just in case you hadn't noticed in the first 2 parts, this has not been easy. This month, there are a number of themes. One would include deteriorating health because of her own stupidity. Another would be the vast amount of mukbangs. Another would be the fact she deleted a boatload of content talking about her personal life. And of course the breakup of her marriage. I did make a video on that in July. I might play that later on. We'll start with her deteriorating health. I could now also include her back and forths with Yaba, or her criticisms of garlic bread. But to be honest, the criticisms aimed at garlic bread are completely justified, since all he does at this point is still 2 to 3 videos a day on Amber or Chantal. Yeah. Okay, let's start with the deteriorating health, because Chantal was not the most active creator.
Looking. They're evil looking. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were still looking at me. Sorry. I can't help it. I feel better.
So for the earliest part of July, Chantal was not the most active creator. Now this was believed to be for a number of reasons. The first, the obvious, a visa run. Whether there is any truth to that or not, I am uncertain. But we do know she has to at least 3 to 4 times a year go on a visa run. Chantal was also having issues with her kidneys, her back, her crack, her sac. She had many issues in many areas of her body. The beatus was another problem. When she did come back, she put out a stream titled, "Where Have I Been?" It has since been removed from YouTube, but DX on Twitter did recap it, because she was live, mic muted, hoping she'll get enough clicks to pay for whatever she's hiding right now. The chat itself dwindled, she sounded high and congested. I have been curious what access she has to things that could get her high, euphorics, in Kuwait. She talks about being sick with diabetes. In a separate video, she does talk about having a kidney infection. The wonderful thing about the DX Twitter account is they are very good at giving a concise breakdown of Chantal's live streams and of course Chantal's videos. The videos though are very formulaic at this point, especially if they're the ones that stay up on the channel. Although that said, the ones that don't stay up on the channel are also formulaic in their own way. Talks about health stuff, bleeds it for a few extra clicks, removes it so she's earned the money she could from it. Why bother having any form of rewatchability on your channel, am I right? She also spent an inordinate amount of time talking about Yaba and Sam. Their back and forths are quite delectable, but we're not going to focus on that here. Again, there are far too many stories going on at once, and I promise theirs is inconsequential. There was also a discussion just before this of Chantal celebrating Canada Day with Salah.
Well, you go to do a Canada Day mukbang with Salah on July 1st. I don't know, probably, well, I don't know, Bertha, I don't know, you just confused me. I'm not gonna go on more insulin, like what am I gonna do? Be one of those people who takes insulin, injects more and more just so you can eat a friggin' large pizza? Like, no. That's exactly what you'll do. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that counting sheet. Nope. But yeah, that's what I was thinking, that I'm like, what if I wanted to eat like junk food? Like, I'd have to inject insulin. Like, okay, now I can eat. Like, that's so, no, that's so messed up.
Not long after this, because of the issues with the kidneys and her beatus being not properly regulated, she went to hospital. By the way, after spending a night there and eating food she did not enjoy because it wasn't the food she wanted, she started in community posts citing TikTok dietitians, which I found hilarious. By the way, that's not to say they're not real dietitians. It's just that's who you've latched onto as your source for information. One particular interpretation of it. Someone else pointed out that if she's on 5 cc's based on her weight, she's not taking enough and needed 15 cc's, and when it was up to 15 cc's based on weight, it meant that she wasn't 150 kilos that she claimed to be, she was actually closer to 450 pounds, since 150 kilos is about 120 pounds short. Should be noted at time of recording, these videos don't exist on her channel anymore because she's special and thinks that by removing them that they're gone forever. I downloaded that from Twitter. Your content will live on. Don't worry, Chantal.
I'm gonna get type 3 diabetes. Oh my god.
It's still cold, huh?
The water, yeah.
Somebody said, where is everyone?
Now what you want to do when you're a Canadian that is used to a much lower temperature is go outside in the middle of the summer, fully clothed, which is advisable when you are in such heats to be as protected as you can be. In her context, though, she's already wrapped up in a layer of another person and a half. And instead, go outside and suffer that kind of temperature for content, which is what you just saw a clip of. But I've got more. You see, there are a few points of criticism here when it comes to how much the filters do and what reality shows us. For example, we know the filters are hiding all the divots in her rather round face. We know that the hijab that she wears is tucked into another chin. We know that she has her glasses sat on her cheeks, not on the bridge of her nose, because her nose is too small and her face is getting bigger. It's like a hamster pouch, but no one bothered to empty it. Because Chantal is Canadian, raised in Canada, she is used to a much cooler temperature year-round. Air conditioning in a building will only go so far. If it fails, you suffer. And to live this life, this facade that she thinks is real, is astonishing when it is causing her legitimate harm. It will also be doing something else. From my own knowledge and experience of other people, some have to regulate their insulin dependent on the seasons. When it gets hotter, the dosage changes because of how the body metabolizes. So when the core temperature gets cooler, things of course go the other way. When you're 450 pounds, so you're close to being bedbound, living in a prison cell of an apartment, which it is, you go outside, wrapped up in your clothing and also your blubber, you are pulling every card you can to race yourself to the bottom, knowing that your diabetes is going to go haywire the moment you bite into something as simple as a peach. Which it did for you, didn't it now?
Brenda. Of course it was a recorded cat. Julia doesn't just meow on command. Like I can't just go, meow for everybody, Julia, and she'll do it. Why would you lie to us, Mama? I thought it was obvious. It's obvious it's not Julia. Wow. If you thought it was, I'm sorry, but she still won't make any noise. Oh, that's Julia, see? There you go.
Okay, Julia. Okay, Julia.
Okay, Julia. Sounded like a video clip of a cat. You always have excuses.
In truth, when it comes to Chantal's health, this does go on for most of the month, but she does delete nearly every single video talking about it and live stream. I will stand on that hill where I have said she only does this to drum up additional interest in her, to provide for the haters so they can make videos criticizing her, so she can get the additional interest. This does happen regardless of whether you like her or not. I'm going to play one more clip where Chantal tests her blood sugar level, also deleted off YouTube in case it wasn't obvious enough. Before we move on to her presence on TikTok, before we move on to Salah, oh geez, there's some weirdly shaped things we need to talk about there. and other areas the mukbangs as well, because some things just really don't change.
Please work. How did it go higher? My blood sugar went higher. Did I eat something since then? Did I have a peach before or after the insulin? I'm not telling you. I had it before. It's like 3 points higher than what it was.
The clip that's taken from is nearly 5 minutes long. She spends the next 4.5 minutes crying about the fact it's 3 points higher because she ate a peach, something which you might have considered foreshadowing as I mentioned it earlier. Now on to TikTok. Chantal is able to use TikTok to milk it, which is totally fine. It's what many non-tent users do with it. But also, first post. Catfish, I guess. Right? Catfishing is on the screen now, where that is basically every filter imaginable working overtime. I know on TikTok, creators can be paid to create filters for the platform. Whoever did this one has earned their bread. Congratulations. Yes, I'm going to leave it looping while I tell you this is the thing of what you buy on Temu, and the reality is you get the version that you saw in the hospital. Now, the second type of TikTok post she does is the live stream battles, where all she has to do is slouch on her couch and have a back and forth. And we have one for you.
Okay, let's battle. No, this cousin, you want to cousin because she said, hold on. Like, no, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Don't tell me you.
I eat everything I see.
Oh, yeah, looks it. I know what you mean.
I love
what I'm trying to be on. I'm trying to gain some weight.
Well, I'll trade ya. Hi, Dak.
Right? That's what everybody says.
Thank you for the bracelets.
Oh, you jump on my couch one more time, it's a problem. Go sit down.
Misbehaving?
Yo, if you say I with the dash one more time, I'm done. After this, I'm coming off. You guys are not nice to me.
Bria, thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you.
I did? Foodie, I hope you have a great day and continue your seafood diet.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
You too. Take care, eh?
Bye.
Bye. Sorry,
That kind of content appeals to Chantal because she doesn't have to do anything beyond the superficial, that is, which she can drop the moment the other person leaves or she herself is yeeted, whichever's easiest. I'm going to, for no reason whatsoever, include a meme, an image that was shared, because I was doing a research stream and I saw this, and it made me cry with laughter. It was this image of the despicable duo Fat Girl and Scat Boy. Na 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 na. Fat Girl, love Scat Boy. Fuzzy on her chest. It's a king. Yeah, we're not here to judge, of course. What's really amusing with Chantal's presence on social media is there are dramas around her, adjacent in fact. Take for example 2 of her mods, with one called Meep making a joke in one of her live chats, another called Melly saying it was inappropriate, with Melly deleting or hiding the comment that was by Meep, which led to them starting to fight in her live chat. Instead of addressing it publicly, Chantal instead ordered food. That's not a joke, it's just a shame that stream got, well, removed. Yeah, I didn't get clips for that one. But because I trust her, I've got Mo Translate's description of the events. You also have the infrequent appearances of the Salah. For example, he was bragging that this newest edition of Biza is selling well. Without any proof, I do not believe this for a moment. I really don't. Unless he's knocking on people's doors and selling it face to face, like the good old days. I assume in the future he'll also be hosting Biza Tupperware parties. There was also another adjacent thing we have to highlight as well, concerning Merriam Mukbang. Now I'm pretty sure that Chantal had left a comment on one of her videos, saying thank you for the kind words, sorry some of my haters are bugging you, hi Lola. Underneath, your haters are coming over here to praise her for things they criticize you for, doesn't that bother you at all? And that's true. I'm sure Merriam got some criticism because some thought perhaps she might be Chantal Take 2. If you watch any of her content, she's really not. Sansa Cooks did a fantastic video talking about Merriam, not Miriam, just to be clear here, they aren't different people. But because Merriam's name got brought into this, she obviously got some undue attention. Again, they are not the same person and not deserving of the same kind of consequence.
Go f yourself, Anna. But I don't give a shit up, dumbass. In reality, shut the f up. You're a dumbass. Go eat shit. You bitch. How the f give a shit? Asshole. I guess I'm just bitch today. I don't know. My ass? Same. Oh, insane shit. Down a f we're all shit. Who gives a shit? Who is bitch?
With that being taken from a live stream, I'm somewhat impressed that Chantal didn't end up putting out a community post concerning her hangriness. I guess this gives us an opportunity to properly delve into the mukbangs, as it were, show a few clips of her greatest hits for the month, and then I guess we should probably talk about Salah, because yes, their relationship is a topic for discussion, as is the alleged exposure, microscopic and alleged microscopic, but exposure alleged nonetheless.
Okay, so yes, beauty bite. Let's try this mess. What is this? Chicken and okay, so this is a chicken and rice dish that just sounded amazing to me. Looks interesting. I love creamy mushroom stuff. Yum!
As you see from the video I just showed you clips of, Chantal is still going through that phase of, when I'm going to do a mukbang, every single time it has to be slightly different, even if I know nothing about what it is. But because of her addiction to food, there's very little chance she'll actually actively dislike. Although we have encountered one this year she wasn't fond of, she still finished it. But she wasn't fond of it, because again, she is addicted to food.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh, y'all. Hello, hello. I have a real treat today. I have to show you one of my favorite things here. In Kuwait, it's the BK King Royal meal. Oh my gosh. This is like the nashi of Kuwait, okay? But it's very messy. Oh my gosh, it's so messy. And the cheese always sticks to the wrapper. You bite? And the mayo chip. Oh my gosh. They're so hot. Yalla, bismillah. Wow. It's huge.
Still as slovenly as ever, and there's no doubt in my mind she's never put something that big in her mouth before. Well, certainly not in Kuwait. Now, when it comes to the mukbangs, they were, as I'd earlier stated, very formulaic. Since they're the only videos at present, middle of August when I'm recording this, on her YouTube channel, she's intentionally removed anything that has anything remotely controversial. You'll see why in a minute. Because now we need to talk about Salah, and there are a couple parts we need to talk about. Yes, he has sporadically featured in her content throughout this month, a bit more than in previous months, but not so much on camera, more holding it. You saw when they were at the beach, and she was exhausted, because she shouldn't be there. You know this because he helped her with some cooking stuff as well. He's been in her live chats as well, saying the same regurgitated nonsense that he usually says. Well, it turns out things aren't as good right now for them, in the middle of July anyway. And for this, I need to play the video I made in the middle of July 2024, part of it, because she has removed the video from YouTube and I no longer have a copy. Chantal has some news for us, and of course we here take all news from Chantal as serially as we possibly can, with milk and a mountain of sugar. Because like Chantal, we take our health serial and we are dainty. Although of the two of us, one is actually dainty and the other is Chantal. In case you didn't know, Chantal typically doesn't do content like this. She normally does mukbangs, but she hasn't done any videos for about 4 days. Something must have been happening. Contract renewal, you never know. The reason I've played 20 seconds of dead air is because it included the part where Chantal moved the camera to our left, her right, meaning that half her face will not be on camera as much. There was speculation the reason why was because then she could dip out quicker if she needs to laugh about something. I kinda believe it to be true. I also think it's possible she has some of those salts they use to wake people up in hospital, just so she can fake tears. I hear that stuff's quite potent, and she is used to putting things up her nose after all. Old habits die hard, am I right, Chantal?
Drink.
No lie, this is the beginning of her stream. This is what we get for content. Recently, Chantal's been struggling with health problems, while claiming that she is fine, arguing with her audience who point out perhaps she needs to reduce the carbs to help with diabetes, or take diabetes medication. She's actually argued about this by saying that carbs are good, all carbs are, or some nonsense like that. Because of these issues, that is what I had thought this was about. I'm wrong.
Hello. I'm invisible. Hi everybody. I'm gonna be like off to the side so I can, you know.
Be a loser that thinks they're being quirky? Is this just another reason to make sure your play button's visible?
It's so hard to pretend to not be, like, to be okay. Like, I don't want to show any weakness.
Chantal, this makes very little sense. We know you're not okay because you're Chantal. That obviously means you're not okay. But you deciding not to show weakness is like, well, Boogie not showing us his medical records.
To the left. I ordered food because I need comfort. It's so sad, I know, but I don't care right now. I'm moving back home.
Let me guess. Because your health concerns are too much for the Kuwaiti medical care system, because you can't afford it, because your entire life is a sham and you now need to realize you need to live a proper life, but you're going to feign this and say that everything's okay? You may have noticed I've left out one obvious answer, because I've got something to say about it when she says it.
I'm going to be on my own. I'm going to be like single and like we're separating.
Now, of course, if your marriage was real, I would feel sorry for you, but I don't, because your marriage isn't real.
I don't want to talk about why. Like, I want to respect privacy in that way.
Chantal, you streamed for nearly an hour, you changed the thumbnail on it, you deleted community posts talking about this stream. I don't think you're respecting privacy, I think you're learning the lessons of Amber Lynn Reid and trying to stretch this out.
And yeah, I wish I could tell you why. It's just relationship stuff.
That was but a small clip of the entire video. No point linking it, because a day later, Chantal put out another video indicating that she was not breaking up with Salah. They resolved their differences. It was a petty squabble. Most of it is, in fact. I have no doubt in my mind it had something to do with not wanting to go and collect the vast amounts of takeaway that Chantal refused to go and get herself, which she could, if she could be asked. This then led to a massive purge in content on her channel, where she outright stated again she would no longer be discussing personal matters online because of the online discourse. Because she lives her lives, well, the single one she has, it's quite a crappy one, she lives it vicariously through those who like to crap on her. She's not interested in doing anything to improve her life, but she does like being center of attention, even if it is negative.
I did an experiment, actually, and I did record it. My fasting blood sugar this morning was 14, which is high. And then I drank the Unicity, because, like, I want to see what, like, if it really works. And then I had chocolate fudge brownie. And then I took my blood sugar an hour and 10 minutes later to see like if it spiked. It was 13.9. For real, I have it recorded. I'm doing an experiment, so tomorrow I'm gonna eat the brownie without the Unicity and see what happens. And I didn't take any of my meds yet.
Now I'm going to insert as a public disclaimer, these videos take so long to make. They really do. I have an entire Discord server tab with the sources we acquire from her videos, her streams, from tweets, and we put them there. So much of it is her responding to comments, responding to haters. If I put all of that into this would become in and of itself a 2-hour video on its own for 1 month. I don't get the use of that. I'm trying to focus on the main things. One of those big things being a bit ironic, allegedly, since it's a last sword of small, weirdly tipped and mutilated, low IQ, over-trimmed, never been in Chantal, micro-whelm and lacking in all key areas including initiative, Pecker. Which for this video, and since it's only getting mentioned now, we're going to call Clancy. Let's move on, shall we?
Just one. Tea and scrumpets. And I want to do a makeup look. Hey, Kelly. Oh, by the way. Yeah, Kiki.
Since a lot of the criticisms levied at Chantal centre on the fact she can never seem to tell the truth about anything, Chantal has some sound ways of advising and deflecting.
I will say this about lying, though. How many people in a marriage or relationship, Melly left this comment, have gone through bad times with their significant other and have said, oh, we're breaking up, and end up getting back together? Is that a lie? No. So stuff it.
I think the issue here is that for this to be proven to be the case for you, you two would have to be a couple. But much like Boogie2988 not showing us his medical records, you refuse to show us the marriage certificate. The proof, the verifiable proof that you two are actually married. At this point, you've still not. You just say you are, while also flashing us a regurgitated arcade ring machine ring thing. Doodah. Piece of plastic you wear on your finger. Yeah, that. And by the way, for anything to be true about the position held by Melly, which is actually true in the wider landscape, you'd have to try and ignore the fact that Chantal admitted she threatened divorce over a petty argument. The word petty being quite important. This comes across as a form of emotional abuse if the relationship was even real to begin with.
There's no filters on live stream, Specta, but stay jealous.
Sure, Jan.
Now, while there is a lot going on when it concerns haters and her obsessive need to go in on them because she needs them, all of which we could go through, but I think in the previous months this year we've adequately conveyed just how obsessive she is. I want to focus for the final part of this video on her visa and how she's accessing her money, because I firmly believe that Salah gets paid from Chantal because Chantal transfers her money from her Canadian accounts straight to Kuwait to his accounts because she doesn't have one there, thereby avoiding the taxes that she owes for and the bankruptcy she's in trouble with, along with a clip talking about her visa.
Talking about actually bank transfer. It wasn't a bank transfer, and it wasn't 9,000 to transfer to him. It was, I wanted access to my money, and I was like trying to figure out how to do that. And like, yeah, I think we asked him like the best way to go about it, like whenever they were friends. So what? Doesn't mean I gave him money. Like, what the hell? No, we don't plan to move to Canada. Maybe down the line. I don't know. I don't plan that far ahead in my life. Are you kidding? You know. At least, because if you get married here, I'm not married to a Kuwaiti, so it's not the same. Like, he's Syrian, right? So he's an expat as well. So they've actually just recently changed, like they've come out like the visa. They're always changing the rules for visas here, except for like the tourist one. But like, he can sponsor me as his wife on a family visa. They just changed it recently. Like, before you had to have a university education, which he does have. Now they're like more lax on that. Like, there's certain criteria. So like, he would have to sponsor me on that, which is fine.
and you have to leave the country, come back on that visa. But like before, like on the tourist visa is what I'm talking about. I went to Qatar for like a few days, and it was just a nice vacation. Like, you know, just like, I have no problem with that.
I'm not going to lie, those two clips alone answered an awful lot of questions I had concerning what Chantal is actually doing to stay in what she thinks is her wonderland, to stick it to the haters. I would finish this with a conclusion, but let's face it, a lot has been left out, and I probably should address that now. She had a monthly back and forth, going on for actually a number of months, with YouTube Underground's Yaba and Sap, going in on them for their children, their lifestyle, how they look as well, of course. It's basically turd-flinging monkey central. Leg to stand on, no one has one. She went in on all of her haters, she went in on all of her commenters, she carried on with the mukbangs, all of which were atrocious. She live streamed to high hell, but didn't make anywhere near as much money, and her viewership is starting to go down even more. During a number of her streams, she looked like she was intoxicated in some way, and I mean high. Not entirely sure what she had taken, or whether it was simply a side effect of the medication she may have bothered to take. Another problem she had this month, much like every month, she still has yet to get on top of taking her medication properly and on time, because I don't want to take this medication if it means I can then only eat one peach or drink one of these beverages. Her mentality is all over the place on that, because as you can tell, she's grown up and incredibly smart. A lot of this will bleed over into August anyway, so we're going to address more of it there. So Chantal begins the month of August 2024 by trying to hop onto the drama surrounding Amber Lynn Reid, because Amber's a skank, and because Chantal is an opportunist. Sadly for her, it doesn't work. It's basically clickbait, and she only spends about 5 minutes trying to talk about something she knows nothing about, which her own chat call her out on, before then going back to her usual spiel of being very angry at her chat, eating and being very angry at her chat, sharing too much information which she'll undoubtedly delete in the near future. In the mukbang sphere of what Chantal does, she starts by putting out this particular mukbang, New York style pizza, wings, wedges, mukbang, and how I lose weight eating what I want. This is misinformation because Chantal is still gaining weight, which once you get into September will get, well, progressively worse.
I'll just eat like my main meal. That's how I try to like not gain weight.
The video in question, the mukbang itself, is rife full of misinformation. For example, Chantal genuinely believes that she doesn't eat outside of the video she puts on YouTube. So every meal she eats is uploaded to YouTube, which is a load of bollocks. Come on, please.
I haven't been eating like anything really outside of my mukbangs.
Foodie has a tendency to be incapable of milking any situation, like the Amber Lynn Reid drama at this point with Erica, Valentine and others. It's best demonstrated by the fact that she cannot tell the truth. She also goes into things having never prepared for it, so she speaks on the fly and relies on what is charitably considered her wit. On the 3rd of August, Chantal did another live stream mukbang and got very angry at her live chat. She got angry at them because they pointed out she was wearing an item of clothing. Stripes are renowned for helping you, by the way, look a little slimmer. They do, however, have limitations. For wearing it back to front. Because her raging was getting nowhere, she decided instead to alter the TV by climbing on the furniture, which now explains why her previous couch was broken.
Oh.
These sandals are so comfortable, these ones from Temu. Wow.
It was highlighted by some on Twitter that you can now see the damage being done by high sodium in her foods around her eyes. This picture was the one doing its rounds.
And that person is a therapist. Like, this is what I mean. Like, how I don't want therapy. Like, like, what if your therapist is messed up like this? Like, I just don't trust strangers with like
being vulnerable with them. You just never know. I don't know. Ugh.
Yet she will, with no level of irony, share her entire life online to later delete it because she's above sharing too much information, even though her entire channel's existence, and I'll call it success for the sake of it, relied heavily on her sharing far too much. But a therapist is a no-go, because that's a stranger. Alright, and I'm just going to insert Chantel's adventures outside at this point, centered around her taking an elevator down 2 stories, to go outside for 4 minutes, to go, wow, I'm outside, to go back inside again, without breaking a sweat, everyone. This is progress. Gorl is on a real weight loss journey. On the 4th of August, Chantel made a number of admissions concerning her eating habits and her blood sugar, clip included.
I used to eat a spoonful of it. Ew, why did I do that as a kid? I used to eat toast with ketchup. I used to eat cat food, the dry one. I used to eat Panda's kibble. We had a cat named Panda. My blood sugar when I tested it was 8.6. So it's been a lot higher. I think it's the insulin. Yeah, it's in the 8s always, Mimi. Always 8 something. So if I cut down on the junk, maybe it would be 6. I don't know. 6 would be pretty normal. It'd be like 5 would be perfect, but
I'm not surprised that she used to eat cat food, because she looks the type to eat anything, and those teeth look like they would break through anything regardless, although they could also be made out of white tack. And as far as her blood sugar goes, she doesn't take a medication, but she'll happily continue to, on time and a regular basis, shovel food into her face. But taking medication to help herself is a complete no-go. It really is a race to the bottom in 2024, isn't it? By the way, her viewership during this part of the month is still going down. Amberlynn Reed is pulling in all the numbers in August. She streamed 4 to 5 times, Amber did, and she got so many views. Chantel barely got a 10th of what Amber got. On August the 5th, Chantel did another one of her famous live streams, tanking in views of course, titled Dinner Time, during which she ate totally normal-sized portions of food and obliterated it with a happy shark dance. Now, Chantel's level of stupid extends beyond the realm of food. It also extends into the realm of sleep. Although according to Chantel, if you have a nap, and that nap is 8 hours long, that is still a nap.
I had a nap 4 to midnight. I'm losing track of time, yeah.
I was always led to believe that is a rather lengthy period of time we call sleep, but apparently Chantel, because of her size, is used to hibernation. Therefore 8 hours is but a nap, because the passage of time requires her to actually sleep for nearly 3 months of the year in one go. And there I was thinking that was because her blood sugar level went too low. Okay, so this might have been a bit of a smoke screen, because something else happened around this time I have to talk about, but I can't show you. I'd like you to imagine, if you will, an arrow. Think of a cartoon arrow, right? Except the tip is smaller than the width, and it looks like it's been suffocated for far too long. Now attach this to a human body, and you have allegedly the organic item, limb, the almighty god rod of Chantel's husband, allegedly. The well-shaven image of was doing its rounds all over social media. To those that DM this to me, all 7 of you, you are dead to me. How dare you? So Chantel naturally put on a brave face and put out this photo as well. Well, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? What is it with you, Chantel, and oddly shaped and sized arrows? You seem to have a thing for it. Now, Chantel did go on to address this in a calm and measured manner, although it can be argued the only reason she is calm and measured in this particular delivery, although it is calm and measured by her standards, is because she's eating carbs, and as others, many in fact, have pointed out, carbs are her happy place.
Honor, I don't have to say anything.
And honestly, like, I'm not interested in drama. I'm not interested in negative vibes. I just want to bees. I could really honestly care less what's going on with these people. You know, like, life is amazing when you're just focusing on not being, like, involved in, like, that kind of thing, you know? So yeah, Christopher, that's my... I know people are expecting me to be like, wow, you have so much fodder to go after people with. And you know what? Like, in Islam, they teach you, like, if somebody insults you, comes after you for something, and you find that you have things that you could say back against them, if you don't, then you're going to be rewarded, like, many times over, you know? Regarding nudes without a face, a picture without a face is just a picture. Could be a random homeless guy, for all you know.
To any poor random homeless guy whose penis is now on the internet, I am really sorry. For two reasons. One, because apparently your random homeless penis is on the internet. The second, because somebody took the liberty of mutilating you, perhaps sticking you in a Ziploc bag for far too long. Or perhaps society failed you as a whole because you continued to shove that up a VW Beetle exhaust for far too long. Another comment Chantel made in this stream concerned her passport and her visa status. Now, every 90 days, she goes on a visa run, due very soon by the way folks, don't you worry. Now she claims she has a 10-year passport. This can't be true if she is constantly going on visa runs.
What did I share? What did I pay? Share. What did I pay? I paid $160 for a 10 years passport, Canadian passport. So it's good for a long time, I don't gotta worry.
Now, because of Chantel's infamy, notoriety, success as a YouTuber, she got name-dropped on Lolcow Live as a suitable punishment for Boogie, because he faked cancer. Here's the punishment part. It's, well, I'll be honest, it would have been funny if it happened.
I think you have to go on a date and at least go to first base with a very large woman.
Not a chance.
Yes.
I'm committed.
Yes.
I'm committed to one person.
No. You have to do that. You absolutely have to do that.
Dan, I have had more than my share of fat chicks. I'm done with that.
Okay.
I'm done with that.
So Wings. He has to go on a date with a fat. Yes, you're back. He has to go on a date with a very large woman and at least make it to first base.
Well,
First
you know,
base is-
Foodie Beauty
no.
is a fan of the show. Would you go on a date with Foodie Beauty?
No.
You don't got to kiss her. You just got to go on a date and treat her right.
No.
And Chantel got a name drop. I mean, that's for her, right? That's clout right there. Now, a day later, there were some things happening, but the one thing I want to highlight is the picture I've already showed you. This one. The reason why is because somebody had noticed that the collar around her neck is actually hiding her chins. It's been photoshooped onto the picture. It's a direct rip, if you position it correctly, for the image just twisted to one side. Well, that's certainly one way of making it look like you're not having a facial meltdown. On that note, we should insert another one of those fabled occasions, events if you will, where Chantel's gone outside and struggled then to get back in her car after what has been dubbed a camel bees. I wonder if another camel spat in her face.
We are back on. We forgot the router in the car, guys, so we disconnected.
Wait.
Sorry, guys. I can't catch one.
During this time, by the way, the subject of that mysterious arrow-shaped peen did continue for a little bit, and Chantal kept saying it might belong to anyone. She did, however, confirm the Kai Bella messages that included that penis were real, which is weird, isn't it now? I guess that means that was his penis then. Just because it tickles me, I'm going to include another clip from that video, where you see within it Chantal spending an inordinate amount of time just moaning about the fact that it's too hot for her.
Ugh, it's hot, babe. Ugh, I'm sweaty. I'm not even wearing that many layers. I'm just wearing one shirt. I'm always hot. That's like how I am, you know? I just hate the heat so bad. It's just like really sunny and hot. I hate sweating. If you have your head covered too, it makes it more hot, I think.
I don't know. I'm just hot.
She hates the heat, in fact, yet she's always hot, which was never true in Canada. Now, because she's competing with Amberlynn Reid, she's still not pulling in those views that Amber's getting. Evidence on the screen now. On top of that, she's genuinely blaming the hijab, as you heard, for overheating. Yet, as many pointed out, you could, get better fabric. Or, because you don't have to, you could just take it off. I think because she wants to present herself as some kind of beauty, almost like it's in her name. She doesn't want imperfections to be visible, which is why she abuses filters, none of which are working in the heat. The level of ungratefulness, the lack of kindness, in fact, the personality filter as a whole, something she can't create in live stream form, which is why the filters usually go vocally, she just says what she thinks, manifest well when she starts to be an ungrateful twerp and act like a brat when Salah tries to get her to do things. Exhibit A should absolutely demonstrate this.
You want to keep moving?
Going where?
Walk for that place here, and then come back to the car?
No, I don't.
Yalla.
We're gonna go back to the car?
If you feel well.
I don't feel
walking.
well.
If you feel not well, just go back to the car.
I think I feel frustrated because I feel like nobody understands my limitations. Like,
it is odd to have chicken fries with breakfast, but whatever. I'm still hungry. I have a bonus sandwich just off the junior menu items. A chicken burger with onions, pickles, Thousand Island sauce, and cheese. Beauty bite.
Mercifully, I fully understand your limitation, Chantal. You can't do anything that involves your body moving unless that movement is a bowel movement or you raising your hands, clasping something to put into the orifice. That is your gob. Although you do use your gob from time to time to perform vital hygiene because apparently purchasing things like facial wipes is a novelty, an unnecessary expense. When Chantal was queried about why she hasn't taken diabetic education classes, she claimed that she was privating those reasons for herself.
I have my reasons, Riley. I can't really talk about why I'm holding off on the courses, but yeah, I have a reason.
The reality is, as Stuff K said had pointed out on Twitter, you require a residency to partake in that, not a tourist visa. Chantal went on to talk about reminiscing her visit to Thailand and petting tigers.
I don't know. Maybe they like being drugged. You ever think of that? Maybe the tigers like the drugs?
Something which I am firmly against, because if they were really put in front of her, she would have been eaten. Heavily drugged up tigers, there's no version of this where they enjoy it. They're heavily drugged up so tourists can think they're cool. Oh, look at me, I petted a tiger. It's called animal abuse, you lobcock. By the way, Chantal did go swimming again, but I think she only went because it made it easier for her to pee without risking, breaking the toilet. The exhibit's on the screen. If she wasn't doing that, I'd be very impressed. Now, we haven't really featured Pete's much this year, but he does feature sporadically from time to time to confirm some details. More notably in this one, insurance concerning Chantal.
I don't want to get any details about what she's up to, though. And the one thing I will say is that she is hoping to get health insurance over there. She is still hoping to get some health insurance in Kuwait, so...
Chantal's level of stupidity also goes into the realm of basic mathematics. Turns out when she's trying to work out sodium on a can of lentil soup, she can't do the math. She can do meth, but she can't do math. Just in case someone wanted to make that remark. I've saved you the trouble. You're welcome.
Let's read the sodium in here. Excuse me. Okay, sodium, salt. For half of the can, 1.2 grams of salt. I don't know what that means. I love salt. So there's no salt in here? 19% of your daily for half a cup. So times 2, that'd be like 40%. So half your daily.
Because Chantal doesn't really have much to talk about, and knowing that Anne Boleyn is doing so well right now, she has persisted in talking about Anne Boleyn Reid's situations and dramas. Understandably so, it will generate views for her.
Yeah. And I find it really, really sad that, I was listening to, her Amberlynn's live stream and when she was on the phone with Alexis, and Alexis was, outing things about her and Tommy's relationship that she clearly didn't feel comfortable with being outed. She's like, I can't believe you're saying that. And that's why I was like, is this scripted? Because what person would do that? Is this scripted drama? Because who would do that?
You would, Chantal. 100% you would. Whether it be with your biggest fan and future lover, whether it be your fake marriage, hell, whether it be you and Nada, because that resurfaces, doesn't it, at some point? Last month, we saw a clip of Chantal's filters working overtime, whether it be her elongated phone or the fact her face suddenly changed from Fraggle Rock to what she believed to be her own revert Mount Rushmore. Well, it turns out there are other clips doing their rounds that show her face and her surroundings change when she turns the filters on. And in case you don't notice, pay attention to the cat, the water, and her phone. Things change a little when you pay enough attention.
Show you in a minute. No, I can't take all these cats, guys. What
do you do? Mine is 2:30.
Hi, little one.
Hi.
You must be really hungry, huh? No wonder you like me.
The image you now see on the screen is taken from a thumbnail of a live show. As you can see, it is a picture of absolute revert perfection. Further proving an earlier point, this is a picture of her from the live stream. I think this is called catfishing. And I'm pretty sure she got a free cake because the lady who gave it to her thought she was pregnant.
Open the new Matilda.
Oh. This is free?
Yes, free.
Oh my gosh, wow, yeah.
So this is a new dessert we open, Matilda.
Okay.
So I hope you will love it, and this is a number 1.
Oh my gosh, wow. Okay, yeah, let me show them. Okay guys, I'm getting a Matilda cake on the house. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Now, as the month progresses, Chantal is queried about animal control's involvement in her life. She tries to get very high and mighty about it. 3 times they came to see her, because she does in fact admit to ABUSE when it comes to her cats, and neglect.
You guys see the kind of jokes I tell, and then you're going to act brand new when I make a joke about BBJ? I'm going to take a dirt nap, so what? She's going to die. It's a fact of life. Everyone's going to die. Get a life. Stop clutching your pearls. Such a So the 3 times that animal control came, I need to get those reports. It's not funny. Well, just because you don't think it's funny doesn't mean that it's what you think it is, okay? So go clutch your pearls somewhere else, Heath. Shut up, Heath. I would never, ever my animals. And the only reason BBJ's nails were neglected is because I wasn't in the country.
She also put out a community post concerning Yaba of the YouTube Underground. Now, they have had a lengthy back and forth for a while. Yaba did a livestream titled Foodie Beauty Thinks About Kids in Weird, Sick, Twisted Ways. The clip you saw a moment ago came from this, in fact. Well, not this livestream, but from the video she's citing. Foodie Beauty put out a community post saying, "Oh Yaba doo-doo. It's okay for you to strike Hillbilly Belinda on false copyright claims and rage quit your stream because you didn't like her video title about you, but you can make one like this? You're a clown and hypocrite. And you want to know why it's okay for others to react to your situation, i.e. your deceased baby daddy being a PDF, and you put out the narrative they do and not treat you like a victim because your wife made a post after he passed condemning people for talking bad about him, and it goes on for a while. I have a feeling in the future we're going to have to add Yaba to the list of people that Chantal needs to make out with. You know, next to Boogie and her biggest fan. To go back to the animal stuff, the reason why it even happened in the first place is because Chantal has not had her cat spayed. She had her cat with some kind of injection because she felt guilty about the idea of taking her ovaries away from her after losing her own ones. Chantal then proceeds to get annoyed because her cat is in heat, and that's not fair to her. Because all the extra irritation about her horny cat, when she should have done the right thing from the offset, something which Chantal has never been able to do once in the entire time I've known her on YouTube.
Babies are cute. Babies, when I see a baby, honestly, I get like an instinct and I just want to like hug them and breastfeed them, I swear.
During a stream titled Alone and Live, Chantal does a live weigh-in, but many intrepid users noticed, because of the 4-minute blackout, she already had the weight on the scales before she stepped onto the scales. The 155.6 she claims to be was already there, meaning that she kind of wasn't weighing herself, she was just using what was already on it. Either she programmed that to be the 0 number, which would indicate she's even heavier, or she balked her scale on purpose.
When I weighed myself at one time, I was 151 point something. That was after being sick and not eating for a few days. And I've been back to eating a lot. So now my honest weigh-ins, yeah, I don't have anything to hide, whatever.
Honesty and Chantal are somewhat oxymoronic, and they are certainly never mutually exclusive. Now, while Chantal does do a lot of live streams, she also does upload a lot of mukbangs. One of the more recent ones at this time of the month anyway, full day of off-track eating. This one baffles me. It baffles me because I don't know when she's ever on track, because the portion sizes and the fact the food is unhealthy from the offset would lead me to believe that she's never really on track, unless it's that one meal she has to help with the bowel movement. So I assume a litre of espresso, a bucket of licorice, and some bran muffins. A clip from that would include the clear dissatisfaction at eating Hardee's.
I have Hardee's. And it's not a big meal. It's very small. But yeah, what can I do?
Somebody we haven't featured much this year, because I don't want the hassle of her audience mostly, is French fried Gorlorol. During this month, Chantal decided to, because she needs some of that relevancy still, to have a go at her, FFG that is, and seek perhaps defamation of some kind. None of which anyone believes for a second, because Chantal not only doesn't have the resources to finance such a thing, but is in the wrong country. You know, because she's trying to avoid paying taxes. But she's had a crack at it, this while simultaneously thanking her audience for 103,000 subscribers, which is mind-boggling because she bought some of those and has a fake play button to match it.
Say for a creator, you know who it is, to constantly make content on the basis that we are animals is full defamation. Full defamation. And I might be in Kuwait now, but this person better hope that I don't follow through with a defamation case in the future. You can laugh now, but all of it on my side, all of it's documented on their channel. Like, they have these streams and all these videos, and even if they take them down, the internet's forever, right? So anyway, because that's what it is. It's pure defamation. Even accusing me of animal with BBJ, I have those files from the animal control who are responsible for animal cases on my side.
According to a Chantal Foodie Beauty Big Beautiful Me community post, somebody reached out to her mother via Facebook to tell her how disgusting her daughter is. Chantal said, "Can you freaking weirdos messaging my mum before we have you found out by the police for harassment?" Hang on, can you freak weirdos messaging my mom before we have you found out? What? We had it done before and we will do it again. My mom is not responsible for my eating disorder. I'm also 40 years old and I'm responsible for what I put in my body. Does that include that weirdly shaped arrow that no one believes has ever been inside you? I will insert the disclaimer, please don't reach out to her mother. Please don't. Chantal's issues are Chantal's alone. Her mother is not guilty by association, okay? You can say she is and insert your excuses here, but you're justifying this behaviour. There is no justification. Around the 21st, 22nd of August, Chantal made a commitment to only eat the healthy food within her home. So naturally she did a Midnight Pizza Hut triple threat treat, box mukbang. That, as you can see, challenge defeated. She also put out a video titled "I'm so not ready to travel and bigger than ever," where she said the following.
Almost time to travel and I have not lost any weight. I've gained some weight. So...
Oh, and before I forget, Couchy the Second is dead. F in the comments for her. It. Him. We won't assume the Couch's gender.
So I have some curly fries. I have a bonus cheeseburger. And the BK King. Will I still be alive for Christmas? Well, that's up to God. Only God knows that.
When I think of the word hypocrisy, I consider it synonymous with Chantel. This is best demonstrated when she tries to talk about world when she doesn't want to, and yet when her own audience, her beezers, tell her not to or to move on to something else, she goes off on them for trying to tell her what to do. She is, quite frankly, special needs. And if you find that offensive, you made it this far, I'm impressed.
And I can talk about whatever I want. Goodbye. Can I talk about something else? This idiot talks about me every day for hours.
I have said it once and I'll say it many times. The relationship between Chantel and many within world is symbiotic. She needs them. So she will have to drum up views, especially as her live streams, and you may have noticed it with the numbers that are on the screen during some of the clips, have been going down consistently. That could also be because Amber Lynn has suddenly become interesting for a change. Now, Chantel has been getting quite stressed as the month has gone by, and there's a reason for it. Towards the end of the month, she has to go on another visa run, and she knows it. So she's getting more reactive, more angry towards everyone. This was best demonstrated with the Chicken Royale livestream that got removed by YouTube for violating the terms of service, which led many to believe either she received a warning or received a strike. She's received many over the years, and this year so far she's ended up losing 1 week out of 2 months because of it. She did put out some community posts begging her audience not to incite drama, but she decided instead to go and be a mod for Shani for Christ, which is a rather unusual thing for someone to go and do, considering the absolute negativity you would get for being associated with Shani, or even with Chantel. So where has Chantel gone on her visa run, you ask? She went back to the exact same place she went last time, Thailand, because it's an easy go-to. She can just book a hotel and not leave it for the entire month of September if she likes. That sounds like foreshadowing, doesn't it? She's even hosted a number of streams to finish the month of August from that hotel room, the super secret location that is, which included the return of this hat. Does anyone remember that? Yeah, she's at it again, I see. Because the Thailand arc is a lot of September, I'm going to end August here. Because to be honest, a lot of her complaints about being a good person, having to buy extra seats, the travel problems, sleeping so much because the travelling is exhausting, are a bit redundant. In favour of moving it to September to do an entire month of Thailand, or for however long she's there, stuck there, while Salah has access to her money, because he is very loyal, faithful, and totally not ripping her off. And she is smirked. So damn smirked. There's at least like 1.5 brain cells in that head somewhere, or maybe in her digestive tract. You can never tell. The majority of the month of September 2024 for Chantel was spent in a hotel room, which began at the end of August. Very few instances of her time in Thailand at the same grotty hotel were spent outside, waddling about. This gave her an opportunity to do what we always knew she would do, cut loose a little, quite literally when she's popping on stream. Cutting loose also meant getting high, eating whatever she wanted, being as bedbound as she could be, in a setting where she can actually just be that. All the while, Salah, allegedly, was heading off to Spain on a separate holiday. Apparently Chantel couldn't afford his Season 2, Season 3 recurring guest star price. With the majority of the streams she hosted during the month of September being remarkably similar, in the sense that she really just did the same thing over and over again. I'm not going to make you suffer through too many of those streams, but clips of them that we feel are relevant of course are going to feature here. We're going to start with one of the earliest streams in September that she did. It's 3 hours long, but the most important clips usually centre around the fact that she's high as a kite, she talks about Nada far too much. She also talks a bit about Shani. Now the reason for that was because in 2022 Shani sent Nada a video. She also tries to talk about Salah and Kaibella, all of which involve forms of mental gymnastics that typically require a higher IQ to be able to use as a playing card. Chantel lacks the playing cards and the IQ. So here's some relevant clips concerning her clearly being a bit high.
He goes to get ice cream in the freezer. He's like, we're chatting video, and he's like, I think I'm gonna have an ice cream. And I'm like, oh no, because I pretty much ate all the ice creams and I left him one.
Talking about Nada.
Yeah. He's so manipulative. He used to call me high as a kite, I could tell. Like, I don't even know on what. He did everything. GBH. I don't know. He would call me and go, yeah, I'm at a department store, warehouse store right now, and my boss needs to loan some money from you for some tools. I'm like, oh right, sure. I'm sure.
And Shani.
They've never done anything to me. You know, what do I care? Like, you know, like, I don't know. And if she did do that video for Naturd, which I don't even know for sure, you never know with him. And she said, what do you want from me, Naturd? Meaning, like, he probably, like, messaged her. Because why would you say, what do you want from me? If somebody probably messaged you and you're like, yes, you know? I don't know. I don't know. But even if that did happen, I have zero jealousy capabilities left, like, at all, when it comes to that loser. So who cares? I don't care.
Oh, and Salah Kaibella, yes.
But all I'm going to say, sometimes things can happen. And I'm not going to talk about the situation anymore after this, but the situation with Salah, sometimes communication, like, I've learned that it was, like, a shameful thing for him to talk to me, his wife, about these things. And because no, I'm not like that. I'm totally vanilla.
All of that came from one stream. Chantel's inhibitions have been compromised. She's admitted that there are, well, obviously two reasons, but one reason in particular why she's there. And that's because weed is legalized, and she has a hankering for a jolly good beezing, and to continue putting on weight while claiming her weight is going down because she's just laying there all day doing nothing. I probably should, just to counter that, include at least one clip of her waddling around in Thailand, shouldn't I?
Yella, Central, Bangkok. Where do I go? Bangkok. But this little booth here of cute handmade crafted soaps. I love these soaps. I always see these at malls in Bangkok. Bangkok.
Obviously, for the sake of this, we're not going to dawdle too much on that. It's just proof she went outside for a day. Because during this month she had encountered a number of health problems, which kept her bedbound. One of which spelt OBCD, but she won't admit that one because apparently Dainty's weight is going down. Now, over the years, many of us have queried how Chantel manages to function, whether Salah is some form of carer, like Becky used to be for Amber Lynn, the wipey, as it were. In this, we've discovered how Chantel puts on a song.
Still come crawling back again. I bet you would, my friend. Again and again. I don't know why I have this song living on the edge in my head, but this is basically how I put my socks on. Oh, I see someone sent a super child right there. When you have a big belly, it's harder to go that way, so...
This is concerning. It's concerning because legs aren't meant to twist that way, and I'm pretty sure it hurts your back more to do it like this. Here's the evidence for those who are curious. I should go back briefly because there is a lot going on September the 1st. We find out verifiably that Salah owns the car because Chantel's on a tourist visa, but she won't admit it, because as it turns out, under Kuwaiti law, you cannot own a car if you are a tourist. You have to have a sponsor. We also know that she's essentially blackmailing Salah to be in her stream chats by threatening to eat his ice creams, because that's a thing as well, by the way. These ice creams, in case you are curious.
These, I don't like these. I wasn't lying. These are Salah's.
Chantal, in a follow-up stream, in her assumed position of laying sideways, continues the highness beezing and sharing, oversharing, with some more TMI concerning bathroom habits in a pinch.
Just go anywhere in a bush if you have to. And who cares about wiping? Just shower when you get home. It's true. Me when I have diarrhea. Yeah, if you have that bad, like if you have to go that bad. I mean, I've had to go pull down a good old country road and go in the friggin' ditch. I mean, I've had a lot of takeout napkins in the car that I had to use. I mean,
she also talks about, in a positive light, the quality of her life. But the quality of her life is quite a weird one, because it's never thinking long term. She only ever thinks of that short term gratification that I've mentioned many times over the years I've covered her. Much like with Amber, no long term play, only what can in this moment make me happy. This leads to what is often considered a lucid moment for Chantal, where she'll say, I keep putting off what I want to do to improve myself. As this is early in the month of September, we all know she does sod all to help herself. But I'll play a relevant clip of her claiming she wants to do things to better herself, because that seems appropriate, right?
Those who want to see me a bit miserable, I'll admit that, like, I'm not happy at my weight, and I just keep pushing off doing something about it, and I'm just trying to figure out my way. But I really just like want to be healthier. Like, I want to feel healthier, but I don't want to do the work, because doing the work means like doing things that I really hate that I have to do, and they're uncomfortable at first and stuff like that shit. So it's like no fun. But life can't always be fun. That's what I need to realize. Like, I always want fun. I don't want anything else. I just want the fun part of life.
And what a short life it's going to be. At present, there is a belief that much like Amber, you are on a race to the bottom. Although, at least for this, your viewership had gone up significantly, with Chantal peaking at 1,100 viewers per livestream. Since Amber isn't streaming during the month of September, she needs the viewership. Now, it only took Chantal 1 week to officially run out of ideas for what to do for content and for streaming.
Okay, what am I gonna do today? What am I gonna do? Do you guys have any ideas?
The problem Chantal has is she's been winging every single day of this visa run, because in truth she didn't know how long she was going to be there for, and without Salah there, without there being any preparation, I think I'm going to leave that in. She was completely left at the mercy of her own mind, which, as we know, is vacant because she's only interested in feeling euphoria. The level of gluttony required to do that means that her pride cannot allow her to do what's right for her or to be creative in a meaningful way. Also, she knows if she wants to go out and do things, that puts pressure on her physical presence. Hurts her back, her sack, her crack, her knees, her IQ, the usual stuff. So what does she continue to do?
Well, yeah, there's like 3 people looking at it. No, it's because cap. Keep stopping on almost every floor, and then they don't even want to get on.
Now, since Chantal mentioned her health and the desire to go yet put off anything because poor decisions, Chantal did trot out one of her fabled bestest of best excuses for why she doesn't look after herself.
I didn't go to the gym yet, babe. I was having a bad mental health day today.
Which I find all the more amusing because I've yet to encounter a single day, let's say, in a row, where her mental health is good. Now, there was something that happened during the month concerning Nada. He did a stream, and in this stream, he showed some images. He had to freeze frame some bits, which was a rather amusing concept really, because it was also a freeze frame of a freeze frame. As in, he had freeze framed something on his phone to show to the screen, but he did it so quickly he had to freeze frame that. Yes, it was indeed freeze frameception of him claiming to hit her back door. The brown road, right? That thing. Okay. Her chocolate starfish. The area that has never been wiped. This aggravated Salah, so much so that he started to leave some rather angry comments in her live chats, which made it look like, and forums have got this right, Salam may well be fantasizing a bit too hard about Nada. It might well become something they would like to get intimate over. Their mutual love and passion for Chantal, of course, being the hotter topic than their passionate love making.
Yeah, it is Revenge P, and I can charge him because we're from the same country. Unfortunately, you should go back to Egypt. Bye. We don't want trash in our country.
Somehow Nada is still on the YouTube platform at this point, and he does still occasionally do bits. He did edit out those segments. The internet, though, is forever, and the screenshots are all over Twitter somewhere, hopefully in an abattoir of screenshots that need to go. Now, Chantal did get out a couple times during the month. This is another one of those occasions where I get to show you a little clip where she ended up in the wrong place, which is either because she asked to go to the wrong place, or because the driver decided to troll her and make her walk even further. I'm hoping for the latter, but the former is more likely.
So, I got dropped off somewhere, I have no idea where I am. So I'm using my GPS. He dropped me off at the wrong location. But anyways, we're on an adventure, right?
Just in case anyone's curious, her viewership for streams and for videos stayed pretty consistent for this month, so we're not really going to talk about that. There's no need to, because Chantal's still going to do what Chantal wants to do, because she's still able to get by in the way that she has been for almost 2 years, by, you know, border hopping to get more visas, to go back and border hop some more, and when money runs out, go back to Canada, citing health problems, but then to rush back at the very first opportunity. I should point out, Chantal in the month of September does not go back to Canada, just in case anyone's wondering, even though that clip of her dunking on Nada by telling him to go back to Egypt seems a bit weird, because if anything it brings her closer to him. She'd probably drive to him as well. Now, this video you just seen the taxi bit of actually does lead to some rather interesting content where Chantal goes clothes shopping again, because she's grown weary of wearing the same things. Problem she has is at her size, it's almost impossible to find things that will help her unless she's wearing the Emperor's new clothes, or she suddenly develops a resistance to warm weather, which is never going to happen, not least because she's a Canadian, but second because of her size. Now, we all remember when she bought some shirts a year ago. Well, the stuff she bought this time, I would closely say it resembles that of tablecloths and or a parachute.
Alright, and then there's this one. Yeah, this one is nicer. This one is flowy. So, I love it. It's so light and airy.
In before anyone else makes the obvious, yes, Chantal does in fact look like she's auditioning for the Muslim revert interpretation reboot of Little House on the Prairie in the Sand Dunes.
I know, I hate Stephanie Reyes, that's exactly, I hate when people are constantly asking me, are you okay? What's wrong? Like, what? What are you talking about? I don't know, Krista. People are saying that because they're twisting what I said. I said, worst case scenario is he doesn't come. So what? So what, I go on a vacation by myself. The reason why I'm here is no one's business. I've told you many times. I'm not telling you the whole reasoning behind everything we do. Sometimes things are just private and that's it. Like, that's, you know, I'm not discussing it whatsoever. I'm here. That's all you need to know. Why? Many reasons. Like, why can't somebody just go take a trip, you know?
This is another prevailing theme. First of all, it's what she willingly wants to show you, the filters typically not in that clip, but also what she wants to show you with regards to honesty, because she can't tell you that it's a visa run, even though everyone knows it's a visa run, even her haters, even those that support her, and there are plenty of those that do, the Beezers. They know it's a visa run, but she won't. Instead, that clip comes from a stream where she was banning people, some of whom were Beezers calling her out for this, because that is Chantal's MO. She will ban you, she will block you, she will fingers in ears, la 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 la, look at the craggy face. Sorry, turn the filter on. Look at the perfection of the one chin you see. This is the entire theme of Chantal's existence. It's about what information she can control. And because of her pride, she's unwilling to accept the internet as a weapon, and when weaponized, because plenty of us are online enough as it is, they will easily discover what you really are doing. For you, holding yourself up in a hotel because you've got no friends, no family, no one to keep you company, no husband, so you spend an entire month doing the same thing over and over again, with the occasional sporadic disappearance outside to do or make it seem like you're doing something, but in reality you are frittering away what little funds you have. The wanton excess that Chantal likes to show you would include getting absolutely blitzed before a stream, to then be clearly blitzed during, to do the same before the stream, and then to eat copious amounts while streaming. Because Chantal has no gauge for other hobbies. She never thought about doing something like a book club, or perhaps even learning bongos, because that might be one of the few instruments she could actually learn, or playing video games, and not having to stream it. Although I still maintain, since all you do is live stream, why not play more games? But play games that aren't jump scare based because you suck at them. Play something simple. Play something up your alley. Some kind of food-based restaurant simulator. And while you're getting your hunger pangs, mukbang on the side. See, I'm giving you ideas here because this month is one of the most non-tent era months of your entire existence. All you do is sit here, dunk on the same group of peoples, get high as a kite, and go back to eating, and complain about your health that you do nothing about.
No way, I don't want to go out. I can only go out once a day. Cream cheese in the eyes, yeah, I had cream cheese in my eyeball. On my eyelashes. It's never recovered. I used to work overnights. I liked it in a way, but in a way I didn't. I don't know.
Something happening on the side that tickled me to no end concerns Chantal's mods. Now they are essentially a gaggle of morons. They have to be. I'm inclined to believe they like licking windows for the flavour. Because when other beezers in Chantal's chat were telling her how to perhaps improve the situation, they were quite happy to block them for her. Her mods are, if anything, pushing more potential beezers out of the way, which seems a bit counterproductive, but then again Chantal is quite a reactive person and doesn't consider her beezers to be much more than a pay pig for her dear diary.
I don't have a mask. It's like a friggin' flu, like anything else. If somebody gets a flu a lot, it's also dangerous, like, you know. Ugh, goodbye, West Coast lass. I'm not unblocking you, you're so annoying.
Chantal's ill, by the way, but then I'm not surprised. She's just sat in a room most of the time. She didn't really acclimate herself to Thailand, she just went. Because visa run, so she was undoubtedly going to get a form of freshers flu. On top of that, she basically confirms the other point of wanton destruction to her own visa community. But there's a bit more to this clip I want to show you first before we continue.
And negative over everything. Like, what does it matter if I have a COVID or a flu? Like, I'm still gonna be the same. I don't have a mask, so like, people act like I'm going and rubbing my snot on everything on purpose to give people COVID. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, get out of here. Ugh, goodbye. Annoying. Like, get out of here. If you're gonna be negative, get out of here. I'm really not ever gonna be in the mood for that. I can't believe she's breathing air. She might have COVID. Like, it's not COVID. Like, who cares? Like, you don't know. Like, just fuck off. Seriously. People still have to live with COVID. Like, get over it. Like, oh my god.
I guess what's amusing about all of this is that while Chantal was ill, her husband didn't even know until he appeared in a live chat to find out that way. They have such a tight and close, deep spiritual connection that she couldn't even be asked to fax him telepathically.
Okay, let's go get my foodie food. Babe!
Something quite amusing that many noticed on social media was that Chantal, while having 3 people clean her hotel room, wasn't using the facilities to its fullest. More notably, she wasn't really washing much. We know this because there was a towel at the end of her bed for most of the live streams for this month. It didn't move. We know this because her fingernails were horrendous. We know this because of all the TMI, where she talked about much of the disgustingness that I can't play in this video if I want to get it monetized. But she did it, and the streams are at time of recording in October still up on your channel. That's interesting. Last time you shared a bit too much, you went on a purge of that content because you didn't want your channel to be about your TMI. Now, of course, you can attribute much of her misfortune in this instance down to having the coof. Congratulations. I'm starting to understand why people asked you to mask up though, since you've been dry coughing everywhere, and those dry coughs were very familiar sounds that many would have heard from the past in now deleted streams where you were off your knockers on something edible, I'm sure.
Hold on. I saw this, who are you saying moo to, Donald? I'm skinny. And I will be very soon.
For those who are wondering why she's doing that, the slamming into the wall thing, which she did multiple times during this one stream, it's because she'd been doing it to the bed and she was damaging the headboard and didn't want to get fined for it. Now, it wouldn't be a month of Chantal if we didn't get at least one community post. So checked in to see if was burning. And here's what I found. LOL. Wow, I think the Underground's support group is in need of a psychiatrist. And no, Lisa Manning cannot fill in as one. Like, you all need actual psychiatric help. This group of grown women are mothers, etc. and find me uninteresting but spend hours every morning with their coffees and talking about how I use the washroom. You don't use the washroom. You claim someone else is obsessed with poop, but you spoke about poop in detail for like 45 minutes. Lol. Also, claims I hate women, but had an entire hate channel for fat women. Seems like you hate yourself, since you are also overweight. Claims I don't even like female cats, yet I had one for 21 years and have one now. Cat crying face laughter emojis, ×3. Where do they even come up with this BS anymore? Lol. Sorry. Is boring, and you are losing your minds even more. But this is getting funny now. I'm sorry, but if you are over 25 and you enjoy listening to this, you need some self-growth. Also, drop the Cartman voice. It's not cutesy, it's stupid and annoying, lol. This post has since been deleted.
Wait, right now? We're both really depressed, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm sorry to out it, but... I'm sorry to out you, babe, but me too, I'm depressed, like...
If you two were in a real relationship, if you two cared for one another truly, deeply, spiritually, beesingly, you would have gone to Spain as well. Now granted, Thailand holidays are a lot cheaper. If you go budget, it's like £25 a day. If you go up a little, £50 a day. We know you could get certainly a much higher quality hotel for the length of time you're there. A budget version in Spain would still be more than double the mid-tier cost for a holiday in Thailand. You also wouldn't be able to do the journey, because you can't do those long journeys without the extra seating. And then he has to be willingly seen in public with you in a country where more people are going to judge you. Different kind of heat as well, isn't it? Yeah. Also the temptation of you getting absolutely hammered on sangria. We both know what would happen next.
Just be nice to each other. Just suspend all of your judgments against each other just for this one stream. Just for this 1 hour. Just suspend all, like, this person, you don't like them in the chat. Like, just for the harmony, just who cares, who gives a shit, and just get along, you know?
So a bit like that then. Oh, and because she's not done with the haters, she has to talk about them a bit. A lucid thought slips out.
Honey, when I come for someone's past, it's because they come for my past all the time. And I don't go out of my way to go message married men, number one. I would never be a shitty loser to do that.
Sleeping with married men? Well, I didn't know what, like, he has a family in Turkey. Is it normal for you to sleep with women when you're like, yeah. He said it's okay, so. Like, I think maybe they're not together that way. I don't know. I don't think they're in a happy marriage or something. He's not gonna see her for like 3 fucking years.
I've done shitty things in my past, growing up. I would never, ever, ever, and I know people are going to say, oh, the Turkish guy with 3 kids. I've already explained that.
By the way, the very stream I just played a clip from, minus the bold bit in the middle, in that stream, she popped 8 cannabis gummies, pooped herself, blew snot out of her nose and wiped her teeth with the very tissue she used to blow her nose. I see that health kick's really doing wonders for you.
I cannot go anywhere with this flu. I had a bit of an accident in my pants.
In a separate stream, while also high, Chantal was asked what she does to improve Salah's life. Now this affords her the opportunity to show how deeply connected they really are.
Honey, when I come for someone's past, it's because they come from my past all the time. And I don't go out of my way to go message married men, number one. I would never be a shitty loser to do that.
Sleeping with married men? Well, I didn't know what, like, he has a family in Turkey. Is it normal for you to sleep with women when you're, like, yeah. He said it's okay, so. Like, I think maybe they're not together that way. I don't know. I don't think they're in a happy marriage or something. He's not going to see her for like 3 fucking years.
I've done shitty things in my past, growing up. I would never, ever, ever, and I know people are going to say, oh, the Turkish guy with 3 kids. I've already explained that.
In a separate stream, while also high, Chantal was asked what she does to improve Salah's life. Now this affords her the opportunity to show how deeply connected they really are.
How do I improve his life? Well, I can't speak for him, but from what he's told me before, he simply does not want to live without me. He cannot. I take away the loneliness in his life, and I keep the home organized, clean, and put together. And he keeps saying that the home feels empty without me there.
Oh, so you bring home the nuclear family. Okay. Congratulations for being a good home giver, carer, type, right. I think your words would have rang, let's say, a bit more honestly had you not had vast amounts of food being shoveled in your face while you were talking, with dirty hands and a snotty face. It's a bit of a weird one, that you apparently look after the home and that's what you do for him. Okay. You do so much for him though, of course you need a break from him. Okay, I'm not the only person that sees the contradiction, I'm sure of it. Let's move on, shall we?
Law is not coming, officially not coming, and we're bummed, but at the same time, I don't know. Like, a part of me is just not really ready to travel, like, mentally or physically in a way. So, like, if he came, we would be doing a ton of, like, vlogs and stuff that I don't know if I'm ready to do anyway, and I don't want to be a downer for him.
The shorthand of this lie is she can't afford to bring him there, even though it's remarkably cheap. Additionally, she doesn't want to do anything because illness, wait, and wait. Mostly, she'll say illness, but in reality, it's the, well, wait. Now, as we're entering the final third of the month, of course I'm going to have to paraphrase a little bit here because we're getting nearer to half an hour, and I've barely scratched the surface, I know, I'm really sorry about that. Chantal did venture out one more time in Thailand during this month, where she failed to weigh herself.
Let's find out. Alright. KGs. Okay, let's try this. Whoa. $162. Fat.
According to that scale, she weighs 357 pounds. Now, you may have noticed she struggled to get onto the scale. I firmly believe because her stomach made it harder for her to stand on it properly, the scale was unable to zero in on her actual weight. I believe she sits closer to 420, which would put her weight somewhere near 180, 190 kilos. If she's not 200 kilos by the end of the year, I would be very surprised, considering she's at least pounding one large Pizza Hut pizza before the streams even begin, along with all the edibles.
Oh, my
eyes are stinging as if somebody's cutting onions somewhere. Maybe my allergies. Yeah, I got something in my eye. I don't know.
That's not true, Mandy. He can't. How did he come here to? How did he come here before? He came here before. Like, he's not a refugee. Like, this is what pisses me off. You people are retarded. You don't know the first thing about anything about his status. You don't know, like, you're just making shit up. He's a refugee. Where? How is he a refugee? What are you talking about? Idiots. Sorry, he's... Yeah, goodbye, Mandy. You don't know shit. Stop coming in here spreading your lies. Like, what the hell? Anyways. So stupid.
I know on the face of it those two clips might not seem related, and they're not. I just wanted to play one after the other because I found them quite amusing. In one, high as a kite, and the other, super focused on criticism aimed at the fact that she may well be getting scammed by her husband. That's not a joke. He may well be doing that. It is certainly a belief many have held for some time. Think that, you know, if other guys like to buy Thai brides, he has imported himself a green card, which they still claim he's not going to do, but let's face it here, he has a credit card. He could do whatever he bloody well wants at this point.
Hey, hot wasabi. Is Nira with her whole chest? I don't approve of it. I know why it happened. You know, like, when we were younger, it was an exceptionally common word. Arthur? Again, aware of it, never watched it. Yeah, like, the R slur was everywhere when we were younger.
Wait, you're still alive? Because this is dragged out far too long, whether it be Salah simping for Chantal in her chats to try and make it seem like they're still together, whether it be Chantal's health declining massively during this month, and her vague attempts at trying to do something to immediately then claim illness or, injury. If it's head injury, it's because she kept slamming into a headboard. Chantal's month has been one of the dullest. On the 30th of September, she finally found her way back to Kuwait. Clearly her green card, travel visa, whatever it is she has, tourist visa, whatever, has been approved, and she will be there for another 90 days. So I fully expect her to be home in Canada in early December, because, that happened last year, and I do like myself a good old-fashioned electric boogaloo. Now, I could sit here and summarise this month by repeatedly saying nonsense, but I actually saved one of her clips where she absolutely describes the month itself.
If you don't like people talking about your shitty behavior, don't do shitty things.
Every month this year has been an absolute pain in the backside to Bill, and invariably much gets left out. October is going to be no exception. So the way we're going to tackle this is we're going to look at the videos she released, because that tickles me. We're also going to look at key clips from streams that were shared to Twitter, because that removes the obligation of going through the rather large amount of content she pumps out, doing the same denial, anger, aggression, sharing too much, rinse, repeat, and eating. This month is supposed to be the month of health for Chantal. We'll see how that goes, with her claimed weight starting and how she ends it. All of which is shared in her videos because, as you can see from the thumbnails, she didn't do any fast food mukbangs. That's not to say she didn't eat fast food, just that she claims she didn't and did not seek to monetize any content or create any content that featured Burger King Chicken Royales. So let's dive into the first video of the month.
Just a little bit of an update with how I'm doing. For those of you who don't know, I suffer from binge eating disorder and food addiction, and I have been this way for as long as I can remember in my life. Even as a kid, I was always obsessed with food in a very unhealthy way.
Chantal spends the majority of this video weaving a tale of absolute nonsense, in that she is giving up control of what she eats on a daily basis because of her disorder to that of Salah.
So yes, so he's a lot more involved than before.
No one believes for a moment that this is true. The fact she can so brazenly look the camera directly down the lens and say that this is what she's doing impresses most people. And in the scope of what Chantal does, this is no different to her usual routine. Now, as we're going down a path of a weight loss journey, we're going to need a base weight, somewhere where she can start and then lead by example throughout the course of the month to show us she is finally starting to do what she's never been able to do before. The second video is where we get the weight. And no, I don't believe the weight for a moment, but we'll entertain it for a laugh because I know what she weighs at the end of the month.
Alright guys, so here's a weigh-in. Don't mind the blurring, it's just, you know, I don't want you guys to see my silhouette. The scale is reflective, but I'm just showing you guys that my scale cannot be tampered with. There's no tear option or anything like that.
Based on the weight we see in that weigh-in at the start of the second video she released in the month of October, she weighs 338 pounds. I do not personally believe that is what Chantal weighs, and those scales only go up to 180 kg, she weighs 153.4, allegedly. The reason she went on to show that this can't be tampered with is because she is often accused of tampering with scales. I'm somewhat impressed she uses those scales and not something a bit more accurate, or perhaps something that can tether via Bluetooth to an app on your phone, which is actually quite common now, certainly for those who want to be open and transparent. Your weigh-ins are about as reliable as that of Amberlynn Reid, where she puts the camera facing towards the ceiling, or did before she got with that feeder.
So what I'm kind of doing, I don't even want to label it. I'm just aiming for no binge eating, and eating, I don't know, like eating less, I guess. Eating less. I'm not totally depriving myself.
These comments, along with her weigh-in, are important because we'll get to her weigh-in at the end of the month to see the progress she's made within the period of 21 to 28 days. Now, she follows this video up with another weigh-in in another video. Weigh-ins are more frequent over the course of this month in video form anyway. Featuring her husband in a capacity still does not change the long-held belief that you, for nearly 2 years at this point, are faking an entire marriage to make it seem like you are somehow removed from the very people you're also going to be speaking about later. The haters! Because yes, you are going to go in on two of them, and nada. Later anyway.
Hi guys, alright, I'm ready to do my weigh-in, and Salah will film me this morning, and yeah, so let's get to. All right. 0. All right, what's it say?
So as you can see, Chantal has managed to lose 1 kilo of weight within the space of one video. Progress. We're going to indulge this, guys. Alright, humour me if you will, as we continue down the path of the weight loss journey, Mariam Queen Bisa.
Yeah, you can see my new treadmill in the background overlooking the Gulf Sea, and I did try it and everything is fine. Works very well, and seems to hold my weight well enough. But I'm going to be doing a live, 10-minute workout on it.
When it comes to Chantal doing any form of workout, take it with a grain of salt. Don't bother criticising the form too much, because form only exists for those who take it seriously. For those that use it as a novelty to make it seem like they're doing something, no. Now, she does do a video, 2 in the future from this one, where she does treadmill dancing for weight loss. I thought I'd play that so we can see that form and not judge too harshly.
Do you want, we might need the table.
No, maybe here. It's fine, don't worry.
My head's cut off. His head's cut off. There's a pillow fort on top of the stand.
A mountain of pillows.
Now, I've turned the audio off while it's playing because it's Beverly Hill Cop. I can't tell if it's the Crazy Frog version, but it's basically just somebody playing on a keyboard, so it could just be Doodah behind the camera. Salah, is that his name? Yes. He does like to play the keyboard and Apparently we all need to know one tune over and over again remixed repeatedly for 10 minutes. Chantal does do walking on the starter setting. No doubt within a day or two, much like her previous attempts at using the gym, she'll put her back out. But we all have faith, right? In something. My faith is in her failure, because that's what Chantal's good at. Now, because Chantal likes to keep up appearances and totally takes this all seriously, we of course in the very next upload have to get a cheat meal. No offense intended here, Chantal, but at no point do you require a cheat meal yet. You've got to make some actual inroads to understand why those cheat meals are called cheat meals. It's not a, I've done one thing, I've earned my reward situation type deal moment. Yes, so her cheat meal was bigger than her head. You should be so proud of yourself. I'm sure you rationed it out and made it last time. In this instance, the quantifiable number for time is not long, which is an empirical number, like your weight.
Anyway. I mean, I'm happy, I just can't.
Yes, I would say that's buyer's remorse, but we all know Chantal likes to act it up. For this video, we're going to skip over the video where she talks about trying on clothes she didn't fit into and go to her next weigh-in.
I did my weigh-in today thinking that it was weigh-in day, so I'm going to insert my weigh-in here.
So over a period of 2 weeks, she has managed to drop 5 pounds in weight. This is important. This is progress. Congratulations to you, Chantal, for making steady inroads into your weight loss journey. If we are to believe that you weigh this to begin with, most of the world do not believe it to be the case. However, we're going to indulge this, humour it, as it were. The rest of the video is irrelevant to us, because she just prattles on, like I do. But in the context of this, not relevant in the slightest. We're instead going to go to the Can't Sleep Too Hungry Weight Loss Struggles video, which is the penultimate video that we're going to cover today. I should also point out, between that video and her weigh-in Wednesday, there is a 9-day gap. This gap is important. It certainly explains why she streamed more, almost like she quit. But we'll do the first video, and then we'll get to that last one.
So I'm using my microphone so I can talk low because my husband Salah is sleeping. So I actually did decide to stick to calorie counting, but I decided to change the settings in my FitnessPal to a less strict setting.
Well, of course you did. If you're incapable of maintaining a level of consistency or handling the satiety, you're going to make it easier on yourself, inserting your own little cheat code, I guess. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Am I right, folks? Okay. The last video within this part of the video we're doing, this segment, will concern her final weigh-in. She's lost 5 pounds so far this month. Let's see how she's getting on in the final video for the month.
So the amount of calories burned is actually inaccurate. I use calculator.net to calculate for my body weight how many calories I would burn in 15 minutes of moderate walking, and it's actually 103 calories burned.
So yes, Chantal lost absolutely nothing during the month of October. It gets more amusing really because the gap of 9 days, there were videos there. One in particular, which we may have to find clips of if possible, concerning the haters. But Chantal has undone it in video form, claiming she was doing things to improve her life by simply eating whatever she wanted, which she had to have been doing to put the weight back on. Let's not forget here, she does nothing. She may cite being on the treadmill briefly and doing a little cardio, But the bitch loves her carbs, which become... Oh, what do they become again? Oh, chemistry and biology aren't my thing. But they become something in the body, and her body holds on to everything. So now, we're going to go to the videos she's deleted. Because the haters got a pasting from her, of course. Chantal is victorious in all things she does. We should probably have a look at those, since they've been deleted after all, and the internet is forever. I should probably insert before that, there are 3 videos I know of that she deleted over the course of the month. One aimed at Yaba and Sam, one aimed at FFG, and the third one aimed at a former Beezer called Aisha. We'll go to the FFG video first.
Alright, hi guys. So I'm gonna have dinner with you guys. I'm gonna warn you that you're not gonna like this version of me. I'm out for blood today.
I see we found our takeaway. How marvellous. I'm so proud of you. You finally found your testicles, as if you don't do this all the time. Bite, recoil when you get blowback, and then remove. All videos I'm going to show you have been removed from the Foodie Beauty channel. And if it wasn't for the fact that copyright does exist and it would be wrong for me to do it, I'd be half tempted just to re-upload all of them as they are. Archive channels, they do exist, so I don't have to worry too much.
And I'm fighting fire with fire today. I've had enough, and I want to talk, so.
You know, the best way you could resolve many of the issues you have with many of those haters would actually be on a moderated show. A third party where both of you can go on, or you and or the other haters can go on, say your piece, listen to the opposition. The moderator can mute you so you don't interrupt each other. But there's the thing, not one of you involved, and I don't care if anyone hates me for saying this, not one of you would want to resolve your differences, because that doesn't feed you. And that's the biggest problem with a number of people within this sphere. There's no problem solving, only screeching. The poisoning of the well has continued for 2 years now. And I say 2 years because of the crap I got last year for dunking on FFG. I was right, and many of you know it. So surely, if you really want to fight fire with fire, you're only doing it because it drums up additional interest in your content. Because you need to catch up on the views some of your haters get discussing. And at this point, FFG gets double the views you get, talking exclusively about you, something which undoubtedly gets under your skin. I've made it clear that I still get more video views than you do covering you, but to be honest, you're not worth anywhere near as much effort as others are, because there's so much going on in your career, in your life, it's impossible to cover it all in a video anyway, and it gets exhausting. Hence why you are no longer worthy at this point now an avatar. You're getting a still image, and that's it. The only reason this video exists is because it drew interest to you from FFG's community, which meant FFG could respond to it. Again, more traffic your way. Then you delete it because you want to appear to be better. Hence why the videos this month that are still available are cultivated. Although I'm impressed you'd leave the one up where it proves you failed your entire weight loss target for the month.
I posted on my community tab a picture of FFG's, FFG, I'm gonna refer to her as Slimer, okay? Of Slimer's deceased mother on my community tab. And you're probably thinking, what piece of would post someone's deceased mother on their community tab, and why?
Really, Chantal? That's what you did? I'm going to stand by my earlier comments about content farming, but I'm now going to change my position. All the flack you get because of that, you deserve. There are certain lines I will not cross, and much like, as you've dubbed her, Slimer, I've lost my mother. If someone posted a picture of her to their social pages, I would be apoplectic. It would be a case of a race, to see who got to that person first, myself or my sisters. I'm sorry, but there is no justification for posting a mum. Don't do that. I know that many want to point at FFG and the relationships you have with a mother. That's totally fine, but my line in the sand is absolute. We don't do that. We will play Chantal's justification before we continue, the second video of which will be about her ex-Beezer, Aisha. So here's the clip of justification.
I'm gonna remind you, everything that this vile monster of a human being, if you can call it that. Yes, I'm dehumanizing her like she dehumanizes me. I want to make it clear, I have no sympathy, I have no care
no empathy. I have nothing but black hatred for this person.
And now we're going to move on.
Welcome back to another drama-filled video. So again, if drama is not your thing, you prefer my more positive content, please feel free to skip this one because you probably won't know what I'm talking about anyway.
Well, that's a load of bollocks. Anyone that pays attention to you and your diminished channel knows everything about you. They know everything about your life, everything about your body. They know what goes into it, what comes out of it. They know what resides within the creases of it. All of them. They know what angles you look like. They know how many angles you have. They know what rock climbers can successfully reach the summit of you. And they know the people that picked the dingleberries out of your boot. Hey! Somewhat surprised they're not on a Christmas card list somewhere.
You probably don't want to know either, which is dishonest. And then they switch sides and try to suck up to the other side, my haters. And they become one of the biggest haters themselves. And hypocrites, as I'm going to point out today.
The point of this video is a rather interesting series of back and forths between Chantal, Aisha and Salah. Aisha even reached out to Salah to try and get him to intervene to protect Chantal, allegedly. Aisha accused Chantal of catfishing on Telegram. I have no idea how Telegram works, so I don't know if there's any truth to any of that. Now, after much obfuscating and gaslighting,
I just wanted
Chantal
you to
gets
know.
to one question.
And P.S.
that
I won't
intrigued
say
me
that, but
because it was
there
the
you go.
first time in the entire video where she fumbled.
And here's my... Alright, Boba Bunny asked, do you know if he has gotten approved to go to Canada? If so, are they planning a trip there? She cannot bring him to Canada, Aisha says. She found out that her financial issues in Canada automatically denies the visa. You guys can message Boundless Immigration and they'll tell you everything they told her. So, not only is this person being super invasive and looking into the immigration rules, blah, blah, blah. Number one, you don't know the full situation. You don't know my full situation. You don't know. Anyone can look this up, yes. But again, how do you even know anything? Like, how do you even know we even want to go to Canada?
The short answer to that is your own relationship track record proves you pretty much like to import your dudes. And they invariably leave you. The final video of the 3 deleted drama-related concerns Yaba, Sam, and Nada.
Touches down in Ottawa. She said she came there for cooking. No. See, now May is also a liar. DG, if that's what May's saying the whole thing was about, was to come there for his cooking, she's a fucking liar. You remember this, but like, was it proven? How was it proven? Do you recall? Okay, so if you look just at these messages in the video that Dee Dee put out, it seems very simple in explanation. That May is a nutter. She's also old, okay?
You know what's wild? To know what kind of piece of shit that Natter is, right? And then to go to the partner of Natter to get the truth. Does that make any goddamn sense at all? No, it doesn't.
Like 60-something years in her 60s, right? She looks like a nutter. Like, there's a short video, like just a 2-second video, I guess, from the airport, selfie style, that May took and sent to Nutter. You can tell just from that little short little video clip of her in the airport that she's old AF and she's a nutter.
Okay, so people that look like they're old as a nutter cannot possibly be assaulted. Okay?
At this point in the year, the subject concerning Nada and May, I believe, was involving a courtroom, and at this point in the year had not yet gone to trial. It had been given multiple continuances. But it's nice to hear an opinion that if you're old and a bit crazy that you can't, you can't be the victim of a crime. Chantal deleted this video. She deleted all the drama videos because that's what she does. So what does Chantal have to say about it?
Scabba, Doo-Doo, and Greasy Scamantha, you need to take the L on this one, okay? You have the nerve, the audacity, you greasy hypocrites. You have the nerve to compare what happened with Cowbella to your baby daddy, Jesse, SAing a child. His own stepdaughter. You have the nerve. Here's the difference, because I know you're a little slow. That's fine. One act was 2 consensual adults in a fantasy situation, okay? People have different fetishes and fantasies.
What's interesting to me is you are providing a direct response, but the clip you started with isn't related to that part. I don't think you know how to do this. But okay, let's see what else is said.
There's just none. It's just stupidity at this point. Another point is you like to deflect, and one of the main things you and FF Ghoul like to deflect on is bringing up Nattered. Even though it's been, what, like 3 years since I've seen his jacked up mouth anywhere near me, and you have the nerve to bring up old past things. But since you brought it up with the May situation, making me look like a SA offender, number one, at the time that happened, the whole thing, I had no idea about it till after it happened. 2, Nattered is a manipulative narcissist. He lied to me about the situation, and I believed him because I had no reason at the time not to. Because our relationship was still new, and I had no experience with somebody like this coming out of a pretty wholesome relationship. You wouldn't know the amount of women who tried to reach out to Nattered at that point.
In truth, I don't know in this instance who was in the right or wrong, because a lot of the context has since been removed from YouTube. All I know is the symbiotic nature of all parties involved meant that this particular argument, debate, conversations was always going to persist, because there's no version of this where one person will back down regardless, although Chantel deleted everything, including the community posts. As far as the YouTube drama side of her month goes, Chantel yet again tried to put her neck out to speak her mind, but because she's content farming with it, she deleted all of it once it was no longer relevant to her good girl image. But Chantel's mask can only stay on for so long. The same applies to her weight loss journey. The same applies to her live streams where she tries to make it into a show. Sadly, she lacks the energy, even though she has plenty of it built into her actual body, to create a show. I wish she'd take initiative with her content and try and make it more presentable. Some people use like those Streamlabs layouts. She should do the same. It would make her shows more interesting. It wouldn't remove the authenticity, by the way, Chantel, it would just make it more eye-catching. The substance is another problem you'd have to work on. And even in video form, when you try to respond to detractors who bring you up or Nada up, and please stop giving Nada any relevancy, guys. He doesn't deserve it. You seem to lose your way very quickly and are ill-prepared to properly answer, and that's why I chose the clips I chose. Because even though you have consumed this material and made a video on it, you've clearly not thought about it or written anything down to cite, which would make it a lot easier for you to make points. I don't know why I'm giving you advice after all these years on YouTube. The fact you still can't do something as simple as stick to the point, or perhaps have a suitable answer that isn't you getting very defensive, or you gaslighting everyone involved, including other parties, is amazing at this point. You may have noticed I haven't yet featured any clips from live streams. Part of me is torn as to whether to bother on this month, because in truth, it's the exact same thing time and time again. The videos offer a vague insight into her life once you read between the very, very wide gap lines. The live streams where she is what you dub unfiltered, yes, okay, that's where the purchases are made and that's where the receipts come and that's where all this drama originates. But I'll be honest, it's the exact same thing time and time again, isn't it? So perhaps I'll play some of her greatest hits here before we finish this month.
Cookie Milk, actually, just because maybe you're ignorant, I am doing well right now. I'm on track. I haven't ordered out. I haven't binged out anything. I'm cooking my food. I'm eating real food. Thank you very much. I'm starting there. That's good for me. Thank you. Oh, I hate when people like it. Nothing is ever good enough for people. I don't have to please anybody but myself. Okay? Thank you. Look at yesterday, all the people salivating whenever, they thought she was gonna be doing something big on Kick. What, she used the C word a couple times and said the same shit over and over. My foot's black. It's gonna be cut off next week, that's why. It's not off to a good start. What the f— Hold on. Maybe I'm too fat for it. And babe, you can go get me a Oreo sugar-free Pepsi at the Bacala.
People need to grow up. I don't want any more like immature 25-year-old people coming in here just to like get a rise. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure, Anita, you idiot.
Come on, trolls, show yourself so we can give you the forever block.
Yeah. Goodbye. Bye, Anita. Go f yourself. Yeah, I did my walk today. I listened to my music, and it was more fun. No offense, I don't really like going live and doing the treadmill much, because I might do it once in a while. Hey, Ted. Because I like listening to my music. Not that I don't like Salah's music, but I don't like paying attention to the chat and talking while I'm walking and just, you know. She deflected with old Natur drama. Which the camel what Salah's like, watch, he's gonna do a live stream now because you mentioned.
I'm going to offer a summary because the clips from the streams are far too voluminous, as Chantal is committing to this health journey that she fails on. As the month progresses, she gets angrier and angrier. Now this could be because she was sticking to it, and because of that wasn't eating as much as she wanted, meaning she decided to lash out at others. She, for the most part, was the one to instigate much of the drama by bringing into the discussion people that had nothing to do with it. That's not to say the other parties are innocent, by the way. They're really not. But I could believe she was super hangry and acted out because of that, to then undo all the weight loss she had claimed to have done over the course of the month, and this is the end result of it. Another month of absolutely nothing to show for it. Story of her life, as it were, and something she should be well and truly not remotely proud of. We're going into the final stretch of this particular version of the end of year review. I do apologise, this one's more relaxed, but let's face it, at this point, I'm starting to burn out if you can't tell. Hopefully November's improved. I know I've missed a lot, but let's face it, even if this video was an hour and a half long, I'd still miss at least 5 hours worth. Story of Chantal's ridiculous excuse for a life, isn't it? So we finally entered into the last month of this year's end of year review. Of course there will be a complete version next year including December. That's future Meg's problem, especially after the rip-roaring success of this year's one. I made in November 2 videos covering 2 separate dramas that Chantal managed to create for herself. But the first thing I want to do is go and look at their holiday videos, because it's their anniversary, Chantal and Salah's. So it seems only right we go to the couple's channel, where a number of videos were released showing the holiday park they went to. Now, of course, I'm a little judgy. I did review these, the videos that is, on Moisky Live, and I was a bit of a dick about it. I was, though, impressed that Chantal was willing to go and do this, considering it was quite cheap. Surprised she doesn't do it more often. Now, owing to literally every single YouTube video downloader deciding not to work on the day I work on this video, I can't play the clips from those that I wanted to play, because every time I record something on OBS to run it through this as well, my editor decides to crash. I'm at an impasse. But that's okay, guys. We have Twitter.
Oh yes, the AC.
So we're gonna rest and catch you later, guys.
Bye. Are you alright, babe?
Oh my god, I'm melting. Unfortunately, it's sunny day today, but it should cool off in a couple of hours.
Oh, inshallah.
Hope so.
In the meantime, we do have AC, so it's an AC room of sorts.
So we are lucky here.
Yes.
You can see how flushed I am because, yeah, it's really hot. We're gonna hang out in the AC room until the sun goes down a bit, and then we'll prepare the barbecues and things.
Yeah, I can't wait for the barbecue.
Yeah, we haven't eaten yet, so we're just gonna have some snacks here. I'll show you what we're gonna have.
Yeah. Some croissant.
Basically, it's far too hot for them to exist. So yes, they're hiding inside a metal box with AC in it until it's cool enough for them to go outside and eat some more. Now they do give you a little tour around the place, and it is clearly meant for more people. And it is quite nice actually, if you ignore the metal shack storage container unit for bathrooms and the kitchen. The living areas are beautiful, the fire pit especially. I think that's fantastic. But this part tickles me, as does this bit.
He didn't like marshmallows. I don't like just eating a marshmallow like
you
cold.
You are my marshmallow, babe.
Thanks, babe.
The only other part of note was the following.
Oh my god, it's squeaky as hell. Look how it's squeaky.
Help! Help me get up! Help me get up!
Babe, you cannot move?
I'm stuck!
Oh my gosh, she's stuck. Wait, let me help her.
I'm stuck! Help! I want to.
Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I helped her here.
Now, again, before I get to the 2 videos I did make, I need to talk about something else. As you all know, Chantal has a cat, Julia. This cat has no discernible age based on her claims, which is a load of nonsense because you can, in fact, with an experienced vet, ascertain the age of a cat. Chantal has been putting off for quite some time getting her cat neutered. This persisting problem, coupled with her clear and obvious past of animal abuse, has led to many accusations and angry messages and commentators hurling vitriol at Chantal for failing her pet. Eventually it culminated in her, Julia that is, being scheduled to be spayed at some point near the end of October, or was it early November? You know, it doesn't matter, because Chantal didn't do it. Her reasoning for it was that it was the haters' fault that this didn't happen. I wish that, by the way, was a joke, but when it comes to Chantal, she does live through the eyes and the lenses and the brains, and lives rent-free in their heads as well, of her haters. Because of that, she will never, much like Amber, make a positive change to her life. Because she lives rent-free, they live rent-free. It's symbiotic, but they live rent-free in her head. And because of that, she is unable to get things done that need doing. Of course, the greatest concern is when Chantal finally concedes defeat and goes back to Canada, what happens to Julia? Kuwait is hardly known for animal rights. Now with that out of the way, we're going to skip over all the community notes, all the live streams where she hurled abuse, ABUSE, at her haters, and focus on the 2 videos I made that do cover these. The first of which is just hilarious, the second is even better because it concerns Shani. Who would have believed Shani, for Christ of all people, would still be alive and kicking on YouTube in 2024? We're going to take a look at what Chantal's been up to. Her end-of-year reviews will be dropping on the 3rd of December, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Because yes, it has to be a 4-parter, because while she doesn't really achieve anything, she does and causes a lot of problems. So does a lot of things, causes a lot of problems. More recently, she went on an anniversary vacation with her husband. No offense intended here. Your audience had to remind you when your anniversary was, because you'd forgotten, and if you're really going to spend some quality and intimate time with your husband, we can air quote around the word husband if you wish, your extra, recurring role star, okay, it would probably be advantageous to have that authentic relationship away from the cameras. On top of this, there is an ongoing issue with her right now concerning her cat, because her cat's in heat and she hasn't had the cat spayed. Julia, she has a cat. Give it time, I'm sure that cat will find its way to Canada anyway, because she's gullible and others need to make calendars. On top of this, Chantal has been partaking in her weight loss journey and failing miserably at it. So much so that there is a way in the more recent video we're going to take a look at. Along with talking about her cat, there might be some mention about her anniversary holiday. I saw pictures of her kissing Salah. She wasn't. She was kissing the Jason Voorhees mask. It's about as close as she's ever gotten, I'm sure. But also she spends an inordinate amount of time in this video. Inordinate, that's it. Far too much, copious amount of the video dunking on FFG. Because she really needs to stop talking about FFG, to stop giving FFG ammo. Will Chantal do it? No, of course not. Symbiotic relationship 101. You need to keep feeding them, so they keep feeding you. You're not going to get your nashies any other way, are you now?
November 14th.
Now, for those who have been paying attention to Chantal's attempt at a weight loss journey, while there is some consistency to her uploading the weighing part, although at the same time it is argued that she does not weigh so little as 155 kilos, she has been hovering around the 155 mark, allegedly, for quite some time. Now, she's a little bit older than me, so I'm inclined to believe there could be some truth to her weight,
there really could be truth, because the way gravity works as we get older and the fact her muscles, her core muscles especially, have never been put to any use. So what hangs over the top of it is slowly going towards the ground. When I did a stream on Moisky Live recently concerning Amberlynn Reid, I pointed out that she is getting closer to 600 pounds. She's also getting closer and closer to looking like a macargo, because of how gravity is treating her quite badly, and she's only in her early 30s. But for the sake of it, I do not believe that that is the correct weight for Chantal.
So today is weigh-in Thursday. Because, well, Wednesday was yesterday, and I was just still too exhausted from the camping trip, unpacking and yada yada yada. And so, yeah, that's that. I'm kind of sore, like sleeping on the sofa, sleeping on the ground, you know, did a toll kind of on my sciatica.
Part of me is a bit curious, because the video with the anniversary camping trip was uploaded to the joint channel, Salah and Chantal. Videos over there do horrendously today. The video's been up for nearly a whole day. It's got 3,000 views. Chantal would have been better off putting that on the main channel, but she won't, because she wants to maintain the facade of this prim, proper, super clean, totally not filthy Canadian Muslim revert. Reality is, it was all completely staged. She probably did spend the time in the tent and had to do it all herself to pack it and put it away and come back. But it's also possible she was doing this in a car park, because it's Chantal. I could imagine Chantal would do that. You might notice she seems a little peeved. Yeah, it's because she had to put some effort in to get home, if she can call this prison that she resides within a home. And I don't just mean her body, I mean the place she's chosen to suffer in.
Anyway, there's no place like home, right? There's no bed like your own bed. Your bed could literally be a piece of cardboard, but because it's your bed, you love it. I don't know. Anyway, the human brain is weird. So, as you saw from my weigh-in, I think I'm up a little bit from last week. I'll post last week's weigh-in here as well. So, I mean,
I don't know why she's still doing this charade. Whether it be the charade of being a Muslim revert in a fake marriage, constantly border hopping because visa, the additional charade of her weight loss journey. She weighed less when she was in Canada before Nada. I think she weighed less when she was with him as well. Because, you know, snow. You say no place like home, bed, blah blah, lots of lip smacking and the word anyway. You're trying to be flippant in how you present yourself to seem like this is a Dear Diary. You'd be better off doing a captain's log after a rather lengthy cleanse.
I'm not surprised because I've been on and off, you know.
Well, it is often said it takes 21 days to truly impact a meaningful change in your mindset and your habits. Every diet you've tried, every change to your lifestyle you have attempted to make has lasted 1 day before you've blamed your sciatica, before you've blamed digestive problems, satiety, bad mood, blah 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 blah, and something else. Everything's an excuse. Nothing is ever committed to or resolved. It's never easy, and as we all know, anything worth doing is rarely easy. But the only thing you're willing to ever commit to is the one that hurts you, because you need to stick it to everyone else to make it seem like you're better. Because you were never loved enough, apparently, in your mind.
Mostly going over my calories a little bit each day. Not too bad. That's why there's not like a huge gain or anything like that.
The thing here is, and it's been said multiple times over many years, for you to only go a little bit over your calories, your weight would still come down. This would only be true if you were only going over your calories that maintained your weight. And this is important. You are not active, you don't hit 10k steps a day, we know that. You don't do much anywhere really, because you blame your diminished health and multitude of blessings from Nurgle as a reason, excuse, for why you can't get anywhere, why you don't make any discernible inroads. To maintain your weight, as proven by the likes of Shikara transformations, you'd be eating over 3,500 calories a day. All the chicken in the world, low calories, sure. The weight of it, though, certainly plays a part. But you're eating other things. Fast food is a given.
And I haven't been doing the treadmill. I haven't been just really on track as much as, I'd like to.
Within that, there is a truth and there is a lie. You have been off track. You do not want to be on track. No offense intended, Chantal. You are in your 40s, I believe. You are so set in your ways and have been for over a decade. I do not believe, no one believes, it's why many of your comments are telling you this, that you ever want to be anything but this. You want to present as someone trying, but after many years of these claims at trying, you have amounted to nothing. I'm going to move on from your nonsense about weight and skip over to the conversations concerning your cat.
You know, hi baby! We're gonna get to your update soon. Yes, we are.
On to Julia. People have been coming for me with pitchforks over the fact that I haven't spayed my cat yet. Julia is, we don't know her exact age. We adopted her from somebody who I think got her from someone else who I think got her from the streets.
What I really like is when a good pet owner goes out of their way to make sure they have accurate information about their cat's health. This is where I live, where you come from, is vital, because we make it a point to make sure our animals are not only registered, but to make sure their medical history is accounted for. We're very thorough with that, and I think it's very important. You're in an area of the world where animals are regularly discarded on a whim, where they are lesser beings, something which I don't care for in the slightest. Then again, a lot of how you treat your pets is trivial, tokenized, as if they are trophies to trot out when it suits you. I was curious who was looking after your pets while you were away, actually, because I don't know who it was. And people were coming for you, yes, because you were moaning about your pet in heat. You were doing nothing about this. In fact, you've only kowtowed and bothered to get your animal registered and set to be spayed now because of the backlash you received because you aren't looking after your pets. A repeat of the old days.
That's what we think. That's our opinion on it. I don't know for sure. We don't know her exact age, blah, blah, blah. So we think she's probably close to 2. Maybe 2 years old, close to 2, I don't know. But when we got her, she was still too young to spay, is what they told us. They didn't spay her yet because she was still too young.
In the United Kingdom, to stop a female cat from having kittens, the operation known as spaying can happen before she turns 4 months old. No offense intended, but your cat was not 4 months old when you got her. She was older. The best age to spay a cat is between 5 and 6 months. You've had plenty of opportunity, even with all your border hoppings and doing literally nothing, to get your cat properly treated. As far as gauging the age of a cat, there is actually a way of doing it. It's not too dissimilar from the rings on a tree. But for a cat, you approximate the age by examining the teeth, eyes, fur, and overall maturity. Teeth are the easiest ones though. Eyes are a giveaway when the lenses get denser after the age of 6 or 7 years old. That happens to humans when we hit 40, okay? The lenses get denser. So it is possible to work out the age of a cat if you care enough to get this done. You don't. I say this as somebody who has had a stray cat in his home and has worked out the age of a cat. It is not difficult. You could do it, by the way, yourself, if you could be asked.
When we first brought her to the vet, they advised to wait a little bit. And so, yeah. So because we didn't know her definitive age, we didn't really know when she would be going into her first heat. So that combined with weren't keeping track really, I guess.
It's strange for somebody who has no real life. It's strange that you have a cat, you spend no real time with it. You have a hamster as well. The same applies here. You have nothing going on beyond trying to find a way to get out of the situation you're in, and you can't bother to do that either. You just sit around watching all of those that hate you. You are like Amber in that respect. You have far too much time to do nothing, and you watch those that hate you, so you have free content. Because eventually you do lash out at those that you despise, and love at the same time. There's no point saying you don't. I've maintained a stance consistently for over 2 years. You really do love your haters. One, very much so.
Sunday, she'll be getting spayed.
This took about 3 minutes to get to because Chantal likes to talk about all the things that she apparently did to help her cat get through this, to get them up to a stage where they could then be spayed. Just the thing, because this is hilarious to me. I've never seen someone look so annoyed they've had to go out of their way to help their at. You're not the type to shut them in a room and leave them there, are you? Because you look the type.
So, that's it. So all this bullshit is coming from a horrible parasitic community. And the queen of the hive, apparently, I don't know, this is alleged because there's a lot of trolls. There's people who just say things that are not true. Imagine that. They left a comment on my channel, I'll post it here, basically that apparently this cult leader of who's making, you know, her and her audience are making this, she looks like someone's greasy Uncle Bob, but technically, biologically, she's a female.
I see we found our way to the comments concerning FFG. Not going to say anything for or against FFG, by the way, because I know I have far too many people who support FFG, and that's totally fine. You support whoever you want to support. I'm just going to present the information as it is and enjoy the inevitable back and forth arguments that take place, because I'm a shitlord. I don't care. I only care about the cat's well-being. I do not care about the two people arguing over the cat's well-being.
So this female of, you know, queen of the hater nation of Gore World, whatever you want to call it, I don't know. Her and her cult, the Jim Jones of Gore World.
Be sure to drink the Kool-Aid, zombies.
Her and her cult, zombies. That's where that's all coming from, that hate about her not being spayed.
Just the thing, because I'm going to be a bit pedantic, it's not hate about your cat not being spayed. It is criticism because you are not being willing to do what is right by those around you. Far too often and for far too long you put yourself above all else. That is the problem. If you cannot see that because of the haters from world, chances are you can't see that from time to time. Even those that despise your existence, although I think they all love you to bits, to be honest, even they can be right about something because the principle of animal ABUSE has to be properly addressed. You must be better. They may hate you or love you, whichever you prefer to call it, but they're still right, regardless of how it is presented.
So someone left a comment that they have a dog, this person has a dog, and apparently is having its first heat, so not even spayed at all. So, you know what? I don't even know if I believe this comment because it's just too, you know, unbelievable. Like, that somebody would be that hypocritical. But at the same time, I do believe it, that this person could be trying to come after me, send a mob after me for my animal not being spayed when theirs themselves is not. Because that's how Gore World works.
If that is how Gore World works, why bother engaging with it when you know then, by the logic you present as theirs, you can never receive any gratification, praise, commendation, you get only negativity. You know you can never win. So why are you bothering to waste 6 minutes of your entire video moaning about hypocrisy of a community that exists because of you? Why are you so obsessed with it? It's so symbiotic, honestly. I love it because of the hilarity and the hypocrisy. Of course I do. But you are enabling and you're still trying to, which is great. I'm going to end this video here because you carry on going on about FFG and those haters for far too long. I fully expect this video to be deleted, and this video is basically the following. You've made no discernible progress on your weight, because imagine my shock. Your cat's not been done yet and won't be until Sunday, and you're only doing it because the internet has bullied you into doing it. Oh, and your haters of world exist, so you must now let them know you're paying very close attention to them.
So, people on the internet like to get on my case on the daily about what I eat, my weight, my body, etc., etc.
I've only done, I think, one video on that person, Shani for Christ, so this has intrigued me, because I didn't think they would fall apart, especially because, and I noticed it over the course of this year, Chantal has been active in Shani's live chats. I think she's donated to her as well a few times, if memory serves. So there is there a bond, mutual respect. Most obvious common factor they both have beyond being super morbidly obese and blaming the entire world for the situations they're in is the fact that both of them hate children. In the case of Shani, it's documented. In the case of Chantal, it's glaringly obvious. You can add to that, because if they can't look after children, there's no way they can look after a pet. You can add the treatment of their respective pets and their partners. In the case of Shani, obviously baby carrot peen. In the case of Chantal, it's oddly proportioned carrot peen. I don't think I've ever seen something that's meant to look like a bit of an arrow, because you can tell from the shape that the tip is actually thinner than the thickness of the stem itself. That's strange. Anyway, we're going to be diving into this because Chantel made a video. Now, I fully expect this video to be removed at some point in the near future called Obese Women Being Hypocrites for 10 Minutes Straight. This is fun. We should dive into this. It leads on to Shani's. Don't worry, guys.
Let me tell you what is wrong with them criticizing my weight and eating habits. First off, they offer no valid criticism. All they do is spew hate and self-projection. Let's start with Yaba from the YouTube Underground. This reactor decided to do her reactions off-screen. Now, it is my firm belief, and that's just me, that if you are going to talk shit about someone's looks, you should have your camera on at the very least.
So the problem here is you are not the arbiter of what is or is not valid criticism. Because you've already dismissed all criticism, all that is levied at you as invalid criticism, you have shown your arrogance, your pride, inability to introspect. Then you fire a shot at those who don't go on camera. Now, when it comes to the detractors of world, your haters, there is a point about hypocrisy that you like to latch onto. It's the only point you latch onto. It's a deflection. The criticism isn't where it comes from, it's whether or not they are right. This is a point Chantel never understands. I know I've not got to Shani yet, and it's important, but I wanted to put this in first. I should also point out that at least 2/3 of this video she put out is about Yaba and then gets to Shani. The Shani stuff, though, is mwah, 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 mwah. Oh, yeah.
But oh wait, she did cam up very, and emphasis on the very, briefly, not too long ago. So here's what we saw. Puffy, red, fat face. A clear indication of obesity. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but according to science, one does not acquire such a physique from eating 1,200 calories a day.
She does eventually play clips of Yaba talking smack about Foodie Beauty and some clips from Your Mama. I just wanted to include this because the latching onto that key point is all that Chantel has, because she refuses to acknowledge where the good criticism, the valid criticism, resides. She's also not the arbiter of truth, because she can never seem to tell it. We're now going to skip ahead and go straight to the Shani-related commentary, because this stuff, you're going to enjoy this, I hope. Smash the like.
Alright, let's cleanse our palates from that shit and move on to another hypocrite. Shani for Satan. This woman has too much of a history to go over, such as child neglect, making OnlyFans content while her autistic son is in the other room, and also taking back the man who abused her autistic child after he got out of jail for doing so.
Even before anyone makes the obvious points, yes, Chantel is 100% a hypocrite when it comes to only Fupa Fiber, a failed adult film actor, and there is an argument I saw on Twitter of Nada. There's a point there as well. There really is a point when it comes to what he did to Chantel, although it is also claimed that no, actually, he didn't. Chantel herself kind of debunks her old claims of this, further leaning into the whole Chantel really can't tell the truth thing. Yeah, her shtick is quite consistent in that respect.
But the real creme de la creme is when she recently went on a rant about my dieting and eating habits, claiming she is working on herself and I am not doing anything to help myself.
LOL. Way to bite the hand that feeds you there, hey Shani? I could have sworn Chantel donated money to you guys at least once. The thing here is, and it's important, we know Shani's a liar, so we know what she says is hollow when it comes to her own health. Is she wrong about Chantel? No, she's not, and I'm not now saying they're both as bad as each other, because that's stupid and naive. One is clearly worse than the other, but it's up to the individual based on the information to hand to choose who they think it is. I've always considered Shani worse as a mother, but Chantel worse as a dietary expert. I end up picking her partners.
Shani, you literally cannot stand up. You cannot wipe your ass. You sit there all day making excuses yourself as to why you are too disabled to take care of your own children.
I think you'll find, actually, the reason why is because I'm fine, bro. Chantel, though, just to be clear, is right about what she's now just said about Shani. 100% correct. And I know someone might now say, but Chantel can't stand up for long, you're right. But we've seen Chantel stand up. We've not really seen much lower body movement from Shani, because even when they did the only Fupa Fiber failed adult film actor stuff, and she was giving Rev's BCP a jolly good going over, she was sat down and he was stood up on something. He was stood on a stool or an armchair or something, wasn't he? Or was it in the bathroom? I can't remember these days.
Meanwhile, I've seen women in wheelchairs with no limbs take better care of their kids. You have zero room to educate anyone on any type of care, themselves or pets.
I know, there's some hypocrisy in here. Please resist the urge, guys, because this drama, it's going to generate a lot of attention for people, which is great because the clicks are required at this time of year. We're about to enter the Merry Meggy month of Moistmas, but she's not wrong. That's the point. Shani has, and we've done a video on her before, a terrible track record. Terrible. It was a content constable, wasn't it? It was, yes. It didn't do very well. But the point still stands when it comes to what she has said. You can ignore the fact that Chantal is in her own way ahead in certain key areas. She is not wrong about her attacks on Shani. I do question whether or not this is done solely to generate attention, in the sense of Shani started it for clicks, flippantly, and Chantal bit back because opportunity, but then this wasn't the main focus of her video. The main focus of her video was less Shani, more Yaba. She's pigeonholed Yaba and Shani together. She could have made 2 videos out of this. Now I really am curious about the motivations.
Right.
Oh, I need to have my snacks. I need to have my snacks. I need to go and eat. I need to go and eat. People need to eat. Then eat properly. Or shut the f up about this diet and shit. Because what you're doing is you're damaging people. And you're giving false information out to people who are actually trying to fix their lives.
She's trying to fix her life.
There's me talking shit to you now, Chantal.
I love that the only way Chantal can consume anything related is through your mama. It's always your mama. Fam, we know you sit here and obsessively watch this guy's content. No problem with that at all if that's how you consume content. But Shani has a channel. I know the streams are long, but if it matters to you enough, you can go there, OBS recorded, and do it yourself, right? Clip the stuff out of it if you need to. But you really are low energy. This is, it's only the beginning part. I know that when it comes to Shani, a lot of what she said or says rings hollow because she's never really committed to her life. Everything is about what holds her down. Nothing is about how she's going to pick herself up. Because she's a victim, she needs cigarettes and she needs money. Sometimes she's even more of a grifter than Dark Side Phil.
All you do is f***ing eat, Chantal. You don't try to take care of yourself. You're on a f***ing diet for 2 days that we know of.
Okay.
While you're getting chips every couple days.
She's checking
getting chocolate.
Yeah.
Slathering all your food in cream, cheese, butter. And neglect. You neglect your own ass.
Uh-huh.
So, do you think that just because Chantal's right, that Shani is wrong? No should be the correct answer to that. Both can be correct when it comes to flinging turds at one another. Chantal has been neglecting herself and failing to commit to her own health for years. And the fact Chantal's first response is to play a Your Mama clip, rather than simply accept the fact that Chantal is right, but she's also, when it comes to Shani's criticisms of her, wrong. It would help her, but much like when I did my first Content Constable and she agreed that I was right about things, she was never going to change. That's kind of her thing. And I don't believe at this point in Shani's life she could ever change either. Both are stuck in a perpetual loop of bleh and suffering, of course. Everything's pain. They are all me-seeks.
Every day you're neglecting your ass. Every day you're not taking care of yourself. Every day you're giving your audience excuse after excuse and after excuse, and giving people who have actual problems false information and putting their lives in danger.
Now, because I haven't seen Shani's stream, I have to theorize why that clip even exists. And part of me thought it was because perhaps Shani sat there watching Chantal and seeing just how much Chantal can do and put in so little effort to get. Whereas Shani believes she's putting in phenomenal amounts of effort for very little return. So she can't eat or live like Chantal can. That's what I thought anyway. Back to Chantal though.
That's rich coming from you, Shani. As rich as the butter and cream I use in my cooking.
The laugh was fake, your script reading is lead, and your flex is weird, but okay.
Alright, now the most obvious fat hypocrite of Gore World is none other than the potato girl herself. Another moron hiding behind an avatar, too scared to show herself for the past couple of years. But again, she did very briefly show herself. And this is what we saw.
Well, the picture speaks for itself, and I'm sorry, but I will not listen through her stage 5 emphysema voice to point out obvious hypocrisy.
Because of your live stream format for most of your content, you struggle to be what is often dubbed witty. Your main point about them not being seen on camera is a massive distraction from who you are and what you do. You think that they should also have a leg to stand on. That's not necessarily the case. I do think there should be some legitimacy to it, of course. But not everyone can be a skinny queen, like me, of course. And go figure, you would find a way to insert FFG, your biographer, into this video in some way. Now, you don't talk about Shani anymore, so I want to go to a response from Rev, because boy oh boy was he a happy chap.
Chantal, so I have been nothing but kind to you, blessed your husband that's into f***ing scat and on Christian women and putting his disgusting Muslim ballsack on crucifixes around people's necks and Bibles in front of them.
I'm going to apologize for all the random moments of audio cutting out. I have to pick my battles. YouTube are not overly fond of profanity, so we have to refrain from it at every opportunity. Sadly for us, unfortunately for us, Baby Carrot is not someone that adheres to the rules because he's above them, but do admire this tryhard's white knighting attempt to defend his wife's honor.
I heard that your disgusting fat ass said that I, let's just say, used my foot to strike my son? False, you fat... Do you hear me? You won't find any report of anything like that in any police report or anything because that didn't f***ing happen, you fat... God bless everybody.
The silly thing here is, we know you have physically harmed your child. We know you have. You may now try and hide behind police reports, but I'll be honest, it was only because people couldn't get the police to you that this didn't happen. Your children, your child in particular, the special needs, needed, well, help, and you weren't helping. Your form of assistance was through aggressive negotiations. It was well documented on the channel you used to have. Your aggressive and reprehensible behavior was evidence of it. Now, what did Shani have to say when she saw Chantal's video calling her out?
Oh, shame, shame, shame. I don't give a She shames mothers and children all the time.
As we were nearing Christmas, or the Merry Meggy month of Moistmas as I call it, this timing seemed perfect for Chantal to drop something that would generate interest so she can get more views. Because while she dabs on others for the views they get, commenting on her and them not doing as well as she gets, her views aren't great anymore. For a long time in video format, Chantal averaged around 10,000 views. She's lost about 30%. Her channel barely grows, and there's no way it's organic because the viewership doesn't go up to reflect it. So she relies on the haters to make her relevant-ish. Everything is superficial as long as she can get her chicken royale while claiming she's on a diet. If I were to summarize Chantal's year for 2024, because I see no reason to go through every single community note, honestly, it's really not worth it at this point. I would summarize by saying everything is dependent on her engaging with her haters. The experiment of Kuwait, while continuing, has been nothing but an absolute failure. Her health has declined, her weight has gone higher. She's never truly committed because she takes too much for granted. She is not interested in improvement, she's only interested in being inflated. Her ego, that is. She abuses the filters, and she harms her own community. I'm not sure how many more years Chantal can continue with this. The couple's channel is dead, her main channel is dying. The bought and paid for subs did nothing to help her channel grow consistently. Her viewership never went up, in fact that's declined as well. She may well get by on what she makes from live streaming, but her live streaming format is embarrassing, ill-prepared, and lazy. Because of this lack of willingness to make more of a concerted effort, everything about her existence is akin to that of plastic. Aesthetically, it looks like it might be alright, but like the filters she uses, are overworked and worn out. And we've seen behind the looking glass when those filters fail. The real Chantal isn't just a mess, she's the mess you get in a bargain bucket of a Dollar Tree store. 2023 and 2024 have served as a great demonstration of what you can do to fail at everything you ever want to be. Chantal claims to want to be better, to be a good Muslim revert. She's brought shame on her claims to faith, so the faith by extension. She's publicly humiliated herself and those around her. She has failed to address any of the problems she has because they require effort. And she is continuing to do this under the guise of, but I'll keep trying, guys, I'll keep trying, guys, I'll keep trying, guys. I fully expect in 2025 for Chantal to try semaglutide or Ozempic if she can get her hands on it in Kuwait. I expect her to try it because it's the next thing on her list to then not bother putting any effort in. And let's not forget here, if you look at her uploads video-wise, she would start a diet and within 2 days then upload a cheat meal mukbang. That was the greasiest takeaway she could get her hands on, because she's never been able to tackle the satiety problems or the addiction to food that she has. She always needs to do something. It's a shame she can't apply that desire to do something to helping herself. If she was able to do that, she'd actually have something constructive and productive she could do to occupy her mind to stop her from eating so much. But, much like many things in Chantal's life, she is not willing to make any change, because to do so would fly in the face of what makes her who she is. And I think she knows, unlike Nicocado Avocado, she does not have the capacity to pull an audience in when she is, or if she could ever be, stable. People only turn up because she's a nutter, and she knows that. So she plays it up and leans into it. It's why those that are dubbed the haters of world exist, and they will always exist. I am somewhat surprised of late. There are a few things happening in the world tickle me to no end. Politically, yes, there is a lot going on, certainly in the Middle East, and much will be discussed on Rumble in the future. Online, some of the things I didn't think would happen would be there would be a second type of lolcow live, this time for the ladies. I also, after hearing a random remark from Geordie months ago about Foodie Beauty, did not expect her to ever appear on a lolcow live in any capacity. Mostly because, much like other lolcows of note, they're control freaks. It has to be on their terms and they have to benefit in some way. With the steady decline of Chantal's channel, and it can't be denied, she may get the live viewers but she gets no rewatchability, so she is very much reliant on the donations, the memberships, because there's no way from ads alone she's doing enough to get by. Relatable. In this, I'm surprised because she did go on. And this morning when I woke up, I was inundated with clips. Shenanigans very kindly had tweeted it to me in DM. And yeah, she went on lolcow live for quite a while. And, well, it went as well as you'd expect. So I thought we should go through some of it. Because boy oh boy, much like arseholes, everyone has an opinion. And boy oh boy, does she struggle to keep it straight. And additionally, I'm going to throw this in now. If you are a happily married Muslim revert, married to a Syrian individual, and you are disrespectful on a live toward your husband, or can be perceived to be disrespectful to your apparent husband, I can imagine this ends really well for you in the form of more veggie burgers and nothing else being delivered to your door. He's a good Uber Eats. Alright.
Look who's here.
Yeah. Fat ass herself.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the one, the only, Foodie Beauty!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm out.
Can y'all hear me?
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
that bitch is crazy.
Foodie Beauty,
ugliest.
Wait 1 minute, Tina. Could you put your camera on real quick?
You're not calling me ugly. No way. What the f did I do to you?
I'm not going to be too judgy about the more chaotic format this has become, because you've got some very strong personalities here who are quick to collar, which in turn makes it a very entertaining show. Cannot fault that in the slightest. However, you have so many people on, it reminds me of the old days when I was on a weekly show called The B-List, Sunday Funday. Up to 10 people could join a Google Hangout. It was messy. People couldn't speak, you couldn't be heard. It's something. I'm impressed they managed to get Chantal on, and if an offer was made to her to appear regularly, I'm sure she'd take it because she needs the money, so she can keep on border hopping while claiming it's a not travel visa thing, yeah, and perhaps so she can continue to receive the stellar, top-notch, A-star food quality she gets over there.
Foodie,
girl,
Foodie,
don't get me started. Don't get me started.
No, you're
not
listening
doing
to rumors about me, Tina. You don't know
I
the
didn't hear
truth.
no f***ing rumors. I watched your fat
Yes,
ass.
you did.
Fuck? Bitch, I'm not
Okay,
blind.
so you should know.
Turn your
Listen,
fucking
Tina.
camera on and show these mother what you look like. You fat mashed potato looking bitch.
I'm not going to deny Tina's commentary about being a fat mashed potato bish. She's not wrong. You left out the filters though, because without the filters, she'd be lumpy mashed potato. With the filters, she's a rather smooth, sculpted blob of mashed potatoes with a very long phone.
Do it. Look at her. Oh yeah, hurrah, hurrah, kumbaya. Another Canadian cock. Get the f*** out of here. Rather keep Grace and this one down here than that ugly bitch.
I agree.
Me and Gray, listen, okay? Yes, I have pink eye or
pussy.
something.
You need a weed eater, bitch. You need a weed eater. I got a picture of your pussy, bitch. Get a goddamn weed eater.
Why do you have a picture of Chantel's downstairs? Please tell me it's not framed. You could have saved yourself a lot of money rather than Google searching and time, and just got 2 pieces of lard and smushed it together. That might have perhaps been easier on the eye. Yes. Okay. So, as you can tell, her appearance was akin to that of a Stone Cold Steve Austin entrance. Very, energetic and very, loud. Let's continue and see how she got on, because she was on there not as a splash-in-the-pan moment. No, she was there for a while.
Wait, time out, Tina. Tina, stop for a minute. Foodie Beauty, is your box really on the internet?
Yes, because listen, okay, I found God recently. This is my cat. Does she look abused to you?
Oh my god. You, what? Okay. Why have you mentioned... Oh no. Is that Shada Ann Boleyn? Why are you mentioning your cat when people are talking about your box? You say you found God recently. According to you, you found God 2 years ago. Just over, in fact. 2-year anniversary, after all. You had to be reminded by your own audience. Why are you bringing your cat into... Oh, you really can't handle confrontation now, can you?
You want to talk about the fan that tricked you into giving her the cat and had to bring
fan
it
that
to
looks
the
like
vet?
Slimer.
No, bitch,
listen, what happened? I went to Kuwait. The cat is old. Her nails grew into her pads because I was gone for 2 months. I didn't know that would happen. When I came back, I offered to get her nails cut, and now people are like, "You're an animal abuser." Okay, that was like 3 years ago.
Okay, but you and your
Wait,
pussy,
cat's
your cat have
nails.
all the same hair.
Cat's nails don't grow that fast in 2 months.
Yes, when they're elderly, they do. Look it up.
I have an elderly cat.
100%.
So, fun fact, if you bother to Google search this, or basically spend time around your cat, you'll know this. Cats' nails become brittle as they get older. They grow slowly because they reduce activity levels. The ingrown nail, which is quite common, happens because of a lack of exercise, but also coat length, which makes it harder to see those nails. In the case of your cat, BBJ, it was because of negligence.
In here, you don't even fucking let your box breathe. You don't even shave that motherfucker. You leave caca on that like you did your cat. I'm not working with that ugly bitch.
That's
Only
my
one
queen,
ugly
Tina.
bitch on this show.
I have no hair on my head. I have no hair on my anywhere, okay?
Please don't share so much, Chantal. It's not going to help you. Now, I have other clips taken from Twitter. We're going to go to those. I don't have them necessarily in the right order, but they are the ones that help to demonstrate other points, for example, concerning her husband. I'm air quoting that. I hope you understand that I don't really think he's her husband at all.
You know, using them as a human toilet, it's like a fetish, you know? I don't know.
So you pick it up and throw it at your husband?
Is this your way?
It's not my thing.
Hold on.
Just like fantasy.
Is this your way of saying that you allow your husband to pick hookers up to shit on them?
No. I don't allow that. That happened once. I was supposed to be moving back to Canada. He was very funny. He's a young guy. Whatever.
Oh dear. The pressure is being piled onto Chantal here, and she's trying to be dismissive with the following. He's young, and you were moving back to Canada. I'm guessing that green card for him didn't pan out. The fantasy he has that happened at the end of last year and bled into this year anyway was hilarious. It was equally hilarious when some weirdly choked-looking arrow-shaped peen was released on the internet claiming it to be his. That tickled me to no end as well. That may well have been the very first and only time you've actually seen his, if it was his to begin with. His fantasies that were seen in DM were strange, and to save face, you flew back from Canada rather than seeking the medical help you went back for, when really you were just getting a green card so you come to Canada, you went back there to continue the charade of your loved-up life, citing this as just a mistake. My view is quite simple, by the way. Once you cheat, there's no going back. There really isn't. You've shown weakness. If you really love each other, this will never happen. In before someone now says, "Oh, you're being idealist." Yes, I am, and I don't care. Recently, Chantal went onto Lolcow Live. It was on this channel. We put clips of it up, and there's been some interesting fallout. From Chantal's cope, people working out how she managed to get on in the first place, although I should have featured that in the first video. She became a member. Here's the image of it. Yes, they were auditioning for people, and she got voted a big no by Tina, who is the one guaranteed host of Lolcow Live Queens. Well, Chantal put out a video detailing her experience of it, which I can summarise with the word cope, but of course we need to hear it from her heavily filtered face's mouth.
So, I was on Lolcow Live panel yesterday, and I thought I would talk about that. So, Lolcow Live is a live show consisting of panel of lolcows. In the Lolcow Live show, it has Boogie2988.
In case it wasn't obvious enough, Chantal is what appears to be reading from a statement. If she'd led with that, this would seem a little less like she was being suspicious. She did include a clip of her performance on the show. It was mostly just Tina shouting at her, because Tina. She does spend the intro part telling us about Lolcow Live as if no one's ever heard or seen it. Heard of and seen it, even. That's very kind of her to do that, but perhaps talking about what your experiences are and why you won't audition for it, hence the title of this particular video, Comments Turned Off, would be beneficial.
So I'm going to explain why I am not going to audition for the Lolcow Queen show. And I did get approached by somebody from their docket team. Very, very nice person, by the way, if you're watching. Thank you so much for thinking about me and, you know, for, you know, those of you who thought that I would be a good fit for that show. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, considering if you watch the show. Look, the show, it's meant to be a dumpster fire. That's what is the entertainment value of that show. It's Lolcow Live.
It 100% would be a compliment because you are, by definition, a dumpster fire. It's why you are vastly more difficult to compile an end-of-year review on than Amber. Unfortunately for me, I get nowhere near the level of views I can get for the end-of-year reviews on Amber, which is a shame really, because I spend far too much time on you. I may well scale that back next year. I lost too many weekends, okay? It is a compliment though, back to the point, that you would be a fit on a show that is designed to bring out the worst, stroke the best, in everyone.
So I find it very hilarious seeing in the comments all of my very, very, very dedicated haters. I see you. And, you know, it's the same one since I started my channel, all just really trying to ruin this opportunity for me, any opportunity they can.
You say ruin this opportunity for you. You were voted as a no. You can say you won't audition as a form of cope, but they resoundingly voted not to have you as a host on the show. I think you and Becky Boop, yeah, are a huge no for the show. I didn't realize Becky Boop was still around, by the way. I didn't think she was as much of a lolcow as you are.
And they don't realize that they're just promoting me more. Like, the more messy you make me seem, the more outlandish you make me seem, the more that's going to pique interest for the show.
I would like to cite my end-of-year reviews as evidence that your haters play very little part in this. Some within world that brag about being good at dragging people because they're insecure as feck, they may well have a say on that, a claim to that fame, because you need them as much as they need you. They can say otherwise, but you all need each other, don't try and deny it. In this instance, it's entirely because, and the end-of-year reviews are a great example of it, go watch them, you are a mess, and you dig the holes for yourself.
There are people on the show, I mean, like, Boogie faked cancer before. I mean, it's not a show of virtuous people. That's not the point of it.
Which is why you, Chantal, would be, Mariam, Beautiful Me, Big Beautiful Me, Beezer Productions would be a fantastic fit for that show. Give it 5 years, and you may well find some of those haters if they ever reach the echelon of success you have, let's say the sub-mark at the very least, right? They may well end up on that show as well. And you can be a co-host together, where you may well become the bestest of best friends. Too idealist? Was it too sensitive a subject to say that? Don't mind me, I'm just going to sit back and laugh at anyone that gets offended by it.
My point is, if you're looking for a panel of angels, you're not going to find it on LolCow. And if you did have very virtuous people on there, people would be bored and not watch. And that's a fact, okay?
You're almost making this sound like an advert for why you belong on that show. All you need is the correct rage bait, just so you lose control, or to wake up having put in 5 minutes on a treadmill at a barely moving pace, and your nerves will be so frayed that you would actually be highly entertaining. Or we get you drunk and have you cry again. The Crunk streams were exquisite.
So I had to decline politely auditioning for any spot on any of the shows. I went up last night, and honestly I kind of regret it, because, and I'm not crapping on the show at all, the show is what it is, and I knew that, so it was totally my decision to go up. It just made me feel like I'm going against principles that I'm trying to live by.
I am desperately trying not to laugh. That is not what happened. You are performing a form of historical revisionism to make it seem like you had a chance to go on it, when really you need to stream quite a lot on a regular, make your videos a lot on a regular to maintain your current style of a life. The concrete prison you reside within, in the middle of a desert, is your idea of a future worth having. You have nothing. You are nothing. If you were on that show, you would have had to have become Foodie Beauty. OG Foodie Beauty. The OG version would have been angry, would have been shrill, would have been aggressive. This version is when she hasn't had her nashies. She is when she hasn't had the 5,000 calories bare minimum she needs per day to keep those engines firing. I think there's something else here, and you're using it as a form of deflection and cope, and I think it's because you dragged your husband. Sorry, air quotes around the word husband. And that does lead to a second clip we'll get to in a minute, don't you worry.
Hashing up old stuff about my life that happened 3 years ago.
Do you mean like your only Fupa Fibro failed adult film actor account? Because Snatchgate was quite the story. In fact, I don't know if it's in this video, or another video, you kind of go in on that.
I'm not that person anymore. I don't do OF content. I would never anymore.
I'm going to save that clip for the future, because you follow this up with a video titled I Feel Violated, Comments and Likes Dislike Turned Off. In this you are very emotional. Suddenly your perspective has changed about being offered and rejecting it to being upset and miserable, because it turns out Salah did not appreciate you dragging him when you were on LolCow Live. We're now going to go to that. And you talk about what I've dubbed in the title Snatchgate. I think I'm going to start with that part.
This weirdo woman screaming at you that your bush is hairy. Just, like what? And then they're passing around the picture, and then, like, can I see it? Like, you would have looked at it anyway. You had it, like, right there. So I said, whatever, look at it. And at the time I was like, whatever, just gloss over it. Whatever,
To be honest, and this is one of those times where you and I may be on the same side here, I didn't support what they did. I thought it was funny. Yes, of course I did. That doesn't mean I felt it was right. Passing around images of somebody else's naked body while they're on the show, or passing it around at all really, reeks of wrong. Morally, it just doesn't feel right. No offense to you, but if you weren't such a tryhard, you would have told them not to do that. To respect your newer identity, it would require a spine, but you wanted them to like you when you were on the show. It's why you were, for the entire time you were there, for about an hour, wasn't it? You were very, very calm. By the standards of how you usually present yourself on lives, you were calm and reasonable. That's not to say your performance was good, just to be clear. It was still dogplop. But I will agree with you that what they did was wrong.
Do you know how hard it is to move past your past when people are trying to bring it up every effing day? You know what I mean? Like, I really have to give it a memorial and just, like, never dig into it and really, really just move on and
be the person I want to be.
Chantel, for that to happen, you actually have to commit to change. You thought by moving from Canada to Kuwait to avoid paying taxes, you would magically change. The only thing that happened was your ability to go without narcotics extended by 3 months. That's it. You put on more weight, you continued to engage with the haters, and you basically didn't become a better person. You try to pretend you are, but you've never been a better person. Now, I said this ties into Salah with a second clip. There's more to that one, but I want to finish by talking about the Salah stuff.
I feel like I've done that like forever in my life. Just like always let people do whatever they want. You know, and I don't know why. Thank you, Marie. Welcome to Very Important Beast Ready Set Bees.
None of that's factually correct. I'm sorry. I had to insert this clip before we got to the Salah references because I forgot about it. Sorry.
No. And that's why I feel mad at myself for allowing that, like, people to do that to me. That's, yeah, teardrop. That's another point. When he asked me, like, he was really mad at me.
Let's face it here, ignoring the relationship or claim to relationship that they have, Salah has been on the internet dragged by Chantel along with people on a panel talking about his kinks. He's not there to talk about it. He doesn't want to talk about it. By nature, because of faith and culture, he is a private man. Right. Chantel aired it. So irrespective of any claim to relationship, Chantel has disrespected him, and he is well within his right to be angry at her for that. Guess the Uber Eats guy isn't going to be delivering her food for a couple days.
Because I went behind his back when he was sleeping, they asked me up, like, I was awake, you know? I didn't want to wake him up for that. Because, you know, in his culture, it's not about them wanting me or whatever. Like, as a Muslim woman in his culture, I shouldn't have gone up there with other men to talk about those things. But where 3 years ago in my culture, this would have been totally normal, you know? And I think I just, like, had a moment where I regressed back into that role.
Do you mean the role of a desperate tryhard who bought her way onto a panel so she could try to audition to be on that panel to earn money, because Keemstar generally, when it comes to lolcow content, has the Midas touch? And you knew that, and you need the money. You need the money either to pay your taxes in Canada so you can go home, although if Salah doesn't forgive you for this, you might well go home anyway, although it would be quite amusing since he cheated on you last year, but the moment he's dragged, he can't handle it. Not that I'm saying tit for tat is fair in the slightest, but turn the other cheek after all. If he has to do something about it, he could always take you to some kind of a court for disrespecting his honour. There's a court for that, isn't there? No. Jokes aside, you could have done well, but you are very much a try-hard type. Therefore, you were always going to do it because you knew the opportunities there. Your lobes were tingling. If you're a Ferengi fan, you'll get that joke. And you saw it as a chance to expand the Foodie Booty brand.
Yeah, Vampira. So, I mean, I was in the wrong for even being up there, number one, and consenting to it, number two. And I think that they just were looking, like, the entertainment of it, I don't know. But it's weird for, like, married men in relationships to look at that. You know? Like...
You being angry about your own choice to waste your money to try and do something to elevate Foodie Beauty as a brand, maybe even the Salah and Chantel channel, with a cash injection that would have come from appearing on a show where all you had to do was let go. Because you aired a thing, because you allowed the chat, the panelists, to dictate the conversation because they didn't know much about you, to hyper-focus on your husband. He got annoyed because he wasn't there. He only heard half the story, no doubt saw the rest of the story, realised you disrespected him, got angry at you, and you blame everyone for it. You claim to want to be doing better, be better, say better, act better, but in reality you've never changed. To impact definitive change takes time. It is not a one-day thing, it is a one-day-at-a-time thing. Every day you have to be conscious of what you are doing, thinking, saying, and consuming. problem you have is you desperately want to consume mushrooms, because you get more euphoria from eating food, from eating. In a similar sense, people who grew up when I grew up were addicted to televisions and earlier games consoles. The way you can shut your mind off from the real world and achieve something, like completing a game or finishing a TV series, the euphoria and the sadness. You want that all the time, but you don't want to earn it. A good relationship has a foundation built properly over time. You rushed yours to the finish line and have been there apparently ever since. Nothing about what you do is a reality. Your life is but a dream, as it were. And yes, I know that's an Avenged Sevenfold album title. Thank you. And just before we leave, because I don't believe for a second your relationship is real, but I believe his anger towards you can be real. He has on multiple occasions cheated on you, and you fobbed it off. You did it the other day when I covered you going on Lolcow Live. You dismissed it, pictures of which have been shared on social media, of Salah in bed with another person. You can try and downplay that as much as you like, but all these fake tears and historical revisionism attempts from you to try and make things seem like they're very different to what they really are embarrassing. Today I would like to talk about a recent video put out by Chantal, and it ties into something else concerning Lolcow Live. I'm going to start by saying I don't believe in coincidences, although this does certainly feel like one. The universe is seldom lazy enough to give us that. I also can't talk about what happened to Lolcow Live and Frenchie too much, because the person who did it, who I've done a rather lengthy video of, and it will be pinned in the comment down below, is on a strike spree. Coinciding with Chantal and her more recent video, this does come across as a coincidence. A coinky-ding, a form of shenanigans taking place. Chantal has recently taken it upon herself to go on Lolcow Live, as you all know, but she's written checks with her mouth. And because others, Frenchie and Yaba, have pointed that out to the hosts of Lolcow Live, they have flayed her for it. Chantal tried to go on a 7-day drama-free thingy, right? A purge, as it were. Okay, well, she got close. Problem Chantal has, it's a problem she's always had, is she will write a check with her mouth, and invariably, the receipt will come with her burying her head in the sand for a time. Although it's also possible, and I'm going to speculate this now, that Chantal put the video we're going to go through out as a way of disappearing briefly, either on a visa run or because she wants to go home. Or maybe she's earned enough money to get through the month. Who knows?
Hello, foodie beauties. Hi guys. Hey watchers, hey beezers, everybody up the like. If you're watching this video, I hope you're doing well.
Well, isn't that nice? Acknowledging the haters, acknowledging the beezers. There's more of one of those groups than the other, but you know what? Chantal has to acknowledge even the haters these days. Considering the flames you stoked concerning Lolcow Live, I'm impressed that your very sleepy-looking state, that could equally just be really high, even if illegal, not completely ruled out, I'm impressed you're willing to be nice at the start. I wonder if this is the stage of grief called acceptance.
So, this won't be a long video at all. I just wanted to come on here and let you know that I have decided to take a break from the YouTube streets.
The problem that Chantal has with this statement alone is that she is, like many creators, a slave for views. She takes time off, she suffers for it. Gone are the days of earning lots of money from passive views. Additionally, she has been threatening to quit for a while. She keeps doing it every time she gets into trouble with another creator.
So, from social media, so that means that I will not be posting anywhere.
Anyone want to place bets to see how long it takes for her to post again? Also, a bet to see where she posts from, because I'm curious to see whether or not she goes back to Canada at some point in the near future. Not least because of the person who struck Lolcow Queens and went after Frenchie again. Somebody who I genuinely thought was no longer a creator on this platform. And I'm going to stand true to not making any more videos on that person. But there are many shorts I've done because of the privacy complaints they repeatedly filed against me and failed at. That coincidence, right? While I don't believe in it, it is quite poorly timed. Let's go with that.
I will not be answering messages
or anything like that. The only thing that I will keep open is my Cameo.
Weirdly, I was about to ask about that. I'm guessing you really are short of funds if you're still willing to do that. Gotta keep the business ticking over, guys. So I guess you'd all better start firing up that Cameo fee and requesting information as to why a certain somebody, while you're announcing your departure from YouTube for a time, is conveniently striking the very people dunking on you, which in turn does mean that you're going to continue to get passive views from people querying why it is this person is doing it and your relation connection to them. It's useful, isn't it, to know that Keemstar now has to talk to YouTube to get those strikes removed because of somebody you were once associated with, because he was brought up. Notice here, individual, yes, know who you are, okay? I'm not using your name because you can't strike this. Additionally, I reserve the right to not think of you as human because I do not believe you qualify since you have hit people and because of the RP stuff. R standing for revenge.
I don't even know if I can put that on hold. I don't know.
You can, and I kind of expect your haters to, on purpose now, let's say, order cameos to force you to do things. I'm just keen to see where they're being filmed from.
So I'm just, yeah, I'll keep my Cameo open. I'm not mentioning that as like some form of cash grab, or anything, just to let you know.
Anyone else got it in their head that perhaps Lolcow Queens might now book Chantel for a cameo and then use it on Lolcow Queens when that strike is removed? Because, I mean, it would be pretty funny. And they could use her to say something about a false copyright strike. Which, by the way, I'm going to state, again, leaning into the coincidence side, even if I don't care for the concept of a coincidence. The person who's done that, who has misused the copyright system, is now going up against a creator who will put them on blast on every social media platform that they have. It's not relevancy at that point when that person gets struck to high hell for violating community guidelines, which the creator in question, the cretin, is.
But social media wise, I'm going to take a break from it. Just posting, anything like that. So, anywhere.
Odds on Chantel breaking this within 24 hours? If Chantel is trying desperately not to get involved in drama, the problem she has is that as much as she will try to avoid the drama, that's not how it's going to work now because of Lolcow Live. And because of the person who struck Lolcow Queens and Frenchie. If that person, that cretin, is not associated with you, they have thrown you under the bus anyway. If, as many believe, on Twitter especially, you are working with that person, and this coincidence is entirely planned as some kind of op, you're going to get thrown under the bus even harder.
I only really post on YouTube. I don't post on TikTok. I actually don't have a TikTok anymore.
Yes, that's because your first posting and Muslim revert content went down like a lump of lead. Additionally, you rage quit many different platforms. I've always held the belief you should be as present as you can be on as many different platforms as possible, in case you lose your main one, and you only were when you were YouTube last year, briefly. Another reason you're not as prominent on places like Twitter, TikTok, Facecuck, Insta, is because you would get absolutely flayed on a daily. Even the Hugbox echo chamber that we see concerning Amberlynn Reid would treat you like crap, because you're Chantel.
So, I got rid of it in a moment of frustration, but then I realized that there's people I talk to on there. So, yeah, if you're one of those people who followed me on TikTok, especially people I was pretty close to, you can reach out to me on Instagram at it's Foodie Beauty, and it's Foodie_Beauty_OG. If I'll put it here somewhere, what it actually is.
As you can tell, she did not put it there. Second, and there are actually a few points I'd like to raise here. Second, quite importantly, you either are incredibly tired or a bit high, yeah? I can't tell though with you, because you're always looking to the side, you're always fidgeting. Third point, and I never really noticed it that much, is that you have actually legitimately tucked your hijab into one of your chins, because it's bulging around it. How out of control is your eating that now your hijab can no longer offer you the shield that it once offered you?
In the description, could you also see how to message me, except for the TikTok. So,
Does anyone else think that Chantal's going to use the sleepiness in this video, now that we know it's sleepiness for certain, as a reason for deleting this video in the future, citing she's coming back stronger than ever before, to then invariably get into drama within the first week of it, and that this will happen within the next 7 days?
Yeah, there's very few people I will be talking to offline just while I'm on my break. If you're one of the people I'm close to, I'll still talk to you, you know. But yeah, I'm just trying to take a break. That's it, you know. I have my reasons, and
yeah, unless you speak directly and publicly about those reasons and provide proof of them, people are going to speculate, and your haters and Lolcow Live, Lolcow Queens, when they get the strike removed anyway, and Frenchie and anyone else that's been struck, are going to saute. You're going to be spit roasted in a way that's not pleasurable. Not that you know what that's like at the moment anyway.
I've talked about it, that I was thinking about it. I just think it'll be really good for me. I can't stop. I can't talk. I'm like yawning nonstop. So it's very late and I'm very tired. So,
not gonna lie, I thought it was bright because of the light behind you, and I also thought you were tired because your blood sugar level had dipped too low.
Yeah, I just thought, like, you know, it's like 1 a.m. I would let you know because I know people are obviously going to be wondering, you know, where I am.
Well, I guess this raises a number of questions, doesn't it? For example, what inspired you to act at such a late hour to announce a hiatus from YouTube? This then goes back to that convenient coincidence, don't you think? Because it wasn't long after you made the announcement that this all happened.
Especially with a lengthy break. I know that in the past, you know, I've said many times that I was quitting YouTube. I was gonna take a break, and then I would come back like not even 24 hours later.
I'm gonna raise my hand and say, let me guess, this time it's different, because you're not quitting YouTube, you're merely taking a break. The situation has changed, and it has nothing to do with the fact you've been reamed for the past 7 days on Lolcow Live and Lolcow Queens. To be honest, you're about to enter the territory of DSP, in the sense you are going to be someone that should be on the show as a regular, but won't because you think yourself too good for it.
But that was a different vibe, you know, when I would make those declarations.
Because that was impulsive, Big Beautiful Me, Beezer Production, Chantal Mariam, Everyday Mariam, as opposed to now, somebody who is at 1 a.m. recording a very sleepy video of them announcing their departure from YouTube for a time. An undetermined amount of time, which is totally different, guys. Totally. I thought, had called to be honest, that Chantal, Foodie Beauty, Big Beezer, Big Beautiful Me, Beezer Productions, Mariam, Everyday Mariam, all the other names, faked her way to 100,000, has a fake play button, fake marriage, fake religion in her context, fake life, would come back to YouTube after announcing her departure for a time with no set time. I said within a week. I was correct. Although, at time of recording, it has since been made private. Thankfully, everyone on Twitter that follows this train wreck of an individual has clips. I'm going to start, though, with Pete's, because Pete's lied, and Pete has been caught out lying, and a clip of that lie, or him admitting to lying, has done its rounds.
I lied. Chantal didn't want people knowing she was in Canada, and she's entitled to her privacy.
The thing here is, Bolding Comb Over Sausage, we all knew she was in Canada. We knew she was either on a visa run or she was coming back to try and re-earn her healthcare privileges. We know she doesn't have access to them right now, and she needs them. We know she has nowhere to live, so she'll undoubtedly be staying with a relative. She doesn't have a car. The only person that she knows that has any money would be you, which means it's highly likely you two will get a place together for a time, either to allow for Salah to come to Canada, or for Chantal to make enough money to go back again, because options, credit cards, tax evasion will have been exhausted, along with the fact that she has been border hopping for close to 2 years and yet to get anything discernible about her future to stay in Kuwait, where she was well and truly alone. So, in short, everyone knew she was in Canada. It wasn't a secret. You just enabled a secret that was pointlessly a secret.
Chantal is entitled to her privacy, is the big thing. If she doesn't want people knowing something, I'm not going to be the one to tell people. Yeah, she didn't want people knowing she was in Canada. I wasn't going to be the one telling people.
I love that this guy who suffers from social burnout from having a job, who moans about it and believes the state should pay him welfare to look after himself, to look after him even, is so smug about Chantal having an quote secret. It wasn't a secret. Everyone knew she was going back to Canada. If it was a secret, then the only person who didn't know she was going back to Canada would have been you. Now I'm going to leave this smug boulder alone, and we're going to crack on with Chantal's triumphant return, albeit a temporary one I'm sure, to YouTube with a few clips.
I mean, I've been to my mom's house. Yes, I'm in Canada, okay? Hi, Hayden Sapphire. Probably not that hard to figure out.
I'm waiting for you to release the inevitable vlog of you getting on the plane from Kuwait to go back to Canada, I assume via Germany. I think that's how you did it last time. No one's surprised. We're just mildly impressed you're still wearing a hijab and claiming you're a Muslim revert. I did see a channel briefly that was dunking on you, they themselves being a Muslim revert, dunking on you for some of the things you said that, based on your claim of faith, are contradicted by your actions. Is that channel still around? I thought it was Amy's Life Journey for a second, for like just 1 second. I can't remember the name though, and I think they did terminate the channel briefly.
You know, I'm going to be here with you guys, and I can show you guys like the different festivities we have, like traditionally and stuff on video, no problem.
I like this idea you're going to try and act as if you're removed from the very festivities you will undoubtedly be a part of under the guise that you are still, in your head, a Muslim revert. You are as much a Muslim revert, based on what we know of you, as a pot of fresh yogurt is used as a melter bomb on a space Hulk.
But I didn't partake in any, like, celebrating, like, on a religious, you know?
Hard X to doubt on that. I can be certain the moment you end your streams the hijab comes off. Sorry, but at this point I'm just going to say it outright. I do not believe what you sell. No one believes what you sell. You don't believe what you sell. You definitely partook, because your desperate need for validation requires that you partake so you can get involved in everything. If you vlog any of this, the festive stuff, or you upload vlogs of the festive stuff, you'll show us you being removed from it, but let's face it here, you are balls deep in it. Additional, this live stream is the first one she did back, and she was off her rocker high. That much was noticed by everyone that watched it, and you had hundreds of viewers. The majority of them don't like you, but they enjoyed the fact that you try and remove yourself or seem like you're removed from the very things that make you a hypocrite and a terrible Muslim.
Actually, I had to, like, convince Salah to let me stream, because he was like, one of the conditions for me coming here, for that was basically, like, for the holidays, was basically that I wouldn't stream or go live.
I know that Salah was in your live chat, and that he was begging you to stay true to your diet, but please, don't think for a second anyone believes that this is real, that he's in control of you, or that you have to appease, acquiesce, you have to do what he says. Chantal has always done what Chantal wants, and that includes getting high in Canada on her own, at her family's home, streaming where she probably shouldn't be streaming because there's a chance someone might find her and, I don't know, cuddle her. We can't be having that now. That's haram. Sorry. Until you and Peeps get another Trash Mountain condo.
But I was like, you know what? I really miss you guys. So, yeah, it's hard. It's hard staying offline.
You're right, it is. Especially when you're a slave for views and money's not so good right now. Especially if your name's Chantal and you screwed the pooch about Lolcow Live. So much so that you now end up, because of your repeated border hops, back home in Canada, where you also owe money because of your tax evasion. and more than likely a whole number of credit cards you just now have to deal with.
But I don't know, I kind of like it, so it feels weird being back right now, you know? No, it's true, Brooke. I don't know why you would say sure. I don't know why people are so, like, comfortable. They believe something, but they have no proof of it, you know? It's, like, weird.
Do you mean like your marriage to Salah? You keep claiming it's real and legit, but you have no proof of it, yet you believe it enough to think it's truth. It's called delusions. There is in fact medical aid for that these days. Of course, you need to stay in Canada long enough to gain access to the medical healthcare system, so I guess the next 6 months are going to be quite interesting and testing for you now, aren't they? According to people who have told me this. I just assume you're going to go back to Kuwait very soon, once your newest visa is approved for your totally legit marriage, where you can continue to waste more money you don't have, and continue your fraudulent existence.
Like, you don't know, like, you know, how he feels about it. He does not want me to be live right now, even. So...
I love how at the start of this particular clip you started off so happy talking about him not being okay with you being live, and then when it starts to dawn on you that you're live when he doesn't want you to be, you're not happy about it.
Thanks, Mars. So yeah, I missed you guys too, yeah, Teardrop. I don't know, maybe we'll do a few things live, but then I think, you know, I'm gonna just, like, go back to uploading more and going live more, like, when I get back home, I think.
In this context, when you say go back home, that would indicate your intention is to go back to Kuwait. Would have the right to assume when your next visa is approved, which means you're not going to be in Canada long enough to benefit from the healthcare system. So I would also then infer that this means you and Pete are not going to be getting a place together, but I firmly, your best course of action is to stay there, ditch the hijab, give up on being this fake Muslim that you claim to be, and this whole BS marriage that's not real anyway, go back to being Foodie Beauty, and bees it up. Who wants Crunk Take 2 Electric Boogaloo? Am I the only one that just wants to see that again? Because that stuff is amazing.
Yeah, I did have to ask him to go live. No, like, permission. Like, I didn't ask permit. What do you mean? I said, like, basically, yes. That was one of the agreements, like, part of the agreement for me to come here is if I don't go live and everything. Because he knows, like, you know, he was scared for my safety.
I don't think he's so much concerned for your safety because I don't believe anything you just said. We all know he's in on this, and he's quite happy for you to go live because you're high as a kite. We know you are. We also know that there's a risk, yes, you'll be found because you're stupid. You're going to be found. I don't support it, I just know it's going to happen. So the real risk is, because you're in a very predictable position, what you do while you're there is going to put you in an interesting and or perhaps compromising position. No one believes for an iota of a fragment of time that Salah is in any control of your actions in Canada, because I doubt he'd be okay with you getting high the moment you got there.
No, there's no dual citizenship. I know. Hey, Joanna. Anyway. Why are you dishonest with your viewers? You've had to have known you were going home for the holidays. Okay, I'll be honest with you. Actually, no. It was very last minute. So, I would say there was one time after I had my flight booked that somebody asked me one time if I was going to Canada. And I said no, because if I say yes, people are going to try to ruin my life, okay? They're going to be waiting for me here. They're going to be, like, calling immigration. You don't know how crazy these people are. So anything I do to throw people off my scent, I'm going to do it, even if it makes me look like a liar.
I'm sure there are a few people, select few, who are going to go out of their way to make your life as miserable as possible. The problem you have is, people are only going to call immigration because there is actually a genuine lie here that you are still living. The lie is you claim to be married, you're not. You and Salah don't live together. You've admitted that part. Because if you're married, you could live together. You don't live together because he's not your husband, he's not with you. Beyond contract of employment, you two are not that close. You're a fake Muslim, you may fear for your safety, but the only person who is a genuine risk to your safety is you. Because you're Chantal. The word safe is oxymoronic when associated with you. You saying you're going to be honest is a contradiction in and of itself.
Because I don't have a choice.
Like, I really don't. So that's exactly the only reason. Not because I like lying to people and misleading people. It's because I need some privacy.
One, you thoroughly enjoy lying to people. You made a career out of it. You lie to yourself every single day after all. There's no way you don't enjoy it. Two, you said you don't have a choice. You're right, which is why you're back in Canada, because there's only so many times you can lie to the Kuwaiti government when you apply for another visa. Your tourist visa, because you're not really married. Additionally, we know it's a tourist visa because you would have gone to Thailand otherwise. That's where you'd be right now, if they hadn't changed their laws when it comes to certain items you like to consume. You went to Canada because you can consume it freely, and you can bum a lift and a roof from family members, which means your events, your activities are a bit more, cheap-ish, right? I do expect you to stay with Pete at some point, somewhere. I really do expect that, before you go back to Kuwait again and ditch him.
5 people sniping, it's like they're like vultures, like, oh yes, something's content. Yeah, I still made my, you know, I'm making a visa run. I don't know why people are so obsessed with that. I must be the only person on the internet that people wonder about that. If I'm on a visa run or not. Like, who cares? I don't know what the big deal is.
You do know what the big deal is, because you've been told repeatedly. You're on a tourist visa run because you're not really married to Salah. You're on a tourist visa run because you can't get an actual visa to stay legally in Kuwait permanently, a residency as it were. You are lying to everyone and yourself, more importantly, about everything you do, think and say. Everything about your life is fiction or a dream, but it's a dream that only you live. Everyone else is telling you to stop living in this dream, this fantasy, because it's not doing your physical nor your mental health any good. Your delusions of grandeur, your delusions of this family life you so desperately wish you had, don't resonate in your entertainment or content. Entertainment's not really a word I associate, but I'm going to call it that because I think you believe yourself entertaining in that respect, not in the respect of you being a train wreck. So ultimately, the visa run is an obsessed point because it comes down to one big lie you can't not tell everyone and yourself. That being that you are married to someone legally, which you're not. You're a Muslim revert, which you're also not. You're on a weight loss journey, you are definitely not. And finally, that your repeated jumps across borders at very specific times of the year are not anything but a visa run, because you're not a legitimate resident of Kuwait.
Like, let's say you found out that, okay, yeah, I was on a tourist visa. Like, why would that? What would you do? Would you celebrate something or?
Chantal, it's not about celebrating. It's about making sure you understand you have repeatedly lied about this to yourself and to your audience. I know you like to think these aren't big deals, but you're the creator living a lie. It's why on Logcal Live you could have been such a good fit. But you're so reactive, you're so impulsive, and you are quite clearly so finger-licking challenged that you can't accept the truth, so it becomes a mountain as opposed to the molehill it was supposed to be. Sorry, not molehill, halal hill.
You better be careful, some people are crazy. Exactly why I don't want to go live. Register, please. Hi, Natalie. What did I lie about, Lucy? No, I'm seriously, I want to know. What? Like what? They can't live without you, but then also hate you. I know. But like, no, I'm serious. What? Like, what did I lie about?
I like that you said this is why you have to go live, because it further confirms your impulsive need, compulsive need, to be impulsive and go live and try and just generate more rage bait, right? You know you're on a visa run. Everyone knows you're on a visa run. Everyone knows it, you know it. I'm looking forward to the day that visa does not get approved. Hasn't that already happened once for a time? I thought it was hilarious, or think it's hilarious personally. When someone in your chat challenges you and you try and ask them for a specific lie, you're going to now hide behind the fact much of that content only exists in archive form or clips on X. Because you are an idiot. Because you don't care for rewatchability, which is where much of your content needs to exist for. You need that. Which is why your haters from world get all the views that you don't get. Because they have all these clips. Clips you should have in the full context and keep there Because you're not squeaky clean. You've never been squeaky clean. You challenging your audience for specifics is proof of it. Because you desperately need validation. You're a real tryhard.
What does it matter? Oh yeah, no, why do I have to verify rumors though? That's the thing. Like, why do I have to share that personal information with someone about, like, what visa I'm on? I don't get that.
You'd have a leg to stand on with this one if it were not for the fact that you shared every inch of your body in the past. You shared every part of your life story in the past. Only now are you trying to make it seem like there's some things you want to keep personal. You're not like Boogie and his medical records, okay? There are no lines in the sand where you suddenly go, yeah, you should, not pass here. Go no farther, as it were, right? No. You've been rumbled, busted by everyone, and you can't accept it. That's the point. You believe there are some things that should be secret. The problem is the things you've chosen to make secret have already been debunked and are therefore not secret.
Why did I leave Hey Daily Dose? Why did I leave Salah alone for Christmas? Because he doesn't celebrate Christmas. He's Muslim. So it's not his thing.
But Chantel, you're Muslim too. Therefore it's not your thing either. Yet you've already contradicted this by also claiming you won't partake, yet we all know you partook. If your gifts were anything, they were undoubtedly edibles. Nothing else. You wouldn't do that anymore, would you? Now this is the end of all the clips that were shared, the more notable ones. Chantel has since made the stream private. It is believed that is because the relatives she is staying with were not happy with her live streaming from their property. I expect her to either fire up a live stream elsewhere, a motel, which would make some sense, or from a car parked in the, nearest Nashi car park. I expect her to do something with Pete's, but with Pete's at a distance because she cannot be seen with other men. She's a good Muslim revert after all. I am intrigued to see what Chantel does because she needs her audience to pay her bills. She needs rage bait. This has done the job, but she's not kept the stream up, which means she's not going to get any passive views, meaning she's also not going to benefit from this, which all seems completely redundant. She is hyper-focused on the wrong points and decided to misinterpret it on purpose, because Chantel's going to Chantel, and when Chantel's going to Chantel while high, you know damn well she'll come back at some other point, either get really angry with her haters, to more notable haters, or she'll try and put up those vlog videos and act as if she's removed from everything,